Chapter 28:13. In their team, there were people more professional than Ryan Vilest. But there really wasn't anyone more eloquent than Ryan Vilest, and who was also on camera. That was why Ryan Vilest was so precious. Also, there was her psychological quality. She could readjust her emotions and state in any situation. This was her most outstanding quality. Many people would lose control and rationality when they panicked or were frightened. In our world, there is still some incomprehensible power. Maybe in the future when technology is developed enough, we can solve it, but definitely not now. Ryan Vilest seemed to be completely unaffected by the previous accident as he spoke confidently in front of the camera. Give Ryan a close-up for 45 seconds, then zoom up and film his explanation from a bird's-eye view, Falui Lysander ordered the team. After 5 hours of filming, the sky gradually darkened. They went to the beach to set up camp to rest. Generally speaking, if they were going to sleep in the wild, they wouldn't choose to camp on the beach. Because without shelter, the sea breeze would bring a lot of trouble to sleeping in the wild. Also, the weather at sea was very unstable. No one knew when you would be showered with a soul-cleansing downpour. Or perhaps it was a storm that left no traces behind. But Falui Lysander finally decided to set up camp on the beach. The main reason was that the situation in the woods was unclear. Right now, all the wild animals on the island were in a state of panic. No one knew if they would be attacked by wild animals at night. And in the woods, if they were attacked by wild animals, they were likely to encounter great trouble. At least the view was wider on the beach. Although it was camping in the wild, the film team still needed to film some scenes of sleeping in the wilderness. It was like they were really sleeping in the wilderness. In fact, most of the shows that showed they were sleeping in the wilderness were only shown in front of the camera. They really exposed the team in the wilderness at night without any cover. The risk was too great. Almost no team would take such a risk. This place followed the most primitive laws of nature. Those poisonous insects and beasts would not bite you just because you were famous. Falui Lysander planned to film on Gondo Island for 3 days. Although the first day brought him quite a surprise. But the plan wouldn't change. At the moment, they did not have enough material to shoot. Moreover, the material they filmed today would not be in the first episode. Because 3 episodes were a unit. If the first episode was filled with all sorts of supernatural scenes and content, and the second and third episodes returned to mediocrity, then it would only lose its appeal to the general audience. Therefore, the content of today's filming was likely to be split up. Furthermore, the truly important content will be placed in the second and third episodes. Moreover, it was done with enough suspense, leaving room for people to speculate. As for why they were in the territory of the Inca and Mayan civilizations, there would be traces of ancient Greek civilization. That would depend on how they would edit and justify themselves. Chun Zhao never doubted their professionalism and abilities. In fact, this was a basic operation for any program production team. Most of the content that ordinary viewers saw on TV was edited. Sometimes, the content that the audience saw was actually very different from the actual situation. Although it was only a temporary camp, the quality of life did not return to its original state. They still had a lot of supplies on board, enough for them not to starve in the wilderness. As for the things that Falui Lysander had Chun Zhao prepare, they were actually just preparations. They did not really have to use them. For example, the compressed food that Chun Zhao had prepared was still packaged. Chun Zhao did not plan on opening it. "Mr. Chun, you caught this big fish?" Falui Lysander looked at the tuna that Chun Zhao was dragging in disbelief. It was at least 100 kilograms. If the tuna was not still alive, he would have suspected that Chun Zhao had prepared it beforehand. Of course, many of your subordinates saw it. "You're too lucky," Falui Lysander said in shock. "A big fish like this almost never gets close to the shoreline. Why did one have to go to the deep waters to fish?" It was because it was almost impossible to catch a big fish on the shoreline. It was not absolutely impossible, but the probability was very small. After all, Falui Lysander was a wilderness expert. He naturally knew how much luck Chun Zhao needed to catch a big fish. Also, look at this 100-kilogram tuna. Dragging it out of the water also required a lot of strength. It could even reach 200 kilograms in the water. In fact, if Falui Lysander saw the process of Chun Zhao fishing and dragging the rod, he would be speechless, because Chun Zhao was completely fishing for a small loach. During dinner, with this tuna as a side dish, the team still had a good meal. Even if there were more than 20 people, they still wouldn't be able to finish a fish that weighed more than 100 kilograms. After cleaning the organs and scales, there were at least 70 kilograms of edible parts left. In the end, Chun Zhao had to finish all the remaining tuna. At home, Chun Zhao was basically in charge of cleaning up. At home, Chun Zhao had beef, mutton, and fish on the table every day. They were all self-sufficient. Apart from when they were slaughtered, they would be given to the slaughterhouse in town. Chun Zhao had a lot of people at home. Apart from Fei Lai and the children, there were also dozens of underlings and pets. So, when Chun Zhao was at home, he needed at least 5 cows and 20 sheep every day. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, everyone in the campsite started chatting. The moon was bright and the clouds were parting. The sky was extremely clear. Under the starry sky, although everyone was tired, they were still in high spirits. Chun Zhao and Falui Lysander sat on a rock and chatted. "Mr. Falui, do you still believe in the supernatural now?" Falui Lysander glanced at Chun Zhao. "Mr. Chun, did you already know that there were these things on this island?" Falui Lysander remembered that after he'd signed with SCTV had requested that his first filming location be Gongdu Island. They'd also specified that it had to be Gongdu Island. Apparently, it was a request from the investors. At the time, Falui Lysander hadn't thought much about it, but now that he thought about it, he felt that Chun Zhao probably knew this would happen. Also, when it happened, Chun Zhao's reaction was so calm that it defied logic. Shouldn't he be panicking and at a loss like everyone else? That's not important. Chun Zhao chuckled. "You got good material, and I can recoup my investment. SCTV can get good ratings. That's the result of making a profit, right?" Chapter 28:14. Falui Lysander had guessed. Everything that had happened today might have been Chun Zhao's plan, but some things could be arranged. Some things definitely couldn't be arranged with current technology. For example, an earthquake of that magnitude was enough to be used as a weapon. If there really was such a weapon, it would definitely cause a world war. Even if there was, Chun Zhao couldn't get it. Also, the strange phenomenon of the ring-shaped clouds in the sky didn't seem man-made either. Suddenly, Falui Lysander heard someone exclaim. Falui Lysander didn't know what was going on. Then, he heard the howls of beasts in the forest. The most obvious was the howl of wolves. There were also many beasts that he had heard before, and some he hadn't. Falui Lysander immediately stood up. Camera! Camera! Turn on the camera and record the scene in the forest. Turn on the recording device, too. Head, look at the sea. Falui Lysander turned to the sea in surprise. On the surface of the sea, black dots of various sizes were constantly leaping up and down. "What's that?" "A fish tide," Chun Zhao said. "It usually happens in the sea. When a fish tide happens near the sea, it usually means a tsunami." Falui Lysander's eyes widened. The light in his eyes gradually turned from shock to fear. It was his first time facing a possible tsunami. The water on the coastline was really retreating. Everyone, retreat into the forest immediately and find a high place. "Hurry! Hurry!" Falui Lysander yelled. He couldn't see the tsunami yet, but the signs of the water retreating and the noises on the surface proved that they were about to face a tsunami. It might be an extremely shocking one. Thankfully, Gongdu Island wasn't big, but there were many high places. They soon found a place to stop on a mountain that wasn't too tall or short. Just then, they could see a white line on the coastline under the moonlight and starry sky. The tsunami was really coming. "I think it's 20 meters, a team member said. However, the tsunami was still very far away. He didn't have professional tools to measure it. He could only judge based on his own senses. What was 20 meters? It was close to the highest tsunami in history. In human terms, it was about 6 stories tall. A 6-story tall tsunami was definitely in existence that could destroy anything. The first thing that came into contact with Gongdu Island was not the tsunami, but the howling wind. At the same time, the tsunami also brought along a huge airflow. All the trees on the island were blown over. The heavy responsibility at the top of the hill could only lie on the ground. He couldn't even lift his head due to the strong wind. Only the cameraman, who was in charge of operating the camera, continued to shoot. Chun Zhao secretly took care of them. After all, Chun Zhao had created such a big scene. It wasn't just for them to see. It was for the TV audience. When the tsunami reached the coastline of Gyeongdu Island, everyone was shocked. Because it was not a 20-meter tsunami, but a 40-meter tsunami. Of course, with the height they were at, there was no need to worry about tsunami attacks, unless the tsunami could reach 100 meters. However, if there really was a tsunami of 100 meters, they basically didn't have to worry about the tsunami because they might have to worry about the end of the world. For them, a 40-meter tsunami was no longer a tsunami, but a historical event. They were facing the emergence of a new historical record. The entire Gyeongdu Island trembled in front of this tsunami that represented historical records. Look, what's that? Everyone looked over. They could vaguely see a huge shadow in the water curtain raised by the tsunami. That huge black shadow was not the shadow of the sea, nor was it a stone or something like that. It was a living thing. It wiggled its body in the water curtain and then disappeared. But most people saw that thing. It was huge. Shockingly huge. Did you film it? Did you film it? Did you film it? Falui Lysander asked anxiously. I filmed it. I filmed it too. I filmed it. Chun Zhao's lips curled into a smile. He had asked Amon to appear, of course, to create a sensation. He didn't need to reveal his true form. Just a glimpse was enough. Only then could it create a greater effect. Because that moment would bring about a heated discussion. If it revealed its true form, it wouldn't just cause heated discussion. It might cause panic. In the past 6 months, Amon hadn't grown bigger. Instead, he'd shrunk. At his peak, Amon was more than 1,000 meters tall and weighed almost 1,000,000 tons. As a result, he could only move around the Mariana Trench. Because he was in shallow waters, a flip would cause a huge wave. So, there had been some video sightings last year. Of course, those sightings were huge waves that appeared out of nowhere. But half a year ago, his power had increased by leaps and bounds. The sudden increase in power had caused his body to grow in reverse. In his normal state, his length had shrunk to around 500 meters. His weight had also decreased to 300,000 tons. He was 68 meters tall. He also had the ability to change his body shape, but it couldn't last long. He could shrink his body to 200 meters, but that could only last for 30 minutes. The glimpse just now was what he looked like when he shrunk to his limit. Although it was only 200 meters, he was already a giant. No creature on Earth could grow to this level. Chun Zhao had him on shrink, mainly because the tsunami couldn't accommodate his body. If he was released in his normal 500-meter tall form, the tsunami wouldn't be able to cover his height. He would be taller and longer than the largest ship in the world. Falui Lysander trembled in the strong wind. But it wasn't because of fear. It was because of excitement. This was an unprecedented event, and he was the one who recorded it and discovered it. He, as well as his team, would gain both fame and fortune from this. Falui Lysander looked at Chun Zhao subconsciously. Chun Zhao also looked at him and gave him a smile. He seemed to be mouthing, "Good job." Falui Lysander frowned, but he didn't think too much about it. Chun Zhao's calm reaction was indeed unusual. But the moment, he was about to lose his mind from the predictable success. Of course, the most important thing now was to protect the results and not have any casualties. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. Chapter 28:15. The next day, when the sun shone on Gyeongdu Island, everyone felt like they had been reborn. Actually, the tsunami last night wasn't that scary to them. After all, they were on the top of the mountain. Unless the tsunami destroyed the entire island, they wouldn't be hurt. Also, the terrain of Gyeongdu Island meant that it wouldn't cause any damage. At most, it would destroy some of the forest soil. When the tsunami washed ashore last night, about half of Gyeongdu Island was submerged in seawater. In such salty soil, all the plants there would die. Only after a few decades would the salinity in the soil degrade and plants would grow again. Chen Zhao didn't feel guilty about the damage he'd caused. He could just donate a few $100,000 to the local government as compensation. But for the film crew, what happened last night was a magical experience. The entire process could only be described as unbelievable. But their biggest problem now was that the boat had been overturned. No, to be precise, it hadn't been overturned. The boat was now on the ground of Gongdu Island, lying 300 meters from the coastline. Their attempts to contact the outside world all failed. In the end, Chen Zhao had to secretly inform West to find a boat. In the evening of the same day, a ship discovered them. Falui Lysander quickly reached an agreement with the boat owner and agreed to send them inland. By this time, their cameras had recorded more than 200 hours of footage. This was enough for them to edit 3 episodes. There were even some production teams that would cut out an entire season's worth of broadcast time. Of course, to ensure quality, Falui Lysander clearly planned on simplifying the content. He'd condensed the essence into these 3 episodes. Falui Lysander stood on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze with Chen Zhao. "Mr. Chen, where do you think the Lost Civilization should be filmed next?" The progress of the Lost Civilization project was too rushed, mainly because of Chen Zhao's urging. Right now, only Gongdu Island was decided by Chen Zhao. There were still 3 more, but Falui Lysander didn't have any clues yet. Falui Lysander was confident that the content on Gongdu Island would cause a huge sensation. But if they couldn't keep up with the rest of the content, the effect of the Lost Civilization would be greatly reduced. This was also what gave him the biggest headache. He even considered whether or not he should artificially create something. Chen Zhao thought about it and said, "Mysterious Island." Ever since it appeared, it's been the center of public opinion. Mysterious Island? Is it the island that suddenly rose from the bottom of the sea 3 months ago? Yes. No TV crew has been able to land on Mysterious Island. TV stations all over the world want to land on the island, but none of them have been denied. Only a small number of researchers have been able to land on the island, and the equipment they bring with them is restricted. They're not allowed to bring cell phones, video cameras, or cameras. All the photos we have seen so far are provided by the Mysterious Island officials. "I'm the owner of that island," Chen Zhao said. "At least, I'm a major shareholder, so I can decide." Falui Lysander froze for a moment, an expression of "I see" appearing on his face. No wonder Chen Zhao was so rich. Everyone knew that the Mysterious Island was a treasure trove the moment it appeared in front of them. Nowadays, any project on the mystical island represented great wealth. It was home to the most amazing food chain and marine life that had ever been discovered. It was like the dinosaur island in Jurassic Park, full of wonders and inconceivability. "Mr. Chen," Falui Lysander said casually, "Gongdu Island will also attract attention." Chen Zhao shook his head. "After the show airs, there will indeed be a wave of exploration, but if there are no more discoveries, people's enthusiasm will quickly fade. How do you know that others won't discover anything? The ancestors of the local natives lived on Gongdu Island for hundreds of years, and they rarely encountered such a scene. What do you think are the odds that the researchers and tourists will encounter the day and night that we experience before their enthusiasm wanes?" Chen Zhao said disapprovingly. Also, the Mexican government might list Gongdu Island as a forbidden area and not allow outsiders to get close. This was how most governments handled things. Usually, when supernatural events occurred in certain areas, the government would not develop it into a tourist project. First, they would list it as a forbidden area and then send their own team to investigate and see if they could discover any supernatural powers. This was a normal operation. Every country had such a plan. Secondly, although Mexico was also part of North America, the spiritual world here was more active than in America. The number and quality of people in the spiritual world were also higher than in America. Therefore, it was very likely that the government would explore and develop Gongdu Island themselves. Of course, the local government was doomed to not find anything valuable here. After all supernatural things were man-made. It would be strange if they could find anything. The filming team did not stay in Mexico. That night, they returned to Los Angeles under Chun Zhao's arrangements. This was because Chun Zhao wanted the show to be aired as soon as possible. This was also the condition of the agreement with SCTV. Thus, Fallowy Lysander had to edit 3 episodes as soon as possible. According to the broadcast plan, the first episode would be aired this Saturday night. This kind of broadcast plan was not very beneficial for the show. There was no previous promotion. Even a trailer was cut at the last minute. The broadcast time was less than a week. It was too rushed for the show. However, the trailer had a slogan: the first show in history to film supernatural scenes. Moreover, the superficial scenes still made the trailer have an unimaginable effect. The first feedback came from a click and play on the internet. The biggest platform had over 1 million views that night and over 10 million views in 24 hours. The video also started to spread around the world. Chun Zhao opened the trailer and watched it. An exploration of civilization, an unbelievable journey. We went on a pilgrimage with reverence. But we were confronted with a sight that was unprecedented in history. The background music in the trailer used a deep and thick voice to describe the unbelievable scenes in the scenes. At the end, the screen in the trailer suddenly turned black, followed by the sound of the tide and a voice with a hint of fear. When we thought we were about to discover the truth, we were greeted by the most terrifying welcome ceremony. We saw the most terrifying side of nature. We have witnessed nature at its worst. Maybe it was the most terrifying side of nature. Maybe it was not nature. Lost civilization. Don't use your worldview to challenge the real world. Chapter 28:16. The trailer for The Lost Civilization didn't last long, but it still caused quite a stir. Of course, a trailer was just a trailer. So, while it was effective, it didn't cause much of an impact. After all, many TV shows like to be mysterious. Who knew if this was another purposely mystifying announcement? Of course, it was still effective. At least, from the feedback from SCTV, the trailer was quite good. As for the ratings, it was hard to say. After all, SCTV was a local TV station. The coverage was rather limited. It didn't even cover all of California. In the past few days, Chun Zhao and the Supernatural organization were still trying to find the core members of the England gang. Although Milo Tanzik Williams and his cronies had disappeared from Los Angeles. But his influence hadn't completely disappeared. In just 2 months, Milo Tanzik Williams had left his mark in Los Angeles. A deep mark. Everyone was afraid of this bloody emperor. Milo Tanzik Williams only took 2 months to do so. He'd erased what Morgery had only managed to do in the past 2 years. Of course, bloody methods could achieve the goal, but there were repercussions. Just like Chun Zhao, if he used the same method, he could achieve the same result. But what about the consequences? From then on, he could only hide in a dark corner and enjoy wine and women. He didn't even dare to contact his family. That was how Milo Tanzik Williams was right now. The government's revenge came so quickly and without warning. Although Milo Tanzik Williams escaped unscathed. However, his forces were also directly wiped out. To put it bluntly, he was a stray dog now. But he was a stray dog. He was qualified. At least he knew how to hide and endure. Chun Zhao dug out almost all his cronies in Los Angeles and tortured them to death. But Milo Tanzik Williams still couldn't come out. Chun Zhao didn't know how many of Milo Tanzik Williams' cronies were left in Los Angeles. There were definitely more, but they were hidden. They weren't as ostentatious as before. Chun Zhao was helpless about this. If he spread out his senses, he could even cover half of Los Angeles. But his senses weren't omnipotent. At least, he couldn't monitor other people's hearts. Now, he could only hope that the broadcast of Lost Civilization could lure Milo Tanzik Williams out. However, Los Angeles was now completely controlled by Tim and Bodhi. Tim was in the light, while Bodhi was in the dark. However, Bodhi's betrayal was public. Chun Zhao hoped to use this to attract Milo Tanzik Williams' subordinates. Unfortunately, apart from the first few days when he attracted a few people, no one else came to die. Of course, Bodhi knew what Chun Zhao wanted, but there was nothing he could do. Chun Zhao's power made it impossible for him to resist and betray Chun Zhao. Saturday night, 2010. The Lost Civilization was finally broadcasted. While the subtitles were still on the screen, the commentator had already started explaining in his deep voice. On the south coast of Mexico, in a village of white bunch flowers. To Mexicans, the white bouquet symbolizes the welcome of friends from afar. However, to the natives of this land, the white bunch flower also symbolized God's gift and gift. In ancient Greece, the white bouquet represented a gift from God. The two seemingly unrelated ancient civilizations formed a connection through the white bunch flower. The TV showed the beautiful scenery of the south coast of Mexico. Finally, the scene changed to the white bunch flower village. Our first stop on our journey of discovery, the white bunch flower village. Ryan, we met an interesting old man. It said that he migrated from a small island. Really? Where is he? The show was progressing according to the plot. This was also one of the selling points of the show. Then, they found the old man in an old, rundown house. They heard many vivid stories from the old man. Of course, most of the stories told by the old man had been edited, so no one knew if what he said was the original meaning and content. Of course, it didn't matter, but it also misled the audience. The audience thought that the old man would tell a story that matched their understanding. However, the customs and stories were completely different from the Incan or Mayan civilization that they knew. In the story, they believed in the sea god on the island. They fought against the monsters in the sea. Their handicrafts, their skills, and their language were also mentioned. Some things didn't need to be too clear. It was fine as long as it was plausible. Did you notice that the language of the Gongdu people is completely different from the ancient Incan or Mayan language system that we know? Generally speaking, language is a derivative of culture, so the language will have strong traces of regional civilization. However, the language of the Gongdu people is very different from the languages and civilizations of Mexico and even the Americas. Ryan turned to look at his teammate, Winston. You're a language expert. Do you have any professional explanations? Winston nodded. There is indeed a big difference. For people in the field of language, to distinguish the difference between regional languages is not to look at the words used in the language, but through the pronunciation structure. For example, after thousands of years, some people have been separated from a civilization. Their language and culture have changed, but their basic pronunciation will not change. However, the Gongdu people are incompatible with the previous civilization. This means that before they came into contact with the regional civilization, they had already come into contact with other civilizations. This also caused their customs, traditions, language, and beliefs to be incompatible with the regional civilization. Then wouldn't they be excluded or even destroyed by the local civilization? The ancient people didn't know how to distinguish between outsiders and their own people. What's more, the Incan civilization and the Mayan civilization were both extremely complex civilizations. They were not the kind of politically unified countries, but made up of countless tribes with completely different cultures and customs. Because of this, the Mayan civilization and the Incan civilization were destroyed in the end. As a tribal society, the population base was too small to reach the level of a country. Perhaps there were smart people or even geniuses among them, but these smart people and geniuses couldn't adapt to the environment at all, because in that kind of social environment, only the strong were qualified to survive, not the smart. From the perspective of people in our era, of course, we know that the strong are responsible for protection and the smart are responsible for development. But the people of that era didn't understand. Maybe we should go to Gongdu Island to take a look. Maybe there will be more discoveries. Chapter 28:17. The academic discussion did not go too far. Then, they prepared to land on the island. There are also some intentional accidents. For example, something was pulled down, causing Lane to fly into a rage. Another example would be some non-standard operations. While a certain someone was cursing out loud, he would also teach them about standard operations. The first episode of The Lost Civilization stopped there. There were also some scenes that weren't reshoots. They were completely fake. Chun Zhao had overestimated Falui Lysander's professional ethics. In order to be mysterious, they purposely created some abnormal scenes. For example, when their ship was about to set sail, The engines suddenly caught fire, and they quickly evacuated the ship. In fact, it was very smooth when they set sail. They didn't encounter any problems during the voyage, except for the native guide. Moreover, they had also taken a few more photos, including finding the native guide again. Anyway, it was all about being mysterious to the extreme. When they reached Gondu Island, the earthquake was supposed to happen an hour after they landed. But after some reshoots and editing, they brought the earthquake forward. When they landed on the island, there was an earthquake immediately. Then, there were startled birds and abnormal winds. Then, there was the native guide's warning to them. It was a warning from God. Then, there was the scene where he was scared away. The first episode ended there. One had to admit that if Falui Lysander went to Hollywood to film a horror movie, the effect would definitely be good. At least, he was an expert in creating an atmosphere. It left enough suspense, and at the same time, created a strange and bizarre atmosphere. Finally, after the subtitles, there was another sentence. This show is completely real. There is no fiction. This sentence was amazing. The audience would just treat it as a story. In fact, some shows would pretend to be exploration shows. Then, they would arrange some supernatural scenes to attract attention. However, that kind of specious supernatural experience was obviously incomparable to Lost Civilization. Let's not talk about the reshoots first. Just the actual earthquake, the flock of startled birds, and the abnormal wind direction that came without warning gave the audience a different feeling. Mr. Chun, congratulations. This is unbelievable. Do you know what our ratings are tonight? Scully called, and his tone was filled with surprise. At the moment, Chun Zhao had just finished watching The Lost Civilization. However, he didn't look too excited. To be precise, he wasn't very happy at the moment, because Falui Lysander didn't do as he asked. Chun Zhao wanted the first episode to have content that clearly pointed to ancient Greek civilization. However, Chun Zhao didn't see anything about this from the beginning to the end. Did Chun Zhao expect those gangsters to be familiar with ancient Greek culture and guess that it was ancient Greece from the bits and pieces of the show? Chun Zhao didn't care about the ratings. He didn't care about profits or losses. He didn't even care what else was going to happen next. He wouldn't care even if the show stopped after these 3 episodes. Chun Zhao had invested in Lost Civilization. The goal was to lure Milo Tanzik Williams and his men out. In the end, Milo Tanzik Williams was not lured out. The ratings were surprisingly high. The highest number of views reached 5.8 million. At the same time, it has a 75% market share in California. Scully didn't hear Chun Zhao's reply. He thought that Chun Zhao was feeling the same way he was. Therefore, he said to himself, "Now, there are already 2 TV stations that are part of the top 5 that hope to import Lost Civilization. Mr. Chun, do you need me to talk to them? I'm very experienced in this field." "No need." Chun Zhao's face darkened. "I'm tired. That's all." With that, Chun Zhao hung up. On the other end, Scully was stunned. What happened? Why did he feel that the Chinese guy was unhappy? Did he say something wrong? Scully thought back, but he really didn't know how he'd offended Chun Zhao. When he called again, he realized that the line was busy. After hanging up, Chun Zhao called Falui Lysander. "Mr. Lysander." "Mr. Chun, hello. Did you watch tonight's show? What do you think?" "I'm very dissatisfied," Chun Zhao said directly. "You don't seem to have listened to me." "What?" "Mr. Chun, I don't understand. I've said it before. The first episode has to be about ancient Greece. I've already laid the groundwork with some clues that point to this content, but time is limited. I can't directly tell the audience about ancient Greece. This requires a gradual progression of the plot, and I feel that this kind of arrangement will leave more suspense and attract more viewers. I don't want to attract more viewers. I don't need this show to make money. I have my own requirements. If you can't meet them, then you're not qualified." Chun Zhao's words were extremely harsh. He rarely got so angry at someone. "You better understand one thing. I'm the boss. I don't want this to happen again." Thankfully, Chun Zhao was still able to control himself. After a few complaints, he softened his tone. "Is the second episode's post-production done?" Falui Lysander didn't understand why Chun Zhao was so angry. Judging from the effect of today's broadcast, it should be very good. Scully had also called him earlier. He He didn't understand why Chun Zhao was so unhappy. Was it because he didn't absolutely follow Chun Zhao's requirements? To him, Chun Zhao's requirements were very unreasonable and unprofessional. The content about ancient Greece was a gimmick. If it was set up properly, it could cause a sensation. It could even cause an academic sensation in the archaeology world. Then, it could cause a craze for the general audience from the academic world. Then, the show would be pushed to the peak. Not like what Chun Zhao had requested. Just bring out the content about ancient Greece directly. This would reduce the suspense and fun by half. Let me ask you, Chun Zhao asked in a low voice. Is the second episode's content done? Yes. Falyu Lysander didn't understand Chun Zhao's current state at all. When he'd first met Chun Zhao, he thought that Chun Zhao was easy to get along with and had a good temper. Why did it suddenly erupt at this time? Give me the second episode's content first. I need to confirm it. Chapter 28:18. Falyu Lysander was hesitant. If he rejected Chun Zhao now, it would mean that they were going to fall out. It would also mean that he would have to go against Chun Zhao in court. Just then, Falyu Lysander recalled the contents of the three-party contract. The compensation for breach of contract was 15 times the amount of the investment. The investment was 20 million. This meant that if he lost in court, he would have to pay 300 million. He couldn't even pay 3 million, let alone 300 million. In the end, his rationality won over his hesitation. Going against a rich person in court was a very unwise decision. Plus, he'd violated the contract first. He was digging his own grave. In America, if he faced such a huge compensation, it was really possible that his family would break up and he would be deserted. The next day, Falyu Lysander obediently brought the edited sample of the second episode to Chun Zhao's house. When he saw the manor beside Mirror Lake, Falyu Lysander truly felt what it meant to be rich. The mansions he'd seen in the past were like grass sheds in the countryside compared to Mirror Lake Manor. Falyu Lysander was also a rich person, but at the moment, he realized that he was at least a Pacific Ocean away from the truly rich. If he knew that Chun Zhao's income for one day was equivalent to half of his lifetime's worth, who knew what he would think? The most popular saying now was, "Don't use your annual income to challenge my pocket money." Falyu Lysander wasn't just shocked. He was also afraid. When rich people reached a certain level, they'd start playing politics. Politics was a dangerous thing in a society where money reigned supreme. Then, Falyu Lysander entered the manor. This place really opened his eyes. The front yard was already bigger than the total area of his house. There was also a huge grassland in the backyard and the forest beside it. They were also part of the manor. In feng shui terms, it would be mountains and rivers. The east wind welcomed and sent, bringing in wealth and treasures. The green dragon lay down, and the wind and rain adjusted. It wasn't a dragon's vein, but it was still a great place with good feng shui. Of course, Falyu Lysander didn't know feng shui, but he knew that all these things added together would be extremely expensive in Los Angeles, where every inch of land was expensive. When Falyu Lysander saw Chun Zhao didn't give him a good look. Chun Zhao knew Falyu Lysander's request and his starting point. However, Chun Zhao didn't like it when people thought they were right, especially when she ignored his request. This was the dissatisfaction of a consumer towards all the good intentions. "Please take a seat, Mr. Farage." Chun Zhao took the sample and put in the player. Falyu Lysander looked a little uneasy as he watched the broadcast content that he had personally reviewed. In fact, the sample that was being played this time was edited by him and his team last night. He also added some things, which were what Chun Zhao had requested before the first episode was aired. Actually, the second episode was supposed to be analyzed. However, he would still hold back. But because of Chun Zhao's forceful request and attitude, she couldn't help but cry. Still, he added more content to the story. While watching, Chun Zhao kept his face covered. When the video ended, Chun Zhao's expression softened. Chun Zhao finally smiled. "Mr. Falyu, I'm very satisfied with the content of the second episode. I'm sorry for my attitude before." "Mr. Chun, you must be joking. You're my boss now. You have the right to request anything from me. I should be the one apologizing." No one knew what Falyu Lysander was thinking. However, at least he gave in on the surface. Going against Chen Zhao head-on wouldn't do him any good. Chen Zhao didn't care if Fal Yui realized his mistake or not. Chen Zhao would only have a short interaction with Fal Yui anyway. After the filming of the show, she and he would be people from two different worlds. As long as Fal Yui could give him what he needed and the result he wanted, it would be fine. The first episode had already been aired. No matter how angry Chen Zhao was, it wouldn't change anything. Shedding all pretense of cordiality with Fal Yui Lysander would allow him to vent some of his anger. However, it wouldn't change the situation at all. Moreover, his investment and time would be wasted. So, Chen Zhao decided to forgive Fal Yui Lysander this time. Mr. Chun, I have a question. Is it convenient for you to answer it? What is it? I can't guarantee that I can answer it. Mr. Chun, I think you're a rational person. You should know that the content I arranged is the best choice. Why do you have to solve the mystery of ancient Greece? I said that I'm not investing in this show for profit. You can treat it as interest if you accept this explanation. Of course, if you don't, I won't give you another answer. This answer clearly wasn't the real reason. Of course, Fal Yui Lysander wasn't satisfied. Chen Zhao had pretty much said, I'm just finding an excuse to brush you off. It didn't matter if you accepted it or not. Fine, Fal Yui Lysander replied helplessly. Fal Yui Lysander didn't stay for long. He found an excuse and left. Chen Zhao didn't plan on asking Fal Yui Lysander to stay for lunch either. Portia, Zephyra, and Navikalina came one after another. Chen Zhao left the kids to his 3 assistants. Then he went out. He'd been back for more than 2 weeks. Chen Zhao had always left Xiao He with Ethan. Before bringing her out, Chen Zhao had said that she wouldn't have anything to do with him anymore. But she was still half on his side. As long as it was within his power, he would help her if he could. West had said that he wanted to interact with her. But then, he said that he would let her live peacefully. There was no need to drag her into trouble. When Chen Zhao arrived at Ethan's motel, he saw Xiao He sitting on the stairs in a daze. Hey, did Ethan kick you out? Chen Zhao teased. Of course, Chen Zhao believed that Ethan wouldn't do that. Ethan valued money as much as his life, but he still had morals. Xiao He raised her head and looked at Chen Zhao. Mr. Chun, how come you're here? Xiao He looked at Chen Zhao listlessly. She'd gotten over her initial unfamiliarity with going abroad. She was basically familiar with the environment and had gone out with Li Qing a few times. Actually, she didn't have much interest in L.A. L.A. was an international metropolis, but it wasn't much better than Shanghai. Right now, she was just lacking in spoken English, but basic communication was fine. I'm here to see an old friend and see if you've been sold. Chapter 28:19. Xiao He didn't react too excitedly to Chen Zhao's joke. She didn't even bother to retort. Instead, she continued sitting on the stairs, holding her chin with a worried expression. Tell me, what's bothering you? Share it with me. I submitted my application to UCLA a few days ago, Xiao He said, frowning. I don't know if I can pass the first round. Her results in China were pretty good, but she really didn't have much confidence in her application this time. She was waiting for a response from UCLA. This process was too torturous for her. Which UCLA campus? LA. When did you submit your application? I'll check for you. 4 days ago. It's March 2nd, right? Chen Zhao took out his phone and called right. Hi, darling. How are you? Not good at all. I recently got C2H6O deficiency syndrome. Chen Zhao froze. Fuck, you just don't have alcohol. You're almost 100 years old. Who dares to let you drink every day? Then I'll send you 2 bottles tomorrow. Say it. What's up? Rai was very decisive. Since she was getting benefits, it was time to get down to business. Chen Zhao definitely wouldn't call her at this time to say hello. Usually, Chen Zhao would only visit her in the afternoon. He would go to school personally. Calling her at this time definitely meant that he had something important to talk about. I have a friend who submitted an application to the school. Can you help me check it out? What do you mean? Just check, or do you want me to let her go? Wright didn't understand Chen Zhao's intentions. If it was just to check and help Chen Zhao's friend pass the first round, it was just a small problem. This was a small problem that could be solved with just a few words. But there was still the interview. The requirements for the interview were much higher. Under normal circumstances, The requirements for UCLA's LA campus weren't as simple as being excellent in both academics and conduct. Being excellent in both academics and conduct was just the basic requirement. If Wright wanted to use her connections, she could pass no matter what the results were. But the prerequisite was that Chen Zhao had to sponsor some money. I just want to give her an interview. Chen Zhao didn't plan on helping Xiao He get in directly. If she just wanted to waste time, it didn't matter where she went. Staying in Ethan's motel and doing nothing was the same as staying in the dorms. If she really had the ability, then she would rely on her own ability to pass the interview. That was also her ability. Sure, what's your name? Yi. Chen Zhao turned around and looked at Xiao He. How old are you? After graduating from Jiaodong University, I applied for the Department of Construction Engineering. 21, Xiao He replied. Chen Zhao then told him about Xiao He's basic information. The application was submitted on March 3rd. All right, I'll take a look and arrange an interview for her as soon as possible. After thanking him, Chen Zhao hung up and turned to look at Xiao He. Okay, get ready. There should be a notification in 2 days, Chen Zhao said. You better be at your best. Xiao He was naturally very grateful to Chen Zhao. But what followed was even greater panic. After all, the application was just waiting, and the interview would be more challenging. If she really had a fearless mentality, she wouldn't have been so anxious when she was applying. The interview was obviously an even harsher test. The interview did not only consist of an oral question, but also a written test. Whistling, Chen Zhao entered the hotel. He saw Li Qing sitting at the counter. Auntie Li, where's that fatty Ethan? He went out, Li Qing said. Chen Zhao, after you took Xiao He away for a few days, a few unfamiliar faces appeared nearby. They're all Chinese. They're probably here for Xiao He. Huh? Chen Zhao raised an eyebrow. Xiao He's domestic enemies are all here? I think so. Auntie Li, are you sure they're here to kill Xiao He? They're not here to kill you? I know my own family. I have a few heartless relatives, but they won't go to such great lengths to come all the way here to kill me. But I'm not sure about Xiao He. Why not? Her family has already been destroyed. They don't have to kill her, right? They might not be here to kill her, Li Qing said. Li Qing said, it's possible that she took something from the god-refining sect. It could be a magic treasure or a cultivation technique. Li Qing had asked Chen Zhao to take Xiao He away mainly because she wasn't confident that she could protect her. Okay, I got it. Chen Zhao took out his phone and dialed West's number. West, your little princess is being watched. What? What happened? West had wanted to meet Xiao He before, but after some consideration, he didn't want to disturb Xiao He's normal life. That was why he didn't show up. In the end, his idea had just been implemented. Xiao He had gotten involved in the conflict of the spiritual world again. Chen Zhao didn't plan on interfering. Not long after, someone came outside. It was Nagasaka Reiko from the Supernatural Organization. West had sent her, because other than Chen Zhao, Nagasaka Reiko was the only Asian in the organization. He felt that since they had the same black hair and eyes, he would feel more at ease when interacting with Xiao He. However, West didn't know that Xiao He had just come out of China and was a fugitive. Therefore, she was especially sensitive to strangers with the same skin color. When Nagasaka Reiko walked toward Xiao He's body was already tense. Niho, Nagasaka Reiko was about to speak. Suddenly, Xiao He turned and ran. Nagasaka Reiko froze. What was going on? Was she that scary? In the hotel, Chen Zhao and Li Qing both saw the scene. Li Qing asked, your people? Yes. Chen Zhao nodded. Did Xiao He get attacked recently? Why is she reacting so violently? No, but she probably sensed the situation. Yesterday, she said she was going to rent a house outside. She probably doesn't want to drag me and Ethan down. Chen Zhao glanced at Nagasaka Reiko. Chase after her. What are you waiting for? Yes. Nagasaka Reiko immediately chased after Xiao He. Xiao He looked behind her and realized that Nagasaka Reiko was very fast. She was scared out of her wits and didn't dare to stop. Nagasaka Reiko complained. Speed wasn't her forte. Her current speed was indeed extraordinary, but she couldn't keep it up. After thinking for a while, Nagasaka Reiko thought of a solution. Mantra, Windsickle Power. Windsickle was a Japanese monster transformed from the wind. It hid in the wind. It was very similar to a meerkat, but it was a different type of monster. Meerkats were also wind elemental monsters, but one was an animal-type monster, while the other was an elemental monster. The mantra spell that Nagasaka Reiko used was similar to China's Divine Strike. Chapter 2820. Huaxia's godly strike borrowed the power of immortals. Dong Ying's mantra borrowed the power of monsters. Of course, there wasn't much difference between the two. Maybe there was a big gap between the strength of monsters and immortals, but most of them exceeded the upper limit of human beings. Secondly, the upper limit of the power that humans could bear was also limited. It was like a person going to the bank to borrow money. There wasn't much difference between finding a bank with a total assets of 10 billion and a bank with a total assets of 100 billion. Nagasaka Reiko's body was immediately wrapped in a layer of dark wind. If a spiritualist were to look at it, he would notice more things. Xiaohe also found something unusual about Nagasaka Reiko. At the same time, she also found that Nagasaka Reiko's speed was ridiculously fast. Xiaohe could only grit her teeth and use her acceleration spell. She didn't have any intention of fighting. She still subconsciously wanted to run away, regardless of the strength of the other party. When she was in China, most of the time, she would run first. The only time she fought was when she was with Wang He. If she ran away at that time, Wang He would definitely fall into the hands of the other party. She didn't realize that she was now abroad, and this wasn't the home ground of the enemy. Just like that, one chased and one ran. Both sides ran with all their might. The hotel was originally remote in the suburbs of Los Angeles. Xiaohe ran again and accidentally ran out of the city of Los Angeles. And Xiaohe was also honest and just ran along the road. Nagasaka Reiko was about to have a heart attack at this moment. She wasn't an enhancer, and her stamina couldn't keep up at all, even if there was a spell that could borrow the power of monsters. But the monsters only lent her the power of the wind. It made her run faster, but it couldn't make her endurance longer. Xiaohe, who was in front, wasn't much better than Nagasaka Reiko. She wasn't an enhancer either. Although it wasn't a godly strike spell, it was still a spell that could lighten the body. Although it could make her run faster, it also consumed stamina. Finally, the two stopped running. They really couldn't run anymore. The two women, one in front and one behind, hugged their knees and gasped for breath. "Don't chase, can you speak English?" "I don't know Chinese," Nagasaka Reiko said with a dry mouth. "You don't know Chinese? You're not from China? Could it be that those people hired you to kill me?" "I'm not here to kill you. Your God Refinement sect and the Supernatural Organization are partners. Our vice president heard you were being chased here, so he sent me to talk to you." Nagasaka Reiko didn't care about her image anymore. She wiped her dry lips. Xiaohe, who was in the front, was almost the same. When she heard Nagasaka Reiko's words, she relaxed a little. But she didn't completely believe Nagasaka Reiko's words. After all, he had escaped from many pursuits. How could he easily believe the words of others? "What evidence do you have?" Little E questioned. "My dear mother, what proof could I have? Your family has already been destroyed, so why would I need to lie to you?" Nagasaka Reiko also felt stifled. There was no evidence, just two words. "Whether you believe it or not has nothing to do with me." Then the evidence came knocking. To be precise, he was a witness. A group of people who looked like bad guys appeared. However, this group of bad people drove a car and blocked Nagasaka Reiko and Xiaohe. These two idiots clearly didn't need to use their legs to solve the problem. Anyone with a bit of brain would know that driving was more convenient than running. Why did they have to run 20 or 30 kilometers with their legs? Looking at the bad guys who got out of the car, Nagasaka Reiko and Xiao, he suddenly realized that there was a hole in their brains. Xiao didn't say anything, but Nagasaka Reiko realized that she had a car and she had driven over. Why did she have to run away? When Xiao saw the people coming, her face suddenly turned ugly. She only recognized one of them, her martial uncle, who was also related to her by blood. At the same time, he was also one of the main culprits who betrayed her father. "Xiao He, long time no see." Yi Xingchen looked at Xiao He with a smile. He was a few years older than Xiao He, and he looked like a big brother. In fact, He was one generation older than Xiaohe. Of course, Xiaohe was a young lady who was raised freely, so she couldn't be compared to Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian had always been working hard in the spiritual world. His cultivation methods were first class in the entire Huaxia's spiritual world. Xiaohe looked at Yi Xingqian with a face full of anger. Nagasaka Reiko glanced at Yi Xingqian and the others and asked, "Enemies?" Xiaohe looked at Nagasaka Reiko's position and posture change and nodded slightly. "They're after me," Nagasaka Reiko shouted. "Everyone, this is not your territory. If you want to cause trouble here, you'd better inform the supernatural organization first." "Ha! Supernatural organization." Everyone, including Yi Xingqian, laughed like crazy. Except for Yi Xingqian, everyone else was hired by him. They were all private jobs in the spiritual world, and some of them were even international. Of course, they knew the industry rules of paying respects when they landed. But this rule was only for the top forces. For example, a top-notch faction in a region would have its own sphere of influence. When the others came to this area, they would either keep a low profile or pay respects to the port first, indicating that they would leave after finishing their business. And in this large area, there were many small forces attached to it, so there was no need to pay respects. In their view, the supernatural organization was one of these small forces. They didn't know if there were any big forces in North America, but they didn't think the supernatural organization was qualified to make them pay respects. Nagasaka Reiko seemed to have expected this kind of reaction. She had now been promoted from an outer member to an official member. Together with her colleagues, she had dealt with many cases of foreign spiritualists causing trouble in the Los Angeles area. When those spiritualists heard about the supernatural organization, most of them were arrogant. Before they were beaten up, they were all arrogant. But as long as they were here, Nagasaka Reiko really wasn't worried. Even if she was alone now, she never worried that she would lack support. This was her home field. "I'll give you a chance to apologize," Nagasaka Reiko said flatly. "Also, pay the fee for entering the country illegally." What did it mean to enter the country illegally? That meant that they didn't like you and you had entered the country illegally. Suddenly, a cold light shot at Nagasaka Reiko without warning. Whoosh! A glass-like halo suddenly flashed on Nagasaka Reiko's body, blocking the cold light outside the glass. Nagasaka Reiko loosened her palm, and a pile of ashes fell. Single-use magic tool, Dragon's Lament. Nagasaka Reiko looked at the defunct Dragon's Lament with pity. It was good, but it could only be used once. What a pity. Chapter 28-21. It was Ruan Faxman's proudest work. Of course, apart from the outrageously high price of the magic materials, it also contained Ruan Faxman's design and philosophy. Unless it was an attack that exceeded a certain limit. Most of the time, Dragonbone Sorrow could block most attacks. Its upper limit was about 60% of a dragon's attack power. Its defense was very, very shocking. Apart from its high price, there was another disadvantage. It was a consumable item. Forget about Ruan Faxman's labor and time cost. The price of the magic materials alone was the same as a top-end Porsche 911. Nagasaka Reiko felt that it was a pity. After all, this thing had helped her block many magic attacks. She didn't expect it to be scrapped here. But the attack, just now, was indeed not weak. Although Dragonbone Sorrow had already lost 70% of its defense, it still had 20% left. However, at the very least, 2 or 3 points of the Dragonbone Sorrow remained intact. With a single attack, the Dragonbone Sorrow's final bit of defense disappeared. This was enough to prove the power of the attack. A silver-haired woman also looked at Nagasaka Reiko in surprise. Ice magic. She was a spiritualist from Greenland, Artilai Mace. She also had a special bloodline. She could absorb the cold air in the air. Every time she left Greenland for a mission, she would absorb enough cold air. The cold air could multiply the power of her ice magic. She was confident that the attack just now could freeze the girl into a block of ice. But under her confident attack, the girl was actually unharmed. Artilai Mace walked forward. "Can I play with this girl?" "Go ahead." Yi Xingqian was quite relaxed. If it was a place with strong forces in the spiritual world, they would usually end the battle quickly. There was rarely time for people to entertain themselves. Take the Huaxia region as an example. In the entertainment industry there would be someone who would stand up for injustice at any time. Once, a foreign organization had chased them all the way to a small village in China. In the end, a farmer with a hoe kicked a group of spiritualists until they couldn't take care of themselves. Plus, Shenzhou was nearby. Nagasaki Reiko wasn't scared at all. Right now, she was thinking, whoever is scared is a coward. But to them, this was North America. To them, coming here to carry out missions was a form of leisure. Atari Matt's hands were emitting cold air as a cruel smile appeared on his face. She had confirmed that her attack just now was blocked by Nagasaki Reiko's magic tool. However, that attack had also destroyed the magic tool. Next, it was time for her solo performance. Nagasaki Reiko frowned, opened her jacket, and pulled out a ring from the inside. This action caused everyone to be stunned. Because of the ring on Nagasaki Reiko's hand, each ring exuded a dangerous aura, and when the auras of all the rings were mixed together, it was as if bottles of dangerous chemicals had been randomly poured together. Nagasaki Reiko calmly put a ring on her ring finger, and then picked a ring and put on her middle finger, then her index finger, pinky finger, thumb, and then changed to the 5 fingers of her right hand. Everyone's expression was a little strange. Was this woman the Lord of the Rings? The people of the supernatural society all had the idea that if they didn't have enough magic, they would have to make up for it with equipment. Magic resistance buff, physical resistance buff, mana buff, perception buff, spellcasting buff, mana recovery buff. Each ring represented a different effect. All of them used certain parts of the dragon's body as the main magic material. In terms of function and effect, it was much stronger than similar magic tools on the market. Furthermore, Ruan Faxi had also followed the settings of a certain movie. Every time a ring was added, the rings would resonate with each other, thus further enhancing the effect. Even in some specific combinations, there would be a third effect. For this reason, Ruan Faxi had specially compiled a set of equipment guide. Nagasaki Reiko smiled and opened her arms. She clenched her left palm slightly, and a cold current appeared in front of her. The cold current quickly condensed into a human figure, hovering above the ground. A beautiful woman in a kimono, her whole body covered in frost, appeared in front of everyone. Yukino. Many people recognized this woman in white. She was the famous monster in Japan, Yukino. Play with her. Sorry, master, can you speak Japanese? I don't understand English. Nagasaki Reiko didn't even have time to finish acting before she was slapped in the face by her own Shikigami. Fortunately, the others didn't speak Japanese, otherwise it would be embarrassing. Arteli Mace didn't feel good, because all of her magic was ice magic. It was very effective against normal enemies. But against ice monsters? Was she going to buff them? I'm not good at dealing with this kind of enemy. Arteli Mace decisively admitted defeat. Instead of being beaten to the point where she couldn't take care of herself and then asking for help, it was better to be straightforward. At this time, a bald man came out. I'll do it, I'm good at it. With that, the bald man's fists burst into flames. Nagasaki Reiko quietly formed a seal with her hands. 2 flames appeared, one green, the other dark red. The 2 flames quickly turned into 2 monsters. The green flame turned into a bird-shaped monster, Green Heron Fire. The dark red flame turned into a 100-faced monster, Grand Ant Fire. The Green Heron Fire was condensed from the soul fire of birds, while the Grand Ant Fire was condensed from the resentment of lonely old people abandoned in the mountains. Both Green Heron Fire and Grand Ant Fire were fire, but full of resentment for the world. They weren't Nagasaki Reiko's Shikigami, but summoned monsters. They weren't weaker than snow girls, but they weren't smart enough, so they weren't suitable as Shikigami. Yishinchen's expression changed. Where did this Japanese woman come from? She was so powerful. Since when did Japan have such a genius girl? He'd never heard of her. She could summon 3 big monsters at once. This strength couldn't be underestimated. The bald man was also slightly embarrassed. If Arteli Mace's attacks were ineffective because they had the same element, then the bald man would be countered. Then the bald man would be countered by her. His fire element wasn't weak, but he hated enemies with fire the most. Not only were his attacks ineffective, but it would also be very troublesome if he was touched by the Yin fire. This woman is powerful. Let's attack together, Yi Xingqian said. Nagasaka Reiko didn't panic at all. She still had a big move. I'll give you one last chance. Get out of my sight now, or else. As soon as Nagasaka Reiko finished her warning, she heard Chun Zhao's voice. Warn my ass. Beat her down first. Chapter 28-22. Nagasaka Reiko felt stifled. Can you move according to my rhythm? But she couldn't say this, at least not in front of Chun Zhao. So, Nagasaka Reiko decisively chose to obey Chun Zhao's order. Facing a large wave of enemies, under normal circumstances, Nagasaka Reiko would cover her head and run. But with the ring, she dared to face anyone head-on, except Chun Zhao. She even dared to use an ultimate move that she hadn't dared to before. Nagasaka Reiko looked up at the sky. You forced me to do this. Nagasaka Reiko sighed. Using an ultimate move during the day was so tiring. At the same time, she looked back at Xiaohe. Can you take me home later? What? Xiaohe looked at Nagasaka Reiko, confused. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. A patch of dark clouds covered the area. Nagasaka Reiko's lips moved, but she wasn't chanting. She was muttering. She didn't like using this move, especially during the day. Especially since it was almost noon, when the yang energy was the strongest. Suddenly, a cold wind blew past. Yi Xingqian and the others couldn't help but shiver. They just wanted to surround and attack, but now they wanted to retreat. The cold wind made them feel uneasy and indescribable danger. Behind Nagasaka Reiko, a series of real or illusory or real figures appeared. Everyone's expression changed drastically. A few of them were even more panicked and terrified. Most people only felt danger. However, the ones who seemed to be in a panic knew more than them. They recognized this spell. Ghost Parade. It was one of the two forbidden spells along with the Western Kingdom of the Dead. Of course, it was called a forbidden spell because it was too difficult to cast. Those who had truly mastered this spell would still use it in times of danger. Yi Xingqian felt stifled. Why did such a ruthless Japanese woman suddenly appear? You're so strong. Do you really have to fight us to the death? The road is wide open. Who can stop you if you want to run? We have small arms and legs. Do you really have to use Ghost Parade? Do you know what the consequences of Ghost Parade are? Yes. Of course Nagasaka Reiko knew. So she felt even more stifled now. Do you think I want to? Do you think I want to use the Ghost Parade on a hot day? Actually, Chun Zhao didn't force her. With her identity as the Lord of the Rings, even if she didn't use the Night of 100 Ghosts, she could still rely on her skills to take down the opponent. But she still wanted to show Chun Zhao that she could fight. He did not become an official member through nepotism. The Night of 100 Ghosts was obviously the most powerful move. Apart from a temporary contamination of the area, the user would faint for 3 to 5 days due to mana exhaustion and would be physically weak for 3 to 5 months. There were no other side effects. Moreover, during the day, especially at noon, the effects of the Ghost Parade would be greatly reduced. However, it was enough to deal with these people. The illusion of a huge, long-faced demon appeared. That was the demon commander Slippery Demon, the most powerful demon in Japanese legends. With Nagasaka Reiko's strength, it was impossible for her to summon a slippery fellow. This was just a wisp of crafty scoundrel's aura. But even so, it was enough to freeze the atmosphere. More and more demons appeared. However, some of them were too weak. They were so weak that they were reduced to ashes in 2 steps. The powerful demons hadn't completely appeared yet. At Nagasaka Reiko's command, all the demons that had appeared charged toward Yi Xingqian's group. The strongest of the demons that had appeared might not even be as strong as a dog. But they had the advantage in numbers. They pounced on the opponent and bit one person in 3 to 5. The opponent was a spiritualist and would not be hurt by these little demons, but they would definitely be flustered. Nagasaka Reiko was not in a hurry. The Night of 100 Ghosts was like this. As time passed, the bigger and bigger demons would appear, and the situation would slowly tilt in her favor. Right now, the opponent was just resisting with his back against the wall. Nagasaka Reiko had a very light and breezy attitude. Without even looking at the situation on the battlefield, she picked up the phone. "Mr. West, I'm on Route 9 now. Can you send Henry and the others to clean up the battlefield later? I cast a polluting spell. There will be a lot of demonic aura nearby. If ordinary people come in, they will be polluted and demonized to a certain extent." Nagasaka Reiko was talking on the phone as if nothing had happened. Seeing Nagasaka Reiko's attitude, Yi Xingqian immediately shouted, "Don't fight with those little demons. Take down that woman first. Otherwise, we're all finished." With that, Yi Xingqian took the lead and rushed toward Nagasaka Reiko. Along the way, several demons that had decent power immediately intercepted Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian's figure flashed, and suddenly, 3 figures that looked exactly like him appeared. Yi Xingqian's real body continued to rush toward Nagasaka Reiko. "Watch out!" Xiaohe exclaimed. Nagasaka Reiko didn't even look up. She was still on the phone, and her empty right hand casually raised. Hiss, hiss, hiss! Suddenly a sharp, ear-piercing sound rang out. Yi Xingqian cursed inwardly and immediately retreated. At the same time, several clones appeared in a flash. As for the clones, they were instantly sliced apart. In front of Nagasaka Reiko, thin threads that could not be hurt appeared. If it weren't for the bloodstains on those threads, it would have been even harder to detect. Behind Nagasaka Reiko, 8 insect legs appeared. The legs slowly spread out like petals, and then an even larger body appeared behind Nagasaka Reiko. Bride Luo, half-body woman, half-spider. And this Bride Luo's demonic aura was even more terrifying than the Snow Woman. At the same time, it was accompanied by a strong smell of blood. Bride Luo was not Nagasaka Reiko's Shikigami. She was Nagasaka Reiko's spirit possession demon. This was an extremely special spell of the Japanese Shinto. It was similar to the ghost-raising spell of Southeast Asia, but it was different. The spirit possession demon was to first find a suitable demon, preferably a growth cycle similar to that of a human, and at the same time have enough room for growth. Then, the host's soul was deposited in the body of the young demon. In the process of growth, the young demon would merge with part of the host's soul, and finally, the two would merge into one. Bride Luo was a very good choice. Her lifespan was almost the same as that of a human, and she was powerful. But Bride Luo was extremely difficult to catch, especially when they were social demons. The young demon would be protected by the main group, and outsiders would not be able to touch them. Nagasaka Reiko had raised this Bride Luo since she was young, and the process was rather cruel. Chen Zhao knew this too. Of course, Nagasaka Reiko's method was cruel, but the feed she chose was still accepted by Chen Zhao and the supernatural organization. For Chen Zhao, as long as the target was suitable, it didn't matter how cruel it was. They were all people who deserved to die anyway. Chapter 28-23. The battle was already over when Nagasaka Reiko used the 100 Ghost Parade. At this time, Nagasaka Reiko couldn't be defeated, at least not by the people in front of her, because at this time, she could mobilize the power of any monster at will. She was like a collection of monsters. Yi Xingqian had obviously made the worst choice, and he couldn't even win over a bride, let alone win over Nagasaka Reiko. In the supernatural organization, a few of the top members all had trump cards. For example, Hela's undead army and abyssal demons. For example, Norma's nightmare transformation. For example, Gaia's dragon form and Angelite's supersonic speed. When they used these trump cards, it often meant that victory was beckoning to them. Now Nagasaka Reiko also had a trump card. She wasn't at the top yet. In the supernatural organization, she was still at the bottom. After using the 100 Ghost Parade, she directly became a high-end combat power on par with the other top combat powers. But her 100 Ghost Parade still had a big flaw, so she was still a long way from being a real high-end combat power. In a moment of carelessness, Yi Xingqian's shoulder was cut open by a thin thread. It almost completely cut open his shoulder. Yi Xingqian hurriedly retreated in fear. He shouted, "Go, get out of here!" Yi Xingqian decisively turned around and ran. The others also didn't want to fight anymore. In just a short while, there were already 2 casualties. If they fought again, everyone would probably be left here. Nagasaki Reiko didn't stop them too much. She could actually stop them if she wanted to. But she almost couldn't hold on. The longer the 100 Ghost Parade lasted, the more powerful the summoned monsters would be. But it also meant that she would face greater pressure. The reason why the 100 Ghost Parade and the Kingdom of the Undead could be called the 2 forbidden techniques of the East and the West. Because there was no limit to the 100 Ghost Parade, but no cultivator could keep it up until the end. Usually, after the battle, they would take the initiative to cancel the 100 Ghost Parade. Or if their body collapsed before the battle was over, the 100 Ghost Parade would automatically cancel. The moment the 100 Ghost Parade was canceled, Nagasaki Reiko also lost the power of the monsters. Her body collapsed to the ground, trembling slightly. Seeing Nagasaki Reiko's state, Xiaohe immediately ran forward and asked, "How are you?" "I'm fine," Nagasaki Reiko said weakly. "What do we do now?" "Wait for my people. The vice president and the other members will be here soon." Nagasaki Reiko knew that Chun Zhao was nearby. She couldn't sense where Chun Zhao was hiding, but he was definitely there. Not long after, West arrived with Henry and the others. Henry and his men were now part of the Supernatural Organizations team. He was in charge of dealing with the traces left behind by the Supernatural Society. Simple ones included destroying corpses, but more serious ones included the destruction left behind by large-scale battles. "Henry, I'll leave this place to you," Nagasaki Reiko said gently. "Leave it to me. It won't be a problem," Henry said confidently. This was not the first time he had done something like this. The current him was completely different from the past. Ever since he had followed his boss to the Supernatural Organization to cause trouble for no reason. Then, after boss was stuffed into the meat grinder, he changed. He no longer needed to follow someone else to the police station for that meager reward. He no longer needed to face off against the police at great risk. He was now an official member of the Supernatural Organization. Of course, he was also the weakest official member, but he was also one of the most indispensable members. He had solved many problems for the organization. Even Chun Zhao often had to rely on his ability. Henry's first ability was to fart, a very, very smelly gas. However, as his ability was further developed, he discovered that there was something unusual about his ability. It wasn't as simple as farting. If he had to explain his ability, it could be called supernatural purification. The gas he released could neutralize the remaining magic, demonic aura, and death aura in the air. In a short period of time, the environment would return to normal. Through this neutralization, he could also recycle the gas and refine it, making it a part of his power. Although this kind of cultivation process was slow, it was also unique. West came to Xiaohe. "Hello, Miss Yi. I'm West, the vice president of the Supernatural Organization. I don't know if your father told you about our alliance." "I didn't hear it from my father." Xiaohe looked at West warily. She wasn't sure if he really wanted to save her. Or was he here for the thing in her hand? After all, she'd experienced some things. So, Xiaohe was no longer a little rabbit that had just left the rabbit's nest. She knew how sinister people were. Some people, and some things couldn't be judged on the surface. Okay. I'm very sad about your father and what happened to you. When I heard that something happened to your father, I actually wanted to go and help him, but you know that the Huaxia supernatural world isn't a place where outsiders like us can come and go as we please. Our abilities are limited. Xiaohe didn't speak. She was thinking about West's intentions. Was he really just lending a helping hand because of an ally that wasn't so reliable in the past? Xiaohe didn't believe that West would be so kind. After all, the God Refinement sect had a few family friends or her father's good friends in China. But when it came to the critical moment, there wasn't even anyone to help her. She didn't believe that a bunch of foreigners would help her. Fortunately, our president was in China at the time, so I asked him to bring you out of the country. I wasn't brought out by your president, Xiaohe said indifferently. Are you sure? West smiled at Xiaohe. Of course I'm sure. Then why do you think that the person who brought you out isn't our president? How is that possible? He's Chinese. Why can't a Chinese be our president? Xiaohe was somewhat shocked. Are you serious? Brother Wang is really your president? Brother Wang? Who? Huh? Not Brother Wang? The president I'm talking about is Chun Zhao. Huh? Mr. Chun? Xiao, he was even more shocked. Of course. Who else do you think he is? Him? Isn't he an ordinary person? He's not an ordinary person. He's very powerful. At least, he's more powerful than the people I know. Xiao he didn't refute. She thought that these foreigners didn't know what a real expert was like. The Japanese lady was indeed very powerful, but that was nothing. After all, Xiao he was the young mistress of the God Refinement sect. She had seen the world. She had seen a truly terrifying expert. Therefore, she didn't agree with West at all. In other words, Mr. Chun knew my identity from the beginning? Chapter 28-24. After finishing his work, Henry drove his newly bought car home. In the past, Henry was hated by everyone. Everyone in the family hated him. But it was different now. His family was filled with disbelief. Now, Henry had a well-paid and decent job. He drove a luxury car to and from work every day and dressed differently from before. In the past, Henry dressed in a sloppy street style. He was the same in winter and summer. Most of the time his family could see him. It was when he went to the police station to bail him out. At first, his family thought that what they saw was a facade. Maybe Henry was still doing something illegal. Until they found Henry's tax return. Only then did they know that Henry was looking for a proper job. After all, illegal activities couldn't be filed. But when they asked Henry what kind of job he did, Henry said that he was in the company's confidential department and involved many coarse secrets. It was not convenient for him to reveal the specific content of his job. "Mom, I'm back." Henry still lived with his mother. "Henry, you're back so early. Don't tell me you skipped work?" Henry's mother was in her early 50s, but she looked like she was in her 40s. She was a relatively ordinary woman. In her early years, she was actually a delinquent. Later, she married an alcoholic and divorced him. She raised Henry and his children alone. But because of the burden of life and work, she didn't have much time to control Henry. This also caused Henry to be particularly rebellious. It could be said that he inherited her personality. But Henry was luckier than her. Although Henry went astray for a few years, he still found an opportunity. "Mom, I just finished my work early." Henry shrugged. "Look what I bought you. This is expensive, right?" Henry's mother took the box. It was a magnetic therapy machine for the neck. Henry must have found it when she watched a shopping show last time. "It's not expensive. The price is acceptable." Henry enjoyed his current life and treasured it very much. "Mom, I've already bought a house outside. Are you moving out?" Henry's mother asked, a little disappointed. But this was inevitable. In the past, Henry did nothing. If he didn't work, he would only cause trouble. That was why he had been living with her. It was different now. He already had a stable job. Naturally, he had to move out like his brothers and sisters. "My new house is very big. I can't live in it alone. I hope you can live with me." Henry was still reluctant to part with his mother. "No, I don't want to cause trouble for you and your future wife." How long did she think Henry had been working? In less than a year, even if he saved some money, he would barely be able to buy a down payment for a small house. Furthermore, he might not be able to get along well with his future daughter-in-law. "Mom, I'm serious. My future girlfriend and wife needs to learn how to get along with you first." "Henry, you've really grown up, but I don't think you can take it for granted." "No, Mom, my house is really big. It's a villa. I don't want to clean it alone." "Villa? How could this be? Where did you get so much money?" "The down payment was paid by my boss." "How is this possible? What does your boss do?" Henry's mother was suddenly afraid that Henry's boss was just using a legal-looking company to disguise his illegal business. Perhaps Henry was still carrying on his illegal work. If that was the case, it would be no different from the past. "Mom, don't worry. He's doing serious work. Dash and Beer is his business. To tell you the truth, I'm actually in charge of supplying him with raw materials. Dash and Beer is selling so well, so there must be a secret formula. However, if ordinary people were to supply the raw materials, it would be easy for others to guess the formula. Therefore, I signed a confidentiality agreement with a few others. Our boss gave us a lot of money to rope us in. Do you know what I mean? This villa was given to me by him. He said that if I work for 5 years, he'll help me pay off the balance of the villa in one go." "I see. Henry, do your best. Don't let your boss down." "Of course, but Mom, you also need to keep his secret for me." You don't know what methods our boss's competitors will use to get the formula. I know. I've watched spy TV shows. Henry's mother finally understood what her son was doing. She was happy and relieved at the same time. In the past, when Henry's job was mentioned, Henry always acted like he had something to hide. Henry's mother always worried that Henry's job was not as legal as it seemed. Now, she finally didn't have to worry anymore. Mom, if you don't like Dashin beer, I can ask the boss for some coupons. Can I really? That's great. Henry's mother wasn't a heavy drinker, but she still drank 2 cans of beer with every meal. Her favorite was Dashin beer, but the price of Dashin beer was always more expensive than other brands on the market. Every few days, Henry would come back with a few boxes of Dashin beer. However, it was still not enough for her. Now, she finally understood why Henry could get so much Dashin beer. It turned out that he was an internal employee of Dashin beer. From what he said, he seemed to be a core employee, a very important one. Henry, if a competitor wants to get raw materials from you, don't betray your secrets for money. If your boss finds out, you'll spend the rest of your life in prison. Of course, betray Chunjiao. This option didn't exist in Henry's dictionary. This was simply courting death. Take me to see your new home. No, it's our new home. What about this house? I've lived here for decades. Your grandpa left it to me. See if Arco, Montel, and Jim want to live here. If not, rent it out. Mom, you like our new home. When Henry's mother saw the new house, she was still a bit shocked. She'd lived in the slums all her life, but she never thought that one day she would be able to live in such a luxurious house. Henry, do we have guests? Whose car is the one at the door? It's yours, Mom. That's my real gift to you. It's far from the nearest supermarket, and I don't want you to ask me to fix cars every time I come home, even though I've worked in a garage for 2 months. Seeing his mother's expression filled with disbelief and excitement, Henry felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Henry, I love you. Mom, I love you too. Just then, 2 people came to the door. Henry's mother recognized them. They used to hang out with Henry. She was worried that her son would be led astray by them again. Chapter 28-25. Henry. Zellas, Morrison, how come you're here? Henry. Mr. West told us to come. He heard that you bought a new house and wanted to ask if you're planning to rent your old house. Mr. West wants to rent my house? Sort of. It's that Miss Yi, he who just came today. She's looking for a house now, so we told Mr. West about your situation. He asked us to help him ask. If it's someone from the company and Mr. West asked, then I'll lend the house to Miss Yi for now, Henry said. He glanced at his mother beside him. Mom, is that okay? Of course. Is that Mr. West your boss? No, he's our vice president, Henry said. When they talked outside, they always referred to the supernatural organization as a company. Chun Zhao was the boss, while West was the vice president. That house can't be rented for much, even on the market. It's not a problem to lend it to Mr. West, as long as he doesn't burn my house down. After Zellas and Morrison finished their discussion, they took their leave. Henry's mother saw that the 2 didn't drive a run-down car. It seemed to be a good car. They were also dressed well and spoke in an orderly manner. Henry, are Zellas and Morrison your colleagues too? They're under me now, Henry said proudly. You're their superior? I'm in charge of a department now. You know a few people in my department. Why did your boss take you all in? Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence. Once, a dozen of my brothers and I went to the boss's business to make trouble. Then, the boss taught us a lesson and asked US to compensate him. We couldn't afford the compensation, so in the end, the boss asked us to stay and work until the money was paid. Later, the boss needed skilled workers, so we recommended ourselves. The boss saw that we were quite obedient during that time, so he agreed to give us a chance. I think your boss asked you to compensate to help you change. Your boss is really a good person. Huh, yeah. Mom, if you knew what he did in the past, I think you'd swallow your words. When Xiaohe interacted with West, it could be said that she was scared witless. She had been accumulating power in secret. If there was a disagreement, she would attack at any time. But the result was not what she had expected. West didn't even know about the thing in her hand, or maybe he didn't even mention it. He only arranged for her to stay and asked someone to help her find a house on the same day. Mr. Chun. Xiaohe dialed his number. What is it? You're the leader of the supernatural organization. Is there a problem? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why should I tell you? Xiao He didn't know how to continue this topic. You already knew my identity? No, I only found out after I sent you overseas. Initially, I'd only accepted Wang He's request, that's all. So you don't have to think about anything else. Saving you was purely a favor. Hearing this, Xiao He heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, thank you, Mr. Chun. Xiao He was silent for a long time on the other end of the phone. Chen Zhao broke the silence first. Mr. Chun, I have something. No matter what you have, you don't have to tell me, and you don't have to use it to save your life. Neither I nor West are interested in it. Our goal has never been something in your hands. If you're in danger, you can go to the Supernatural Organization's headquarters to seek protection. Did West give you the address? Yes. Okay, that's it. Chen Zhao hung up. Xiao He felt complicated. Actually, she was testing Chen Zhao. After all, it was over the phone. If Chen Zhao showed any desire for that thing, then she would choose to disappear completely so that Chen Zhao would never be able to find her. She didn't have absolute trust in Chen Zhao or the Supernatural Organization. Actually, Chen Zhao and West had guessed that Xiao He might have the ultimate treasure of the alchemy sect. Otherwise, why would the traitors of the alchemy sect come all the way overseas to kill her? Both of them felt that the possibility was very low, unless they had a deep grudge against each other. But Xiao He definitely didn't have a deep grudge against them. With Xiao He's age, her biggest grudge was probably someone's head she'd smashed when she was young. So, unless there were enough benefits, the traitors wouldn't come all the way to kill Xiao He. But neither Chen Zhao nor West was interested in the thing in Xiao He's hand. It was like a billionaire. Would he be interested in a commoner who won the lottery? Chen Zhao still had the disc and spear that Zhang had given him. Even now, Chen Zhao still didn't know what these two things were used for. However, Chen Zhao could vaguely feel that these two things had extraordinary origins. Perhaps it was some kind of ancient divine artifact or something like that. So, when Chen Zhao was at home, he would take them out every few days to study them. He wanted to see if he could activate them or make them recognize him as their master. But Chen Zhao had almost tried everything. Dripping blood, channeling immortal power, using water bubbles, or roasting them with fire. But the disc and spears still didn't react. More radical methods didn't work right now. They didn't look like they would last long. Chen Zhao was afraid that if he used too much strength, he would destroy the two items. As for Zhang, he still wouldn't say it directly. He told Chen Zhao to study it himself. But Chen Zhao couldn't study it at all. Most of what he knew was based on his own imagination. Only a few of them were based on popular fantasy methods. Darling, what do these two look like? Chen Zhao decided to change his method. Perhaps as an outsider, Fei Lai could give him a different answer. Spear and shield. Am I right? Chen Zhao was a bit disappointed. He shrugged. I don't know. Zhang gave them to me. I don't know what they're for. He just said that it's my reward when I came back last time. Fei Lai walked up and picked up the disc. What material is this? It's much lighter than I thought. It doesn't feel like stone or metal. It's really strange. Fei Lai flipped the disc over. There were some patterns on the reverse side. These aren't Taoist patterns. They're more like oracle bone inscriptions or marks left behind by a similar civilization. Maybe you can ask an archaeologist. Chen Zhao thought of Fal Yui Lysander, but he still didn't know if Fal Yui would be willing to help him with his attitude last time. Chapter 28-26. Mr. Fal Yui, do you have time? Mr. Chun, I'm busy right now. Fal Yui Lysander rejected Chen Zhao's invitation without hesitation. No matter what Chen Zhao wanted him to do, he didn't want to have anything to do with Chen Zhao anymore. After this cooperation ended, they would have nothing to do with each other. If Mr. Fal Yui has time, you can come and get the check you left with me last time. Fal Yui Lysander opened his mouth. In the end, he didn't reject Chen Zhao. Sometimes things were like this. Dignity couldn't beat reality. Now, he was faced with such a choice. Plus, it was an easy choice. Dignity was very important, but compared to money, it was dispensable. When? Now. Wait a moment. I'll hand over my work. A moment later, Fal Yui Lysander came to Chen Zhao's manor again. It wasn't his first time here, but he still couldn't help but exclaim every time he saw the manor's panoramic view. However, Falui Lysander didn't like coming here, because when he saw this manor, he felt like a poor man. Mr. Chun, hello. He saw Chun Zhao again. There wasn't the same tension as last time. Chun Zhao didn't give him any face either. Plus, Chun Zhao was the one who begged him to come. Hello, please sit. Would you like something to drink? No, thank you. Let's talk business first. Mr. Chun, why did you call me here? Chun Zhao took out a piece of Xian paper that he'd copied. Look at the symbols on it. Maybe they're words. Can you help me identify which civilization these symbols come from? Or do they represent some kind of message? Falui Lysander picked up the paper and looked at it. It's unfamiliar, but there's a pattern to these symbols. Mr. Chun, where do they come from? A friend gave me something. I copied it from that thing. Chun Zhao looked at Falui Lysander. Can you see the pattern? I'm not an expert. Even if I was, I need some time to analyze. Plus, Mr. Chun provided too little information. It's hard to judge. Falui Lysander shrugged. For example, oracle bone inscriptions. More than 800 characters have been unearthed and discovered. This is enough to build a common vocabulary for a language system. However, less than a third of oracle bone inscriptions have been translated. I'm afraid you can't even tell the most basic information from the things you provided. Is there any way to determine the origin of these things? Haven't there been similar things in history? No. If Mr. Chun has discovered any relevant relics, I suggest that you keep them. Once the archaeologists make a major discovery, the value of the items in Mr. Chen's hands will skyrocket by 100 or even 1,000 times. Is there anyone in the archaeological world who can decipher the contents of these runes for me? Any price will do. Recently, Mr. Shilai Wenger happened to be in Los Angeles for an archaeological conference. He is the chairman of the World Archaeological Union and the most famous archaeologist. Although he is retired, his vision and knowledge are obvious to all. If there is only one person in this world who can give you the answer, it must be him. Archaeological Union? They were probably a group of people who dug up ancestral graves. Chun Zhao cursed inwardly, but he still showed enough respect verbally. Can you invite Mr. Shilai Wenger here? He rarely participates in archaeological research and exploration these days. He is now committed to promoting the Archaeological Alliance and getting more people and groups to join them. Chun Zhao quickly took out his checkbook. Then, he wrote a check and handed it to Falui Lysander. Falui Lysander glanced at the number on the check. It's not a small amount, but it doesn't seem to be enough to invite Mr. Wenger. This is for you, Chun Zhao said. This is for Mr. Wenger. Of course, if he agrees, I can also sponsor some fun for the Archaeological Alliance. Falui Lysander sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy was really generous. The number on the check was equivalent to his own wealth. Falui Lysander suddenly regretted not studying archaeology in the beginning. The shadow of the tree. Just hearing the name of the person in the tree, Falui Lysander took out half of his life's wealth to invite the person. How can I reason with him? But Falui Lysander clearly didn't plan to reject. After all, Chun Zhao's check was also a large sum of money, a sum that was enough to move his heart. Of course, Falui Lysander didn't think that Shilai Wenger would reject. Shilai Wenger's academics were indeed respected by the archaeological world. However, he was just an ordinary person. He wasn't someone who had no desires. Therefore, Falui Lysander was sure that Shilai Wenger would definitely accept Chun Zhao's invitation. Mr. Chun, when are you free? When can you invite Shilai Wenger over? I don't think it's a problem, Falui Lysander said confidently. He had interacted with Shilai Wenger before. Although the old man looked gentle and refined, he did not dare to provoke him. However, he didn't have a scholarly temperament at all. In the past few years, he'd been in the news with at least 10 women. No one would object to calling him an old hooligan in the archaeological world. Of course, he wasn't in the entertainment industry. As long as it wasn't a sex crime, no one would care about his personal style. Therefore, no one would criticize his personal style. He'd been involved in scandals with his assistant, students, parents, and even celebrities. To deal with his romantic luck, he'd spent a lot. If he wants to attack, Mr. Wenger should be able to find the time at any time. Tomorrow afternoon, then. Oh, there's something that Mr. Chun should prepare. What is it? If Mr. Chen plans to meet Mr. Shilai Wenger at home, it's best to ask the women at home to leave. What? He's prejudiced against women? No. He's just too passionate toward women, especially young and beautiful ones. Okay, I understand. American society was so open. Chen Zhao had seen all kinds of people, even a super director like Steven, who seemed great and pure in the eyes of outsiders. He was also very knowledgeable about women. Many female stars in Hollywood had relationships with him. From A-list to B-list, there were more than 2 digits. Therefore, Chen Zhao wasn't surprised at all. Chapter 28-27. Chen Zhao looked at the old man who'd come with Fallowy Lysander. The old man almost had a penis hanging from his mouth. From the moment he'd entered the restaurant, he'd been searching for pretty waitresses. Then, he walked in Chen Zhao's direction. Suddenly, he went in another direction and went straight for a pretty waitress. "Hi, ma'am. Can I have your number?" Handsome men were popular, even if the man was almost 100 years old. As long as you knew how to take care of yourself, you'd have a different sensory experience. Anyway, you'd be very handsome. Chen Zhao wasn't in a hurry. He rested a hand on his temple and leaned against the window. Chen Zhao listened to Fallowy Lysander's suggestion. To avoid beating up a 99-year-old man at home, he decided to meet outside. After a few minutes, the old man didn't seem to have a smooth conversation with the waitress. After the slap, the old man walked up to Chen Zhao, embarrassed. "Mr. Chen, hello." "Hello." Chen Zhao stood up and shook hands with the old man. "Let's talk business outside. Also, waitress." After the old man called out, the waitress who'd slapped him walked up. "How may I help you?" "I'd like an Australian steak and a West Coast lobster, a glass of orange juice, a roast goose, and some cow mushrooms with French snails." The old man looked at Chen Zhao. "Mr. Chen, do you mind if I order more?" "Of course not. Go ahead." When the waitress left, she mumbled something. She probably didn't say anything nice. "Mr. Chen, I heard that you wanted to show me some symbols. We have 20 minutes before lunch." The old man was putting the cart before the horse, but if he could solve the problem in 20 minutes, Chen Zhao wouldn't mind his attitude. Chen Zhao took out the picture he'd prepared and handed it to the old man. The moment the old man saw the picture, his eyes widened. Chen Zhao could vaguely feel that the old man had an unusual aura. Chen Zhao looked up at the old man. So, he was a kindred spirit. The old man lifted his head and also looked at Chen Zhao in surprise. This was the first time he'd looked at Chen Zhao so seriously. "Where did you get these pictures from?" "A friend gave me something. I copied them from it." "Have you considered selling it?" "What price can you offer?" $100,000 US. "What do you think?" The old man recalled the number on the check. "Huh, I'm just kidding. Let's continue. The words on it are the oldest human language," the old man said. "Shouldn't the oldest language be the Oracle Bone script?" Oracle Bone inscriptions are hieroglyphics. Even now, the academic community is still debating whether or not the Oracle Bone inscriptions can be considered a language. This is because the users of the Oracle Bone inscriptions were the ancestors of mankind. However, they were not considered real humans but Homo sapiens. The oldest language I'm talking about is the language used by mankind. "Mr. Shilai, why have I never heard of this language in the academic world?" The old man glanced at Fallowy Lysander. "Because this type of text only circulates within a small circle, and this small circle obviously doesn't include you." Fallowy Lysander's face turned green and red, clearly infuriated by the old man's words. The old man pointed at Fallowy's nose and said, "You don't have the right to know. This type of text is called a primitive language. There's no other name for it. It's used to record gods. It's not an ordinary record. In ancient times, there were very, very few humans who mastered it. There might only be a few people in an era. Actually, the inheritance of the primitive language hasn't been cut off. It should be one of the few human cultures that have survived to this day. Even now, it's still circulated within a small circle. Are you one of them?" "Me? Not really." "Huh." The old man's smile contained a lot of meaning. Since Chen Zhao had already confirmed that the old man was also in the same field as him, every word he said might be filled with deep meaning. But right now, Chen Zhao was more concerned about whether the old man could answer his questions. "Mr. Chen, can I see the real thing?" "Not convenient. Chun Zhao replied with a smile. Fine. The old man did not insist. At the very least, he did not continue to question or persuade him. He just held the rubbing paper and looked at it. The content on this is very limited, Mr. Chun, and the content is not complete. The original text needs to be read in full before it can be translated. What I can see now is only a description of God, the nameless God or the unknown God. There's so much text, but only this much actual content. Primitive writing is a very complicated system of writing. You can't just look at a single character or a single line. You need to interpret the entire text. Adding a character or symbol will change the entire content. So, what I said just now is just some judgment. I can't give a definite explanation. So, if you want me to translate more content, you don't have to think about it. Forcing it would just be nonsense. What if I want to learn the primitive language? Chun Zhao asked. Do you know how many years it took me to learn the primitive language? How many years? 40, the old man said. The old man said, this is also because of my excellent talent. I've taught 10 students, but only one student has learned the primitive language. The other 9 students have spent decades and still can't translate a single sentence. Pretend I didn't say anything. Chun Zhao gave up. He'd be crazy to spend decades learning a language system. When you've decided and let me see the real thing, then contact me. I can't give you more help now. I'll think about it, Chun Zhao answered vaguely. Okay. The old man didn't force him. After talking about business, the dishes were served. The old man started eating as if no one else was around. Falui Lysander realized that the almost 100-year-old man's appetite was so huge. It was several times his own. Just then, Chun Zhao ordered his own portion. It was several times the old man's. Falui Lysander realized that he was the only one who was at the level of a regular person. Both Chun Zhao and the old man had shockingly huge appetites. Mr. Chun, I didn't know you could eat so much. The old man looked up at Chun Zhao. He hadn't swallowed his food yet. Not at all. Mr. Shi's appetite surprised me. Chun Zhao also wolfed down his food. Spiritualists usually ate more than regular people, but it was still limited. Except for one type of spiritualist, the strengthening type. For example, Chun Zhao's appetite was inhuman. Chapter 28:28. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Chun. The old man left in a natural and unrestrained manner. Before he left the restaurant, he even flirted with the beautiful waitress of the restaurant. Chun Zhao wiped his mouth slowly and looked at Falui Lysander. Feeling helpless, Falui Lysander took out the check Chun Zhao had given him last night. I'm sorry, Mr. Chun. No need. Chun Zhao glanced at the check on the table. It's not your fault. Through the window, he could still see the old man's back as he left. It was obvious that the old man was still holding back. At the same time, he showed interest in the disc and spear in his hand. However, for the time being, the other party did not reveal any hostility. So, Chun Zhao didn't plan on attacking him. Of course, the necessary precautions were still necessary. Who knew if the old man's brain would suddenly spasm? Then, he would resort to unscrupulous means. Shilai Wenger was also thinking. It was clearly impossible to get anything from Chun Zhao through normal means. If the other party was an ordinary person, just an ordinary family, he could spend some money to buy it. However, the other party clearly knew what was good for him. Furthermore, he was rich and generous. Just a casual move was equivalent to 20 years of his normal income. If he wanted to buy something from this kind of person, he would have to throw the bank's money in his face. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to move the other party's heart. Of course, robbing them was also an option. However, it was unknown how strong or weak the other party was. Moreover, robbing others was clearly not his style of doing things. Shilai Wenger didn't even know his background. Furthermore, he was from Huaxia, the most powerful region in the spirit world. Who knew if provoking the other party would provoke a hornet's nest? Shilai Wenger had more or less come into contact with some primitive languages over the years. Therefore, this kind of primitive magic tool was not a peerless treasure. But what really moved Shilai Wenger was, there were some very special symbols on the paper Chun Zhao had provided. Shilai Wenger recognized some of the symbols. Those symbols were not as indistinguishable as Shi Wenger said. Shilai Wenger was not sure what the symbols meant. However, these symbols seemed to be very similar to the symbols he had encountered in the process of learning. Suddenly, a black shadow dashed past Shilai Wenger's car. Shilai Wenger slammed on the brakes, and the car skidded several meters on the road. Shilai Wenger looked a little unhappy. He got out of the car to check the situation. "Teacher," a rude voice came from behind Shilai Wenger. Shilai Wenger turned his head and looked behind him. A 2-meter-tall man stood less than half a meter behind the car. The tall man was wearing a hood, and his face was covered in scars, which made him look especially ferocious and terrifying. If the person facing him was an ordinary person, he would probably pull out a gun and shoot him in the face. That smile was too horrifying. The skin on his exposed arms was not only strong, but also very rough at the same time. It looked like it had been rubbed with sandpaper. Shilai Wenger crossed his arms. "Drexak, why do you still have the courage to appear in front of me? Do you think 20 years is enough for me to forgive you? Or do you think that 20 years is enough for you to challenge me?" Drexak was still looking at Shilai Wenger with that terrifying smile. "Teacher, of course I'm not that naive. I'm here to pass on a message from my boss." "Your boss?" "Yeah. What kind of person is your boss?" "I'm curious. He can actually suppress you. Seems like he has the ability to deal with you. If you're willing to come with me to see my boss, he should be very happy," Drexak said sincerely. Drexak said very sincerely, "My boss has some matters that require your ability. Teacher, I wonder if teacher is willing to come with me to meet my boss? If I refuse, are you going to attack me? Teacher, don't joke around. I know myself. Before you, I'll always be a student." Drexak looked at him seriously. "My boss only asked me to pass on a message. He also asked me to come to express his sincerity to you. That's not how you express sincerity. If he's really sincere, he should come and talk to me face to face, instead of hiding behind me and sending messages. I still have something to do. I'll be leaving now." Shilai Wenger did not seem to want to spar with his student, whom he had not seen in 20 years. He returned to his car and was about to leave. But just because he did not want to fight, it did not mean that Drexak did not want to. Shilai Wenger started the car for a long time and realized that it could not move. Shilai Wenger got off the car again and looked at Drexak, who was standing behind the car. "Didn't you say that you don't want to fight me? I thought you really knew your place." "Teacher, the prerequisite for me knowing myself is that you know what's good for you. Then what if I don't? I'm sorry, but I have to complete my boss's order first. You should have done it long ago." Shilai Wenger sighed. "You're wasting my time." Shilai Wenger started moving his limbs. His bones were making loud popping sounds. Drexak could not help but stop smiling. He became extremely serious. He knew how terrifying Shilai Wenger's ability was. 20 years ago, he could not fight back against Shilai Wenger at all. Now, he thought that he was strong enough to compete with Shilai Wenger. But when he really faced Shilai Wenger, he could not help but feel scared. Shilai Wenger brushed his hair back, revealing his forehead. Just then, Shilai Wenger's forehead suddenly split open. Drexak's expression changed again. A bloody mark also split open on his forehead. Although Drexak's expression was serious, it was not enough to make him despair. "Teacher, you don't have to do this. You're using the dense blood right from the start. I need to see how much you've grown in the past 20 years, Shilai Wenger said calmly. Just then, Shilai Wenger's body suddenly emitted a terrifying aura that was thousands of times stronger. Red light suddenly appeared on Drexak's body, blocking the terrifying aura. But he himself took a few steps back. In just a moment, the difference in strength between Shilai Wenger and Drexak was clear. Drexak's face alternated between red and white. Teacher is indeed a teacher. I thought that I had grown fast enough in the past 20 years, but when I really faced you, I realized that my growth was far from enough. No, already very good. At least you're not dead, Shilai Wenger said with a smile. At the same time, he let down his hair and covered the bloody mark between his brows. Drexak's expression changed again. Teacher, did you really want to kill me just now? If you didn't block that attack, then I would have killed you. Since you blocked it, then it's considered a pass. Chapter 28-29. Now, take me to see your boss. Drexak didn't expect Shilai Wenger's attitude to change so much. He thought that even if Shi Lai Wenger didn't kill him, he would at least make him lie in bed for 3 to 5 months. He didn't expect Shi Lai Wenger to change his mind. But Drexak didn't forget his mission, which was to invite Shi Lai Wenger to see his boss. Teacher, can I use your car? You didn't drive here? Drexak was a little embarrassed. In fact, he didn't even consider that he could successfully invite Shi Lai Wenger. Shi Lai Wenger was very difficult to deal with. Not only was he difficult to deal with, but he was also terrifyingly powerful. He was also temperamental and difficult to distinguish between good and evil. He was Shi Lai Wenger's only student. Drexak was the only student who had learned the primitive language. But this wasn't Drexak's luck. It was his misfortune. One night 20 years ago, he met someone. That person was his senior, who used to be Shi Lai Wenger's student. But his senior was in a wheelchair. Even his tongue wasn't working, and he couldn't speak clearly. But he used those unclear words to illustrate the terrifying side of his teacher. Shi Lai Wenger had a total of 10 students. Every single one of the previous 8 had died at his hands. The one standing in front of him was completely paralyzed. He was the 9th, and Drexak was Shi Lai Wenger's 10th student. Drexak didn't know why Shi Lai Wenger wanted to kill his senior brothers. But the 9th senior's words were deeply imprinted in Drexak's mind. Then Drexak started to guard against his teacher. But he seemed to be too obvious. Shi Lai Wenger sensed something. This irritated Drexel as well. He decided to make the first move. He made preparations in advance. A trap. Everything went smoothly. Shi Lai Wenger fell into the trap he set. It seemed that everything was under his control. But Drexak was wrong about one thing. That was Shi Lai Wenger's strength. That night, Drexak truly saw how terrifying Shi Lai Wenger was. It was also on that night that Shi Lai Wenger left a shadow on Drexak's body and mind that he would not be able to erase for 20 years. All the scars on Drexak's body came from that night. For the sake of this meeting, Drexak had prepared himself mentally for 20 years. He felt that he was strong enough to face Shi Lai Wenger. But that was the truth. What they felt might not be right. It was like an illusion in the game. I felt like I could counterattack. The outcome today was no different from that of 20 years ago. 20 years ago, Shi Lai Wenger said to him, who was covered in cuts and bruises, "To prove that I don't intend to kill you, you can go." The Drexaks crawled on their feet, struggled in the mud, and tumbled into the river. 20 years later, Shi Lai Wenger still showed his generosity and magnanimity. Although what Drexak wanted was not Shi Lai Wenger's generosity. What he wanted was a fair and square victory over Wenger. The strength shown by Shi Lai Wenger had completely destroyed all his courage and confidence. In the end, Drexak still sat in Shi Lai Wenger's car. When Shi Lai Wenger drove, he was like a steady scholar. One of his hands rested on the windowsill, gently stroking his beard. Drexak did not say anything. "When you fought with me just now, you seem to have used a power that did not belong to what I taught you. Did it come from your boss?" Drexak was shocked. He had only exchanged one move with him. It was not even one move, but Shi Lai had actually sensed it. This kind of ability already made him gasp in amazement. It could even be said that it made Drexak afraid. "Don't be nervous. I don't intend to ask about your boss. After all, I will be able to see him soon, right?" Drexak remained silent, but his expression was extremely gloomy. "Do you think that I've been hiding things?" Shi Lai Wenger asked with a chuckle. "Is that not the case?" Shi Lai Wenger shook his head. "No, I have never hidden anything from you or your previous 9 students. I have taught you everything that I can and what you are willing to learn. At this time, are you planning to give me an explanation for what you have done in the past? Or are you planning to tell me that it was a scam?" "No, it is true that I killed them, and I was the one who initiated it." Shi Lai Wenger did not deny it. He was not trying to deny it. What did they do wrong? They did nothing wrong. 3 of them were raised by me. They were like my own children. Shi Lai Wenger's tone was still calm. "Although I was reluctant, I still killed them." Drexak did not understand. He raised his children with all his heart, taught them knowledge, and then killed them? What was going on? Even if he was a bloodthirsty person, he would not specifically target those close to him, right? And you, to be honest, you are the worst of my 10 students. Cruel, cold, and treacherous, but I did not kill you. Do you know why? Drexak shook his head, indicating that he did not understand. The senior, who was completely paralyzed, was the same. Shilai Wenger knew that he was still alive, but he had no intention of continuing to kill him. Logically speaking, he had treated Shilai Wenger like that. He should be the one who deserved to die the most for sneak attacking Shilai Wenger. But he had survived. It is hard to understand, isn't it? Shilai Wenger said with a smile. Because you're the only one who has mastered the primitive language. None of my previous 9 students have mastered it. They could not even master 1/5 of the content. That is why they deserve to die. Number 9 is slightly better. If you hadn't appeared, he would have been my best successor. He had already grasped 50% of the primordial language. However, because of your excellence in excellence, he was completely paralyzed and lived on as a backup. If you could really inherit all of my knowledge, then he could die in peace. However, you didn't do it perfectly. Although you have all kinds of shortcomings, your talent in the field of language saved you. Drexak did not expect that to be the reason why he was able to survive. If one day, someone who is more talented than me in languages appears, will that be the day I die? Yes. Why? Is this knowledge that important? Of course it is. All these years, you used this knowledge to exchange for power. Is it not enough to prove the value of this knowledge? Net. Apex. Chapter 28:30. Shilai Wenger said in an extremely calm tone as he drove. If you want to learn more, you can come to me at any time. Of course, it's best before I find a better successor. After all, you'll be courting death if you come to me to learn. Shilai Wenger's tone was frighteningly calm. Even Drexak, who had always been lawless and regarded the law as nothing, could not help but feel a chill down his spine. Drexak treated everything as if it were nothing, because he believed that no one could punish him. But Shilai Wenger was different. He had the ability and the motive. Should we go left or right at the fork in front? Right? Your boss really knows how to hide. Is he wanted? He's hiding in the desert. Drexak was obviously in a bad mood, so he did not answer Shilai Wenger's question. The car only stopped when it could not move anymore. The two could only move forward on foot. Drexak naturally did not need to say much. One could tell how good his physique was just by looking at his physique. Shilai Wenger walked rather leisurely. Your boss invited me here. Did we talk about pay or something? Don't tell me that we just met. I don't have a good temper. My boss doesn't have a good temper either. Suddenly, Shilai Wenger stopped in his tracks. He frowned and looked at the empty desert in front of him. Drexak turned around in surprise and looked at Shilai Wenger. Did he notice? When he first came, he could not feel anything. He did not expect Shilai Wenger to be able to notice something unusual here. Drexak took out a unique badge. The moment he injected magic into the badge, the empty desert in front of him seemed to have been unzipped, and a gap of hundreds of meters appeared. Let's go in. Amazing, truly amazing. Your boss is actually so generous. Who is he? Won't you know after you go in? Shilai Wenger, who had been calm all this while, hesitated. The other party's generosity had already given him a show of strength. From this, it could be seen that the other party's status and strength were not ordinary. Under normal circumstances, Shilai Wenger was confident that he could escape even if he couldn't win. However, it was of such a scale, and it was such a special alternate space. Shilai Wenger was not sure that he could escape. Shilai Wenger knew that he was one of the best in the world. However, he would not naively believe that he was invincible. There were still many mysterious experts in this world. These experts did not show themselves. Some of them lived in seclusion in the mountains, while others hid in the city. Usually, he looked like an ordinary person, but when they felt it was necessary, everything would be different. Drexak glanced at Shilai Wenger and couldn't help but show some pride. What, are you scared? Shilai Wenger smiled. Unfortunately, this is not the fear you gave me. After that, Shilai Wenger strode into the crack. The crack closed like a zipper. The moment Shilai Wenger stepped into the alternate dimension, the surrounding scenery had already changed. This was no longer a desolate desert, but layers upon layers of mountains. Clouds filled the air. Among the mountains, one could vaguely see towering peaks. However, in the distance, one could see an indescribably towering peak. Shilai Wenger frowned again. This alternate dimension was far bigger than he had imagined. It was vaster than any alternate dimension he had seen before, and the spiritual energy here was unimaginably abundant. Shilai Wenger gazed into the distance. There was a trace of aura, obscure and small, but hard to ignore. Although it seemed insignificant, Shilai Wenger sensed danger from the aura. Where do we go? Shilai Wenger turned to look at Drexak. That highest peak is our destination, Drexak said. Looks like we have to go far. Not far. Drexak took the lead and climbed the first peak. There was a huge platform at the top of the peak. On the platform, there was a huge array made of white rock. Shilai Wenger looked at the array on the ground. Is this the astral teleportation in Olympia mythology? How did you know? Drexak looked at Shilai Wenger in surprise. Have you forgotten? I'm the world's best archaeologist and theologian. One of them. Drexak corrected him. Teacher, in the past 20 years, I've traveled the entire world. I've also met many scholars. Their knowledge is no less than yours. Shilai Wenger smiled faintly and did not argue with the student. It was not Drexak's first time activating a teleportation array. He was very familiar with it. In an instant, a beam of light shone down from the clouds and enveloped the two of them. The next moment, Shilai Wenger found himself in the center of another unfamiliar building. He was also standing in an astral teleportation array. However, there were stone pillars erected around the teleportation array. From these stone pillars, one could clearly distinguish the theme here. It was definitely in the style of Olympian mythology. Right in front of the teleportation array was a building similar to the Parthenon Temple. However, this building was more magnificent and spectacular. The aura that made him feel a sense of danger also became clearer here. Drexak did not speak, but his expression became more sincere and serious. Shilai Wenger straightened his collar and walked straight into the temple. The entire temple was extremely spacious. White pillars hung above the main hall. At the end of the hall was a stone seat. There was a man on the stone seat. He was wearing a white robe and a golden crown. He looked simple but noble. He had a full beard and his golden hair was coiled up. The man rested one hand on his temple. He seemed to be in a deep sleep. From the man's figure, one could tell that he was not human. Even Drexak would seem insignificant in front of him. He was nearly 4 meters tall when he was sitting. If he stood up, he would probably be around 6 meters tall. Shilai Wenger stared at the giant in front of him. The dangerous aura was coming from him. Boss, I have brought my teacher, Shilai Wenger, according to your instructions. Drexak's voice was loud and clear, echoing in the hall. The man on the stone seat opened his eyes slightly. Shilai Wenger saw that the man's eyes were pure gold. There were no pupils or whites. Chapter 28:31. As the wisest and most knowledgeable human in the world, do you know who I am? The golden-eyed giant spoke in the purest form of ancient Greek. Shilai Wenger took a deep breath and said, "The god of war, Ares." Shilai Wenger himself was shocked and incredulous by this answer. He was actually facing Ares, the god of war in the Olympian mythology. What an incredible experience. But all the signs and the giant in front of him were very similar to the legendary god of war, Ares, in the legends, texts, and ancient books. They were almost identical. Shilai Wenger had to accept his own conclusion. The little giant in front of him was really the god of war, Ares. You are the first human to remain calm when you see me, Ares said in a gentle tone. You're not the first god I've met. Although some existences aren't really gods, or just weak gods born from some kind of faith, you're not alone in being called a god. Shilai Wenger's answer was neither humble nor arrogant. One could not even feel his inner turmoil. Then are you curious why I asked you to come? Yes, Shilai Wenger replied. Ares pulled open his white robe and revealed his right arm. His right arm looked a little shrunken. There were many red, gold, and black runes on it. Primitive words. Shilai Wenger turned to look at Drexak. Those primitive words should have been inscribed by Drexak for Ares. However, Drexak's skills were obviously not up to par, so it did not achieve the desired effect. This is My divine power has been stolen, Ares said. Now I have lost 2/3 of my divine power, and it is still flowing. I need to stop this process. Shilai Wenger could not help but be surprised when he heard Ares' words. Stealing divine power. Could this be done? If he could, he wanted to do it too. But the thought of it was dangerous. Especially Ares, who had been robbed once before. He must have taken precautions in this regard. So doing the same thing again would probably be hundreds or thousands of times more difficult. What about my reward? In return, I will teach you how to obtain and use divine power. Of course, I will also give you a lifespan equivalent to your current age. Shilai Wenger was tempted by the generous reward, but Shilai Wenger did not agree immediately, because their relationship was not equal. Therefore, the initiative of this transaction would lose its balance. Whether he would be able to get his reward or not would depend on the other party. Shilai Wenger did not like this kind of deal. What? Are you not satisfied? Ares stood high above, his golden eyes fixed on Shilai Wenger. I agree to the payment, but I have another condition. What condition? I want something, but it's in someone else's hands. I need you to get it for me. Also, I have a general understanding of your situation. I can solve your problem, but the place to dispel the magic has to be my home, not here. Ares thought about it and nodded. Sure. Dressack, go and fetch that thing for your master. Yes, boss. I thought he would be your servant, but Dressack only calls you boss, Shilai Wenger said. I have already been betrayed by my servant once, so I don't need a servant anymore. I've already been betrayed by my servants once, so I don't need servants anymore. Whether it's between humans and gods, or between gods and gods, the only thing that won't betray is profit. That's why I only need an employer-employee relationship. I'll hire Dressack, and he'll work for me. I'll give him benefits. That's enough. Dressack is a very opinionated person. He doesn't need a god or a master to guide his life. All he lacks is power. It seemed that Ares was also a person who had suffered losses. Therefore, he was very clear in this regard. Dressack was very smart, so Ares was very easy to use. This surprised Shilai Wenger. Most of the gods he had seen in the past were arrogant, rude, and condescending. Even if they were not as strong as him, they still had the mentality that all living beings were ants. On the contrary, he rather admired Ares, who he thought was superior. It seemed that Ares was also a god who had been beaten up by life. It was very easy to change a god's bad habit. Beating him was more effective than any preaching. Ares now knew how to compromise. Gods were not invincible, although it was difficult to change what was in Ares' bones. But he would no longer say silly things like, "It's your honor that I give you face." "Teacher, when do you need it?" "The sooner the better. I can start when I get what I need." Shilai Wenger looked at Ares. Then, "Your Excellency, God of War, can you come with me for a walk outside? If you have no restrictions." "Of course, my pleasure." The moment Ares stood up, his aura and the surrounding air stagnated. Shilai Wenger looked at Ares seriously. He had to admit that the strength he was proud of. In front of this legendary god, it was really not worth mentioning. The difference between a human and a god was indeed not something that could be made up by talent. Ares was not bound to a situation where he could only be in a different space. He could move freely. Shilai Wenger's request for Ares to leave this alternate dimension was actually to test him. Of course, it was also for his own safety. If Ares wanted to get rid of him after solving the problem, it was almost impossible to escape in this space. But if it was outside, in his own home, then the problem would not be a problem anymore. At least, he would not be without a way to protect himself. Although Ares was in big trouble right now. If one only looked at his appearance, they would not be able to see any big problems. After leaving the space, Ares also turned into a normal person's body. Then he got into Shilai Wenger's car and went to his home. "Teacher, give me that person's information and address." "Wait, I'll ask someone." Shilai Wenger then took out his phone and dialed Falui Lysander's number. After some small talk, Shilai Wenger went straight to the point. Falui Lysander wasn't too guarded against Shilai Wenger, so he quickly sent the information to Shilai Wenger. Chapter 2832. "Mr. Chun, Mr. Shilai Wenger seems to want to visit you. He just asked me about you and your address." I gave it to him. Fao Lysander knew the rules. Although he had given Shi Lai Wenger Chen Zhao's address, Lysander still knew the rules. Although he'd given Chen Zhao's address, he immediately called Chen Zhao. Okay, got it. Chen Zhao didn't think too much about it. At night, the children returned home one after another. The house became lively again. A few older children were playing in the water. Otherwise, they would chase the family pets everywhere. Little Larissa had been playing all day and was sleepy now. That was how children worked. They ate when they were hungry, slept when they were tired, and played when they woke up. To them, there was no difference between day and night. For this, Chen Zhao even bought a monitoring watch. It was similar to the current health watch. Chen Zhao and little Larissa each wore one. It was used to monitor little Larissa's schedule. As soon as she woke up, Chen Zhao would receive a message. Now, some families would use such equipment. Of course, the price of the equipment was not cheap, so the people who used this kind of monitor were mostly middle-class or wealthier families. Little Larissa had a high chance of waking up at night. In comparison, little Jerlin's schedule was much more stable. It was mainly because of her abnormal vitality. Other than eating and sleeping, she couldn't stop playing. Fei Lai practiced yoga on the lawn. She felt that she'd gained weight in the past 2 days. Chen Zhao was speechless. 85 kilograms. You call that fat? Plus, you're a lifeguard, okay? Look at how much you exercise. Why don't you put on some weight? All right, no matter what, don't try to reason with your woman. Chen Zhao felt that Fei Lai just wanted to practice yoga. That was all. Recently, Kilo had been training weights. He'd started using the barbells Chen Zhao used in the past. Of course, it was the 2-ton barbells, but he used them as dumbbells. Kilo's power came from bloodline, not magic. He was a Roma, but that didn't mean he was pure human. After all, Roma were a migrating race. In the process, they'd mixed up the bloodlines of most people in the world. So, Roma had all kinds of bloodlines. Basically, it was a hodgepodge of bloodlines. Anyway, the kid had shocking potential. At least, Chen Zhao had high hopes for Kilo. Uncle, spar with me for a while. Outside, Crow shouted at the top of his lungs. Chen Zhao stood up and walked into the yard. Kilo, I don't want to kill you. Pair training? Kilo's strength was already extremely shocking for an ordinary person. But for Chen Zhao, it was far from enough. In Chen Zhao's eyes, Kilo was no different from an ordinary person. They were all ants. Chen Zhao should restrain his power and spar with Kilo. It was like asking an adult to control his strength and an ant to practice boxing. Uncle, I'm not asking you to attack me. I just want you to be my punching bag. Chen Zhao's face twitched. I think it's more interesting to attack each other. Chen Zhao waved his fist. The wind howled. Kaluo felt his scalp tingle. He had no intention of courting death. He would kneel on the spot if he was even grazed by the wind from Chen Zhao's punch, let alone a single hit. Forget it then. Kaluo turned to flee. Just then, Chen Zhao suddenly looked outside. Here comes your punching bag. Crow was stunned for a moment and turned around in confusion. What? Follow me. Kaluo followed Chen Zhao to the door. A tall man stood at the door. He was even bigger than Gaia. One had to know that Gaia's physique was already strong enough to fight in heavyweight boxing. But this man was even bigger. But just as frightening as his size was his face. Kaluo could clearly sense the hostility emanating from this man. Kaluo frowned. He vaguely understood what Chen Zhao meant. But Kaluo wasn't afraid at all. With Chen Zhao's support, he would even dare to punch a dragon. Uncle, do you want me to hit him? Kaluo asked, looking up. Yes. Chen Zhao nodded. Duresak didn't plan on hiding his intentions this time. But he didn't expect Chen Zhao to be even more direct. Not only did Chen Zhao notice his hostility, but he also wanted a child to fight him. A child to fight him? Drexak's expression immediately turned gloomy. He twisted his neck. He didn't plan on telling Chen Zhao how dangerous he was. He wanted to use his actions to prove that not only was he dangerous, but he was also cruel. Smiling, Chen Zhao looked at Duresak. You'll have to suffer a bit. No, not at all, Duresak said nonchalantly. He was about to attack when he suddenly realized that he couldn't move. Duresak looked at Chen Zhao in surprise. What's going on? What spell is this? A confinement spell? When did Chun Zhao cast it? Duresak wanted to break free. As far as he was concerned, he had 100 ways to break free from this imprisonment spell. However, he soon realized that something seemed to be wrong. Okay, Kaluo, you can go. Kaluo took 2 steps forward and looked back at Chun Zhao. Uncle, I won't kill him, right? No. His body is stronger than yours. It won't be easy for you to kill him. Oh, that's good. Kaluo, go. Just then, the children playing in the yard also noticed the situation at the door. They all climbed onto the fence and cheered loudly. Feilai also noticed the situation and shouted, Chun, this is the door. Don't make it too bloody. Chun Zhao shrugged. Don't worry. I won't do anything today. Duresak was angry. He was angry at Chun Zhao and the group's arrogance. However, he couldn't do anything about the confinement on his body. Duresak was at his wit's end. It seemed that he could only use his ultimate move. A bloody slit appeared on Duresak's forehead. The dense blood I had just opened. Duresak felt that his neck was being pulled and twisted by an invisible force. It was as if his neck was going to break. The intense pain and the sense of impending death caused the eye of dense blood that Duresak had just activated to be interrupted. Don't scare my children. You better behave. Chun Zhao's voice appeared in Duresak's ears. At this moment, Duresak realized it. Chun Zhao was far more powerful than he'd imagined. From start to finish, Chun Zhao's hands were in his pockets, but he couldn't even move. This was something that he'd never experienced before. Very good. It seems that you already know the rules here. If you dare to cast any dangerous spells here, I'll twist your head off. Chapter 28:33. Duresak was still struggling in the dark, but very soon he gave up. In fact, he'd even used primitive words. But even primitive words couldn't break free. Bang! Kilo smashed his fist heavily into Duresak's abdomen. Duresak grunted softly. He wanted to tear the kid in front of him to pieces. But he couldn't even move a finger now. Kilo, it's not enough. You can open up more. This guy can take a beating. After all, Kilo was still a kid. He knew how terrifying his strength was. He was worried that if he used too much force, it wouldn't just be an injury. He might pierce through Duresak. Thus, he didn't dare to use too much strength. He didn't even dare to use 1/5 of his strength. Kilo punched again. This time, it was a little heavier, but only a little heavier. This punch caused Duresak to completely explode with power. Roar! The Duresak growled, and a red rune suddenly appeared on its arm. This red rune then turned into dozens of smaller red runes, continuously twining around the Duresak's arm before finally returning to his arm. Duresak's arm instantly exploded with hundreds of times its original strength. Finally, Duresak's arm broke free, and he suddenly grabbed at Kilo. But before his hand could touch Kilo, it was grabbed by someone else. Duresak looked at Chun Zhao and sneered inwardly. Chun Zhao really didn't know how to live to grab his hand now. Right now, Duresak's strength was limitless. No one could withstand his current strength. But the next moment, he suddenly heard a crisp sound coming from his arm. Broken. Chun Zhao broke Duresak's arm just like that. Duresak exploded. How come his limitless strength didn't have any effect on Chun Zhao at all? Kilo, go in. You don't have to participate anymore. Chun Zhao patted Kilo's head. Just then, Dadaira, who was sitting on the fence, also pulled her brother and sister. Go in, or else we'll have nightmares again tonight. Dadaira was already at a sensible age. She knew how to solve problems for Chun Zhao and Feilai. Chun Zhao finally let go of Duresak's restraint. Duresak was still unwilling to give up. He looked at his numb right arm. At this time, green runes appeared on his body and fused into his arms. The arm that Chun Zhao had broken actually recovered. What? Aren't you going to use your weird binding spell? Duresak stared at Chun Zhao viciously. If we're talking about weird, your magic is even weirder. I've never seen magic like this before. My magic? This isn't just strange. You'll soon see the terrifying side of this magic. Chun Zhao lifted a finger and pointed at the air. Pop! Duresak's body suddenly lost control and crashed backwards. With a whooshing sound, Duresak discovered that all the bones in his body had been shattered. The runes on his body began to appear once more. They circled around his body and rapidly healed the damage on his body. Duresak stood up with difficulty. Chun Zhao also walked up to him. Pop! It was the same move again, and Drexak crashed into the slope. Chun Zhao did the same thing again. The ground on which Drexak lay cracked. Pop! Pop! The runes on Drexak's body no longer appeared. Chun Zhao stood before him. He kept using the same move to beat Drexak until he lost his temper. Tell me, what's so terrifying about your magic? Drexak was coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Many things were relative. For example, the horror of primitive words was only for regular cultivators. Clearly, Chun Zhao wasn't one of them. Drexak's pupils finally revealed fear. The man before him wasn't just powerful. He was also cruel. His smile didn't change at all. From start to finish, he was still smiling cruelly. But what he couldn't accept the most was that Chun Zhao had only used one finger. It was really just a finger. This made him doubt whether he was really powerful. If he was, how could he be beaten to a pulp by Chun Zhao's finger? Chun Zhao lifted his finger and Drexak was pulled up uncontrollably. It was this feeling again. His body was bound by that power. Did Mr. Shilai Wenger send you? Yes, Drexak answered decisively. He didn't have any feelings for Shilai Wenger, so he naturally wouldn't protect him. He also felt that it would be best if Chun Zhao and Shilai Wenger could fight to the death and both of them would be injured. At the very least, he would be able to escape with Ares at the bottom. Then are you willing to take me to him? Sure. How long have you been awake? Shilai Wenger asked as he prepared. About 3 years, Ares said. Ares said, 3 years ago, I was awakened from the underground palace, and then I took that person as my believer and servant, and gave him divine power, but he turned around and used the divine power I gave him to deal with me. Your curse isn't that troublesome, Ares said. It can be solved even without primitive words. Why did it drag on until now? Shilai Wenger asked. I looked for 2 people. Both of them had the ability to remove the curse on me, but their asking price was too high, Ares said. Then I met Drexak, and he recommended you to me. What if I asked for too high a price? Or did he reject your request? Die, Ares answered. I won't let my information get out. Shilai Wenger's movements paused, and he hesitated slightly. Ares seemed to feel Shilai Wenger's hesitation. Don't worry, he said. God can't lie. As long as it's a promise, it has to be fulfilled. Even the god of conspiracy isn't allowed to lie. You should have a way to verify if I'm lying. Plus, I have a way to prevent you from spreading my information. Fine, Shilai Wenger shrugged. Ares' words made sense. Even if Shilai Wenger really wanted to kill him, in his current state, he couldn't kill Shilai Wenger with one blow. He still had a chance to escape. Aren't you going to help me solve my curse after Drexak brings back your reward? Drexak has improved a lot these years, Shilai Wenger said, but his efficiency has slowed down a lot. I thought he would have brought it back by now. With your strength, you can go and get it yourself if you really need that thing. Chapter 28:34. Shilai Wenger chuckled. How could it be the same for him and Drexak? Shilai Wenger still attached great importance to his status and reputation in society. Killing and robbing was something that others could do for him. He would never do it himself. With his ability, it was easy for him to go to a rich person's house. But there would definitely be surveillance cameras of all sizes. Those things were too troublesome. His identity could be exposed at any time. So, Shilai Wenger wouldn't do it himself. But Drexak was different. It was Chun Zhao's fault. He'd let Drexak continue to bear the blame. Anyway, many people in the spiritual world knew that Drexak had betrayed his master. They wouldn't suspect Chun Zhao no matter what. He's back. Ares looked outside and suddenly frowned. There's another person. His aura is very weak, but he's not a normal person. Shilai Wenger raised an eyebrow. He couldn't feel it all. Can't you feel it? It's normal. They're more than 10 kilometers away. Drexak seems to be in trouble, Ares said calmly. His aura is very unstable. He's injured? Yes. Seems like your target is more troublesome than I thought. Ares was unhurried. Although he wasn't in his best condition, he was still the god of war, a high and mighty god. Drexak couldn't solve it, but it didn't mean that he couldn't. Finally, Shilai Wenger also felt Drexak and the other person's aura. It's him. Seems like I underestimated him. He can actually hurt Drexak like this. Seems like you still care about Drexak. As his teacher and my approved student, of course I have to stand up for him, Shi Lai Wenger said matter-of-factly. Chun Zhao drove into a shady farm. When he reached the fence, he stopped and dragged Drexak down. Just then, he saw Shi Lai Wenger and another person waiting for him in front of the house. Chun Zhao glanced at Shi Lai Wenger and then at Ares. Chun Zhao tossed Drexak aside and strode toward the two. God, Olympian God. Chun Zhao's voice was rather loud. I didn't expect to meet another Olympian god. Shi Lai Wenger was a bit surprised that Chun Zhao could recognize Ares at first glance. Shi Lai Wenger took a few steps forward and walked toward Chun Zhao. However, Chun Zhao's attention was not on Shi Lai Wenger at all. Facing Shi Lai Wenger, who was walking toward him, Chun Zhao had no intention of stopping. He continued to stride forward. Shi Lai Wenger smiled. Chun. Shi Lai Wenger suddenly flew to the left and knocked over the fence. Shi Lai Wenger was dumbfounded. He stood up and looked at Chun Zhao. He realized that Chun Zhao had no intention of paying attention to him. Instead, he walked up to Ares. Excitement was written all over that face. Ares frowned. He didn't like the way Chun Zhao looked at him. His kind of gaze was very lascivious, as if he was looking at prey, a toy, or something else. There was not the slightest bit of respect or fear. Arrogant bastard. Ares raised his right arm, and a golden sword appeared in his hand. Ares slashed down at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao raised his hand and grabbed the blade of the golden sword. Clang! In an instant, the golden halo exploded and instantly rushed forward. The main building and cowshed in the ranch collapsed instantly. Shi Lai Wenger, who had just stood up, was sent back to the ground by the impact. Ares also took a few steps back. He also stared at Chun Zhao in shock. Chun Zhao's face was filled with an excited smile. You better not resist. Last time, it was also an Olympian god. I couldn't hold it in and didn't even leave a corpse. I hope you won't force me. Chun Zhao's eyes were almost bursting with light. Shi Lai Wenger's face was extremely pale. Who was this Huaxia man? He couldn't even block one move from him. Moreover, he didn't show any fear when facing Ares. Instead, he seemed to be in high spirits. Human, you've won my respect. Who are you? Ares said coldly. I don't need your respect. Chun Zhao looked at Ares. Especially now that you're so weak. You're much, much weaker than that titan from last time. Ares' expression changed again. Just then, a crack suddenly appeared behind Ares. Ares took the opportunity to lie back, and, at the same time, the crack closed. Clearly, fighting Chun Zhao was a very unwise decision. Therefore, he couldn't care about Shi Lai Wenger now. First, he had to leave this place and get away from Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao was also somewhat shocked. You're an Olympian god, after all. Can you be a little more shameless? Don't run away just because of a disagreement. Chun Zhao immediately reached out with both hands and grabbed the spatial crack that was about to close. But the moment he grabbed the crack, he felt a terrifying, constricting force. It could be said that if someone else were to grab the crack, they would definitely be crushed in an instant. Open! Chun Zhao yelled, using all his strength to open the crack. Shi Lai Wenger's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. In all these years, this was the first time he had seen someone tear open a spatial crack with brute force. But Chun Zhao's method also surprised Ares. Ares sneered and raised his arms high in the air. Instantly, the spatial crack enveloped Chun Zhao and the entire farm. Chun Zhao immediately sensed something strange. Domain. No, it's not a domain. What's with this pressure? Human, you're stronger than I expected, but aren't you looking down on me? Or are you looking down on the Olympian gods? I'm Ares, the god of war. Even in my weak state, I'm not someone you can offend. At the moment, Ares didn't seem weak at all. Instead, he was filled with majesty and vastness. His voice echoed in the air. As for you, you jumped into my divine kingdom. In my divine kingdom, I am everything. I am the heaven and earth. No one can defeat me in my divine kingdom. Divine kingdom? This was the first time Chun Zhao had heard of this term. What was a divine kingdom? Shi Lai Wenger glanced at Drexak. Drexak was heavily injured, but it wasn't fatal. This was also thanks to his extraordinary constitution. At the same time, Chun Zhao didn't kill him. Wake up, my warriors, Ares shouted. Instantly, the surrounding mountains started collapsing. Huge giants stood up from the bottom of the mountains. One by one, the rock soldiers stood up from the ground. Chapter 28:35. The scene was grand enough. The giants were of different heights. The big ones might be thousands of meters tall, while the small ones were close to 1,000 meters tall. There were also the millions of rock soldiers. Each of them had an imposing aura, like rivers converging into an ocean. However, there weren't any holy armors like the ones Chun Zhao had seen before. Even the smallest of the giants was probably bigger than the Dragon Emperor. Size didn't represent power, but it still determined part of the difference in power. What did giants thousands of meters tall look like? Civil airplanes could only fly about 10,000 meters. If the tallest giants were outside, they could slap civil airplanes down with just their arms. Shilai Wenger and Drexak's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Was this a god? Was this the power of a god? But what Qin Zhao really cared about was that the giants' bodies were alive. They weren't made of energy or rock. They were made of flesh and blood. In other words, it truly existed in this world. Or rather, they had once existed in this world. Titan. The legendary Titan? In Olympian mythology, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades had taken divine authority from their fathers, the Titans. Of course, they might not be. After all, there were many giants in Olympian mythology. The giants' bodies were alive, but they didn't have souls. Chun Zhao guessed that they were probably some kind of puppet made by Ares. This kind of spell wasn't rare in the spiritual world. It wasn't strange to make living people or powerful cultivators into puppets either. Losers. They're all losers, defeated by me. Now they become my soldiers, my weapons. You will become one of them. Chun Zhao wasn't surprised. As the son of Zeus, Ares was one of the 12 Olympians. At the same time, he was also the fourth generation of the Olympian gods. In the battle where the Olympian gods, led by Zeus, overthrew his father, Kronos, Ares was one of the main forces. So, it was understandable that he defeated some titans. Then, as your collection, how much of their power can they use? Chun Zhao asked casually. All of them. The strongest among them can even compete with me at my peak, and in my divine kingdom, they have all the power. When Chun Zhao heard Ares' words, he also caught the main point in his words. Divine kingdom. When they were outside just now, Ares obviously didn't want to fight him. However, after entering the god's kingdom, Ares' confidence soared. He kept saying that he could not be defeated in the god's kingdom. Therefore, Chun Zhao became cautious. He wasn't sure what this divine kingdom could be used for. Back then, the Hercules was also defeated by me at his peak. Now, you are as weak as a bitch that has just given birth. Do you really think that you could defeat me with these soulless marionettes? Don't compare me to that demigod. I'm an overgod. Any arrogance you have will be torn to pieces in my divine kingdom. Here, Mr. Ares, he's trying to get information out of you. Shilai Wenger reminded. Chun Zhao turned around and glared at Shilai Wenger threateningly. Shilai Wenger felt goosebumps at Chun Zhao's threat. However, there was a clear distinction between them now. Anyway, Chun Zhao wouldn't let him have it easy, so he didn't need to hide their relationship. Hearing Shilai Wenger's name, Ares only snorted. He had the glory of a god, but he also knew that speaking too much was bound to make mistakes. Therefore, he didn't explain more to Chun Zhao. Just then, a small titan that was 1,000 meters tall charged over. Every time he took a step, the ground would shake violently. When he was 1,000 meters away from Chun Zhao, he leaped high and raised his fists above his head. Crimson light exploded from his fists. It was as if he was holding a sun. In the end, he had unstoppable power. He smashed toward Chun Zhao. Boom! Instantly, the ground rippled like a lake. A terrifying impact swept in all directions. Shilai Wenger immediately went to Drexak and helped him block the impact. However, everything around him disappeared in the impact. Shilai Wenger was speechless. This terrifying destructive power was simply unheard of. If this attack had landed in the city outside, this attack could probably destroy an entire street. It would probably only take a dozen rounds to destroy Los Angeles. But the next moment, the huge body of the Titan suddenly flipped over. Chun Zhao returned a punch to the 1,000-meter Titan. Shilai Wenger and Drexak were both dumbfounded. Wenger, you knew that guy was this strong? Shilai Wenger glanced at Drexak and didn't speak. However, his eyes had already said what he was thinking. Do I look like someone with water in my head? If I knew he was this terrifying, I wouldn't have provoked him no matter what, even if he had a divine artifact in his hand. Chun Zhao was about to chase after him when his shadow suddenly enveloped him. A palm even larger than the 1,000-meter giant came crashing over. The largest Titan launched an attack at him. Chun Zhao turned his head and glanced at it. He raised his right palm, wanting to press it down. The largest Titan's palm was blocked in the air. Under Chun Zhao's control, Chun Zhao's small world formed a force that blocked the attack. At the same time, a dozen black balls formed in Chun Zhao's left palm. Pop, pop, pop. In an instant, the dozen black balls shot at the largest Titan at the same time. The largest Titan didn't dodge. He couldn't dodge either. His gigantic body gave him unparalleled destructive power, but it also turned him into a huge target. The moment the dozen or so black balls hit the largest Titan, they had already penetrated his skin. Each black ball had a mass of 10 million tons. Their huge mass made them almost unstoppable. Not even the legendary Titans could do it. The small black ball exploded after shooting into the body of the largest Titan. In an instant, a dozen blood flowers exploded on the largest Titan's body. Blood poured down like a torrential downpour. But if it were a normal person, it would definitely be fatal. However, the largest Titan was unmoved by this. He opened his huge mouth and a white beam of light shot at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao instantly raised his speed to the maximum. He turned into a ball of energy and dodged the white beam. At the same time, he went for the largest Titan's head. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the largest Titan's head was smashed by Chun Zhao. But the largest Titan still didn't fall. Its headless body continued to attack Chun Zhao. Chapter 28:36. Chun Zhao's eyes hardened, and he pressed his palms down. In an instant, the surrounding Titans collapsed to the ground. Their bodies were crushed by the immense force. At this moment, the Rock-Earth Legion was directly crushed into pieces. In Ares' divine kingdom, the only ones who had real combat power were himself and a dozen Titans. As for the Rocky Earth army, they looked imposing. In reality, they couldn't even get involved in this battle. For example, what was happening now? Before they could even touch Chun Zhao, half of them were smashed by Chun Zhao with a single slap. Even the smaller Titans were slapped down by Chun Zhao with a single slap. Only the largest Titans could barely exchange a few blows with Chun Zhao, but they could only exchange a few blows. But this wasn't what gave Chun Zhao a headache. What really gave Chun Zhao a headache was that the Titans' bodies couldn't be destroyed. No, it wasn't that they couldn't be destroyed. It was that no matter how Chun Zhao destroyed them, even if they were smashed into pieces, they could still recover. Was this the power of the divine kingdom? Recover their bodies? Ares, on the other hand, stood high above the clouds. He looked down at the battle below. It was as if he wasn't involved. The intense battle below seemed to have nothing to do with him. The more Chun Zhao thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. At the same time, Chun Zhao released his little world completely and enveloped the Titans. Chun Zhao repeated the same process again and again. Destroy the Titans, then they would be reborn. Destroy them again, then reborn again. This went on, as if there was no end to it. Again, the Titan that Chun Zhao had destroyed started to recover from its feet, then its body, then its head. Once again, he stood before Chun Zhao and scathed. Suddenly, Chun Zhao's eyes lit up. A myth popped up in his mind. It was a legend about Hercules, who had once been defeated by Chun Zhao. Hercules had once killed a god who was close to invincible. It was Antaeus, the child of the earth goddess Gaia and Poseidon. As long as he stood on the ground, he had endless power. Antaeus was a cruel ruler. He forced everyone who passed through his territory to fight him, and he killed them in the process. Until he met Hercules. Hercules lifted Antaeus high above his head so that he could not touch the ground, and then strangled Antaeus in midair. In Olympian mythology, Zeus is the main character because he is the final victor. The heroine in the Olympian myth was not Zeus's wife, Hera, nor any of Zeus's women, but Zeus's mother, grandmother, great-grandmother, great-grandmother, Gaia, the goddess of earth. Olympus was the beginning of everything. As the saying goes, the king of gods changes every day, but Gaia is eternal. One of Gaia's hobbies in life was to have sons and then have sons with sons. Gaia gave birth to the first god king, Uranus, who then became her husband. She gave birth to the 12 Titans with Uranus, as well as her youngest son, Cronus. After that, the second king of gods, Kronos, personally sent Uranus off. He also mentioned the curse that was overthrown by his son. After that, it was Hades, Poseidon, and Zeus's 3 brothers, Kronos. Gaia said that it did not matter who the god king was, as they were all her sons. Not only could she give birth, but all her children would definitely be at the top of the world. She could mate with anyone and was at the forefront of genetics. Basically, she could give birth to whoever had the strongest genes. Antaeus was the child she had with her son, grandson, and great-grandson, Poseidon. Of course, if Gaia could give birth, so could Zeus. Zeus was like a moving seeding machine. He was no weaker than Gaia in this aspect. For example, Ares, the god of war, was one. There is also an even more famous one, Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war. In any case, this household register was a negative course in ethics. Chun Zhao thought of Antaeus. As Gaia's son, he had the bloodline of the Titans. He could absorb endless power from the earth. In that case, the other Titans, who had purer bloodlines than Antaeus, shouldn't be any worse. Not to mention difficult moves like the impure earth reincarnation. It should also be possible to revive from a single cell. So, Chun Zhao suspected that these Titans could not be completely destroyed because of Ares' divine kingdom or because of their Titan bloodline. Chun Zhao pointed at the tallest Titan. Suddenly, he lifted his arm. The Titan's huge body suddenly rose into the sky. Ares' pupils constricted. A huge golden sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He shot down from the clouds at Chun Zhao. The golden sword struck Chun Zhao's head like a bolt of lightning. But Chun Zhao was unharmed. He only raised his head calmly. Chun Zhao suddenly clenched his fist. The Titan that Chun Zhao had lifted up exploded into pieces. The scene was too horrifying. The Titans were already terrifyingly huge. When they turned into a ball, all their flesh and blood seemed to have been mixed together in a blender. The scene was enough to make anyone's head explode. This was how Shilai Wenger and Drexak felt at the moment. Fuck, is this the guy you wanted to deal with? Drexak clenched his teeth and stared at Shilai Wenger. Shilai Wenger was speechless. Indeed, it was too difficult for Drexak to deal with such a monster. The Titan's tens of millions of tons were compressed bit by bit. They became smaller and smaller, but also more and more terrifying. This did not seem to be enough to satisfy Chun Zhao's crazy actions. Chun Zhao's left hand grabbed the air again. Another giant Titan was lifted up and then approached the Titan's flesh that had been compressed into a ball. When a second Titan approached the flesh and blood ball, its body also seemed to be peeled off. His skin, tissues, and blood were all extracted and then absorbed by the flesh and blood ball. When the second Titan's body was completely absorbed into the flesh and blood ball, the flesh and blood did not grow bigger. The sphere of flesh and blood did not grow larger. Instead, it was compressed even smaller. Then the third, the fourth, imagine a dozen Titan giants that weighed millions to tens of millions of tons. Their bodies were forcefully compressed into a ball less than 10 meters in diameter. What would that look like? What would that look like? But Chun Zhao was clearly not satisfied. He continued compressing the flesh and blood ball. Finally, a black ball appeared in Chun Zhao's hand. This black ball was compressed from the flesh and blood of a dozen Titans. No matter what it was, once it was compressed like this, it would turn black. Even the air was the same, let alone other colors. The black ball's surface was extremely smooth, as if it was the most perfect ball. But it was also the most dangerous ball. Seeing the black ball in Chun Zhao's hand, Ares felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he wanted to run. Chapter 28, 37. The Titan, which had been compressed into a ball, did not recover. Chen Zhao raised his palm and aimed at Ares in the sky. The black ball in his palm was emitting a dangerous signal. Pop! The black ball shot through the sky. The black ball's flight path had already twisted the space around it. I can't stop it. Ares sensed the danger and immediately made a decision. Ares also reacted immediately. Thousands of Ares clones suddenly appeared in the sky. Every single one of them had an imposing manner and extraordinary might. The clones' auras were connected, as if they were one entity. When the black ball shot into the sky, it suddenly exploded into a ball of red. Instantly, the entire sky was dyed red. The entire world had turned the color of blood. The moment the black ball exploded, countless blood arrows shot out in all directions. Many of Ares' clones were hit by the arrows, and when they were hit, their bodies would explode. Boom! A drop of blood fell near Drexak. The moment it landed, it set off a terrifying impact of flames. Drexak was sent flying. The ground seemed to have melted. Large amounts of melted rock splattered on Drexak. Shilai Wenger had wanted to help Drexak block a few attacks, but the barrier he'd put up was instantly penetrated. Every drop of blood contained a terrifying power. With his power, he should be able to block a single blood arrow. But the key problem was that the blood arrows were too dense. Especially when he put up a shield, the area of attack also increased. As a result, he didn't dare to use a large-scale barrier at all. But if he didn't, a small-scale barrier would also mean that his defense wasn't good. As for Drexak, Shilai Wenger could only hope that he was lucky. While dodging, Shilai Wenger looked up at the battle in the sky. Shilai Wenger couldn't help but frown. Chen Zhao was terrifyingly powerful, but Ares didn't show what he should have. At least, to Shilai Wenger, Ares' power shouldn't be limited to this, especially his thousands of doppelgangers. Every one of them looked unstoppable and majestic, but in reality, they only helped Ares share the damage. This made Shilai Wenger a little surprised. Ares summoned a dozen titans to fight Chen Zhao. Although it was very powerful, this kind of power was only used against ordinary people. He did not display the kind of power and strength that he should have. Indeed, Chen Zhao was very powerful, but this was definitely not a reason for Ares to be crushed. Could it be that his strength had been weakened to such an extent? Ares had previously said that because of the curse, 2/3 of his divine power had been stolen. But Shilai Wenger felt that Ares had not even shown 1/3 of his strength. Of course, this was all his own speculation. Even he didn't know exactly how powerful a god should be. As the god of war, Ares should not be weaker than a mortal. He compressed the Titan's flesh into a neutron star. The neutron star contained more than just Titan flesh, and Chen Zhao's flame chi. Chen Zhao realized that during the compression process of the Titan's flesh, his fire chi had entered very smoothly. This also caused the neutron star to be more than 10 times more destructive than Chen Zhao had imagined. It wasn't just because of the Titan's flesh, but other types of flesh had the same effect. Perhaps other creatures' flesh would work too. But a neutron star with this kind of power was basically one of a kind. After all, no creature in the world could have a body as terrifying as the Titans. Not even the dragon race. So, Chen Zhao wanted to create one with such terrifying power again. It was almost impossible. There were fewer and fewer Ares clones in the sky. Chen Zhao finally found Ares' real body among the remaining clones. Actually, it was not difficult to find Ares' real body. The real body and clones' auras were almost one, so it was almost impossible to tell them apart just from their auras. But Ares' clones would not dodge the splattering blood arrows. Ares' real body, on the other hand, had to dodge. Of course, Ares wasn't stupid. He knew that he would be easily exposed. So, his clones also made some fake movements. Then, he would add more clones in an attempt to bluff his way through. But if the real body dodged too many times, it would become more conspicuous, especially in Chen Zhao's small world. None of Ares' clones could escape Chen Zhao's senses, just like how Chen Zhao knew that all his actions were under Ares' surveillance. Most of the time, Both of them were in each other's senses. So, most of the small movements were meaningless. Found you. Chun Zhao suddenly launched an attack. He turned into a beam of energy and charged at Ares. Seeing that he could not dodge, Ares could only use his ultimate move. Ares raised his right arm. Human, you forced me to do this. Chun Zhao felt that Ares was going to use his ultimate move. But Chun Zhao did not care. He just wanted to take care of Ares. It did not matter whether it was his ultimate move or not. Plus, he did not know what Ares' ultimate move was. He could not be restrained just because Ares was going to use his ultimate move, right? Come, the strongest enemy. One figure suddenly appeared in front of Ares, then two, and then three. Chun Zhao could not help but stop in his tracks. He looked at the three figures before Ares in surprise. He was very familiar with their auras. The first was Mr. Jun Fong, the 1,000-year-old corpse Su Fu. The second was the old monster Kunlai, the one Chun Zhao had skinned alive. The third was Haber Timur Haber, the fake Dragon King. This is the power of my God Kingdom. Within my God Kingdom, your strongest enemies in the past will be reflected in front of you, Ares said in a cocky tone while gasping for breath. It seemed that it was not easy for him to use this move. He had only used it at the last moment. It must have cost him a lot. Using my defeated enemies from the past to fight against me? Aren't you dreaming? Chun Zhao sneered at Ares. They are not only your strong enemies from the past. They have no weaknesses or flaws now. Or rather, they're more perfect. My divine kingdom can make up for their flaws. Chun Zhao looked at the three strong enemies he had killed not long ago. The weakest among them was undoubtedly Haber Timur Haber. His upper limit was not high. Later, he received the ancient Dragon King's Dragon Ball legacy. But when Chun Zhao smacked him to death, he did not display the power that a real Dragon King should have. Next was the old monster Kunlai. He had unprecedented magical power, but did not have the corresponding level. The strongest was undoubtedly Mr. Jun Fong. Whether it was in terms of cultivation or personal combatability, he was a strong enemy that Chun Zhao had to face. Chapter 28:38. Chun Zhao rummaged through his spatial ring. He found a cigarette and took a deep puff. He hadn't smoked in a long time. When was the last time he smoked? He looked at the three powerful enemies in front of him. Chun Zhao didn't have any feelings for Haber Timur. To Chun Zhao, Haber Timur Haber wasn't a strong enemy at all. Old monster Kunlai couldn't be considered one either, even though his cultivation base was unparalleled. However, his battle prowess was inversely proportional to his cultivation base. Only Mr. Jun Fong had left a deep impression on him. This was a true opponent. Chun Zhao blew out a ring of smoke and tapped the ash. I didn't expect that we would meet again under such circumstances. I didn't expect it either, Jun Fong responded. Chun Zhao was stunned. He had just been muttering to himself emotionally. He knew that the three enemies in front of him were not their true bodies. It did not even contain their souls and consciousness. They were merely molded by some sort of force. Perhaps it came from Chun Zhao's heart or something else. In short, they were far from their original bodies. He didn't expect that Jun Bangsan would actually respond to him. He then looked at old monster Kunlai and Haber Timur Haber, but they did not have any reaction. Their eyes were dull and lifeless, without any luster. Only Mr. Jun had a faint smile on his face. I am the reflection of your heart, and I have cultivated a strange martial art called the heart calling chant. In my early years, I had cultivated this art, but I had never understood its profoundness. The power of this art was mediocre, and my progress was incomparably slow. After cultivating for a month or so, I threw it to the back of my mind. I never thought that after I died, I would be able to use this art to be reborn. Although this method of rebirth was beyond my expectations, this heart calling chant can only be activated under certain conditions. So the current you is the real you? Yes and no. Mr. Jun Fong looked at his own body. Rather than calling it a heart summoning technique, it's more accurate to say that it's a reconstruction of your true body. However, your soul is constructed from your heart, not your true self. Chun Zhao rubbed his forehead. What a headache. I really don't want to fight you again. Even though fighting again won't change the result, it still doesn't feel good. Hee. Although I'm still being controlled, I'm stronger than my real body. You might not be able to defeat me. Chun Zhao stretched his neck. Don't judge me based on your impression. I'm not who I used to be. Then let's have another round. Jun Fong was full of fighting spirit. Hee. The current you doesn't have the qualifications to fight with me. You're just someone else's puppet. It's not difficult to break free from his control. The difficult part is to maintain our current existence, Mr. Jun said helplessly. Actually, it doesn't matter whether I get rid of you or not. I'll kill you again, just like last time. Chen Zhao sounded relaxed, but he was actually more cautious than last time. Last time, he had used his ultimate move. This time, it was said that Mr. Jun Fong was even stronger than his main body. He was already familiar with most of his moves. Therefore, defeating him might not be as easy as last time. Ares didn't interrupt, nor did he interfere with the conversation between Chun Zhao and Mr. Jun Fong. He was just wondering why Mr. Jun Fong had consciousness. His divine kingdom could reflect the image of the enemy in his heart. But this didn't mean that the divine kingdom could create its own consciousness. To put it bluntly, the divine kingdom created a certain period of time in the past. It wasn't to recreate a person with consciousness. Even gods couldn't create a person out of thin air, especially when it was a powerful enemy that even Chun Zhao had to be wary of. As for Mr. Jun Fong, Kun Lai, and Haber Timur Haber, they might be stronger in combat, but they might not be much weaker than Ares in terms of cultivation. No matter how strong Ares was, he couldn't create someone as strong as him. But Mr. Jun Fong clearly had consciousness. This made Ares, the initiator of all this, a little confused. The conversation between Mr. Jun Fong and Chun Zhao was in Mandarin. As a result, Ares couldn't understand what they were talking about. Mr. Jun Fong didn't waste any time and directly used his ultimate move. Dark Spirit Qi circled around him. He wasn't any weaker than when he was at his peak. Chun Zhao took a puff and flicked the cigarette, but away. Purple Qi suddenly appeared on his body. Mr. Jun Fong raised an eyebrow. There seemed to be Dark Spirit Qi in Chun Zhao's purple Qi, but it didn't seem like it. It was hard to tell. Mr. Jun Fong had been immersed in Dark Spirit Qi for thousands of years. No one could compare to him in terms of understanding it. But he couldn't understand Chun Zhao's purple Qi. Your aura. Do you remember how I killed your original body in the end? It wasn't a pleasant experience, but I remember. I devoured your original body, as well as your Spirit Qi. I was able to refine it and fuse it with my own magic power. The combination of the two resulted in the current violet Qi. I call this thing Primordial Qi. It was Chun Zhao's first time fighting with Primordial Qi. This also meant that Chun Zhao was serious. It wasn't that he couldn't beat Mr. Jun Fong without Primordial Qi. It was a form of respect for him. At the end of the day, Primordial Qi had benefited from Mr. Jun Fong's help. Although Mr. Jun Fong wasn't really willing to help Chun Zhao. Just then, Haber Timur Haber transformed into his real body. A 1,000-meter dragon appeared before Chun Zhao. He was also the first to attack. A huge magic formation appeared before Haber Timur Haber's mouth. Then, a ball of dragon breath shot toward Chun Zhao through the formation. Chun Zhao didn't dodge. He let the breath land on him. But the dragon breath didn't cause any damage or explosion. Instead, it seeped into Chun Zhao's body like water meeting a sponge. The next moment, the air seemed to be torn apart. There was a sharp, ear-piercing sound. Then, Haber Timur Haber's huge head was chopped off. Mr. Jun Fong's pupils constricted. Chun Zhao hadn't exaggerated before. In less than a month, Chun Zhao's power was completely different from last time. The primordial qi on him only enhanced his speed and power. But this was where he was the strongest. With this enhancement, he became even more terrifying. Old monster Kun Lai attacked at the same time. He reverted to his original form and charged at Chun Zhao with his mouth wide open. The surrounding air and spiritual qi were first swallowed by the huge mouth. Only Chun Zhao stood where he was without moving. The more Kun Lai's original body sucked, the bigger it became. In a moment, Kun Lai's original body had grown to 10,000 meters. But now, He looked like an inflated pufferfish. A neutron star appeared in Chun Zhao's hand. He flicked it lightly. The neutron star was sent into Kunlai's huge mouth. Chapter 2839. Instantly, Kunlai's body expanded rapidly. He had devoured large amounts of spiritual qi. But with his figure, his body was still well-proportioned and wouldn't deform too much. But after Chun Zhao's neutron star was sucked into his body, it released billions of tons of air. In an instant, Kunlai's body became round and bulging. His skin was also stretched taut, as if it would burst at any time. Chun Zhao also realized that he didn't know if Kunlai's power had increased. He wasn't sure if his weakness had really been made up for, but his intelligence had clearly decreased greatly. Intelligence wasn't enough to describe Kunlai anymore. Kunlai had the Kuan Peng bloodline. But this bloodline didn't mean that he had the ability to devour everything in the world like the Kuan Peng. At most, he had a better appetite. That was all. Even when Kunlai's intelligence was still up, he didn't dare to devour everything without restraint. Mr. Jun Fong's face darkened. These two unlucky kids. He had hoped that the two could work together. Even if they weren't as strong as him, they could at least hold them back for a while. At least when Mr. Jun Fong sensed Haber Timur Haber and Kunlai, their auras weren't weak. Their auras were not weak, and he thought that their standards should not be too far off. In the end, Haber Timur Haber was sent to the guillotine by Chun Zhao. Kunlai wasn't instantly killed by Chun Zhao, but he looked like he could explode at any moment. Mr. Jun Fong's heart skipped a beat. This unlucky kid, if you want to explode, hurry up. I don't even dare to get close to you like this. If Kunlai could speak now, he would definitely complain to Mr. Jun Fong. But it wasn't a matter of whether he would explode or not. It was a matter of when Chun Zhao wanted him to explode. This was the second ability that Chun Zhao's small world had developed after evolving. As long as it was a dead object, given a certain amount of time, his small world could seep into it. His small world was no longer limited to a large sphere. He could control it to seep into certain objects. It was close to perfect control. It wasn't controlled from the outside. If it was controlled from the outside, it would just be using the force field in the small world to manipulate people or objects like puppets. Infiltration, on the other hand, was another form of infiltration. Although it could not control living and conscious creatures, however, against units without life or consciousness, it had extremely powerful control. It was close to Chun Zhao's control over the small world. Unfortunately, Chun Zhao realized that Kunlai could be controlled by him, especially when he took the initiative to swallow the neutron star. Neutron star was formed from Chun Zhao's small world. It contained Chun Zhao's energy. So, Chun Zhao easily controlled Kunlai. Chun Zhao glanced at Mr. Jun Fong. Jun Fong immediately had a wary expression. Chun Zhao was very difficult to deal with. After all, he had already lost to Chun Zhao once. Furthermore, he had paid the most painful price. This time, he was not truly resurrected. On the other hand, Chun Zhao was even stronger than when they first met. Hence, he had no choice but to be careful, even if it wasn't for him this time, and he was just a puppet for someone else. But he wanted to win, even if this victory did not belong to him. But Chun Zhao's gaze landed on Ares. Suddenly, Chun Zhao kicked Kunlai's stomach as if he was kicking a ball. Kunlai's huge body shot toward Ares. "Oh no!" Mr. Jun Fong exclaimed. Ares' scalp was numb too. He tried to control Kunlai, but he didn't know that he was too weak, or that Chun Zhao was too strong. As a result, his control over Kunlai was useless. Kunlai's huge body smashed toward him like a hot knife through butter. Ares had no choice but to fight personally. Right now, he felt like he was going to vomit blood. Not only physically, but also psychologically. He was the one who had summoned Kunlai. But Kunlai had not done anything. Instead, he brought more trouble to him. Forcefully using his ultimate move had already made him even weaker. Now he had to force himself to fight. "Human, don't underestimate me." Ares roared. All of a sudden, the sky became bright and dazzling. Huge golden swords appeared in the clouds. The golden swords were all pointed at old monster Kunlai. Ares swung his arm down, and the golden swords rained down. But the swords could not even pierce through Kunlai's skin. Or perhaps Kunlai's momentum was too strong. Kunlai's huge body still smashed toward Ares unstoppably, just as Kunlai was less than 1,000 meters away from Ares. As if deflated, Kunlai's body quickly shriveled. Both Ares and Mr. Junfeng froze. The next moment, Mr. Junfeng's expression changed drastically. "Dodge!" he yelled. But Ares could not understand what Mr. Junfeng was saying at all. He only saw Mr. Junfeng roaring at him with a hideous face. This made him very unhappy, very unhappy. It seemed like he had to let him know who was the master. What Kunlai released wasn't air, but purple primordial chi. Instantly, the air was filled with purple gas. Then Ares realized something as well. At this time, his expression was one of shock and panic. His body could not keep up with his thoughts. Then, the primordial chi suddenly turned red. The air became scorching too. Shilai Wenger and the heavily injured Drexak, who were hiding from the flames of battle, were even more terrified. The terrifying heat made their breaths sting. The heat seeped into their noses and burned their lungs along their noses. That feeling was indescribable. Shilai Wenger was fine, but it was hard to say for Drexak. He could not block this kind of damage at all. Shilai Wenger was only protecting himself and giving him a little help. They were at the outermost part of the battlefield, and it was already unbearable for them. Ares, who was at the center of the battlefield. The moment the primordial chi exploded, he suffered the first and strongest wave of impact. The heat wave caused Ares to instantly shed his skin. Even though Ares could change his skin as many times as he wanted, he was still able to change it. Ares could even shed and be reborn more than a dozen times in a second. But it was this powerful regenerative ability that caused him to suffer unprecedented pain. His skin evaporated in the heat wave. His flesh and blood were also evaporating. As a god of war, he could bear the pain of losing limbs. But at this moment, he groaned in pain. And this pain wasn't the end. It was just the beginning. The spreading flames suddenly seemed to be bound by something and started to shrink towards the center of the explosion. Chapter 2840. Seeing that Ares was imprisoned, Jun Bangsan immediately extended a helping hand. Junfeng shouted, 9 nether flames. A bright blue flame ignited around Jun Bangsan's body. This 9 underworld flame was undoubtedly a type of Yin flame. It was the exact opposite of Chun Zhao's Yang fire. That was why Mr. Junfeng dared to fight Chun Zhao at close range. Otherwise, the scorching air around Chun Zhao would have peeled off a layer of his skin. Moreover, the flames Chun Zhao ignited with immemorial chi were extremely effective against the Yin chi on his body. Moreover, because he was born from dark chi, Mr. Junfeng's dark chi couldn't affect him at all. With the protection of the 9 underworld flames, Junfeng's courage was slightly boosted. At the very least, he wouldn't be completely defenseless. After all, Mr. Junfeng had plundered the major sects 1,000 years ago. He had been invincible in China for decades. Naturally, there was no lack of means. It was also immune to most spells. Even though Chun Zhao was his greatest enemy, he didn't care. But it wasn't to the extent that he would be powerless to continue. All Things Collection. Junfeng unleashed an attack at Chun Zhao from afar. The air in front of Jun Bangsan started to crystallize. Like solidified crystals, they kept spreading toward Chun Zhao. With one hand, Chun Zhao controlled the primordial chaos chi to gather again, trapping Ares tightly. At the same time, out of the corner of his eye, Seiji saw Jun Bangsan's attack. This was a spell he had never seen before. Chun Zhao hesitated. Should he take the attack head-on or retreat? Ever since Chun Zhao suffered a huge loss in China, he had been ambushed by Mo Han, who was far weaker than him. Chun Zhao's fighting style began to lean toward the conservative side. If he didn't know the spell, or if he couldn't determine the spell's function and effect in a short period of time, Chun Zhao wouldn't take it head-on like before. Finally, Chun Zhao decided to avoid the spell. Before the crystallization could touch Chun Zhao, he dodged the spell with a sidestep. The crystal spread to where Chun Zhao had been. Suddenly, countless monsters emerged from the crystal. They're not any kind of supernatural being known. Their appearances were strange, malevolent, and distorted, and they don't seem to be able to stay in the air for too long. In just a few seconds after they appeared, their bodies began to evaporate. Ares also took the opportunity to break free. The charred skin on his body began to quickly fade and was replaced by new skin. However, there was still fear on his face. Ares looked at Mr. Junfeng. Junfeng also glanced at Ares. They already had a certain level of tacit understanding. As the god of war, Ares was naturally experienced in battles. Junfeng, on the other hand, had fought with countless powerhouses in the world. No matter what kind of battle it was, he knew it like the back of his hand. Therefore, this kind of tacit understanding was built on the rich experience of both parties. Both of them were analyzing the current situation in their minds. In a one-on-one fight, Chun Zhao had the absolute advantage. Ares was already injured, and after using his ultimate move, he was getting weaker and weaker. Therefore, a prolonged battle would only be disadvantageous to them. Jun Bangsan's advantage lay in his strange and ever-changing spells. Chun Zhao was not in a hurry to decide the winner. One was Ares, the god of war, and the other was a 1,000-year-old demon. None of them could be fooled with a single slap. Of course, they also had their own weaknesses. Ares, needless to say, was weakening rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other hand, Junfeng had self-awareness. But he wasn't real. He was an existence that Ares' spell had imprinted in Chun Zhao's mind, neither alive nor dead. After killing Ares, the spell would naturally be removed. Therefore, if he wanted to defeat Chun Zhao, he had to ensure Ares' safety first. This also limited most of his combat ability. Therefore, in the current situation, Chun Zhao clearly had the upper hand. Both Ares and Junfeng furrowed their brows. They could both feel the oppressive aura emanating from Chun Zhao. They knew that Chun Zhao hadn't gone all out yet. Even so, it was already hard for them to breathe. Even if the two of them worked together, they still couldn't defeat Chun Zhao's terror. Chun Zhao's gaze gradually calmed down. Ares and Junfeng didn't let their guard down just because Chun Zhao's aura had calmed down. Instead, they became even more worried. They didn't know what Chun Zhao's next move would be. Chun Zhao's every move was unknown and unpredictable to them. This seemingly unintentional action made them even more worried. Suddenly, Ares' expression changed drastically. He wants to analyze my divine kingdom. We can't let him continue like this. Junfeng was stunned. Analyze? How? He didn't understand how Chun Zhao did it, but Ares definitely wouldn't do it without a reason. Junfeng didn't dare to let Chun Zhao be so relaxed. If he could really analyze Ares' divine kingdom, then their situation would be even more troublesome. Their chances of winning weren't high to begin with. If Chun Zhao controlled the divine kingdom, they would have no chance of winning anymore. Junfeng quickly formed seals with his hands. Nether gate. Open. 5 metal gates, surrounded by pitch black, Inchi suddenly appeared around Chun Zhao. The 5 black metal gates were engraved with hundreds of ghosts, all sinister and terrifying. The 5 metal gates were still spewing out extreme Inchi without stopping. The next moment, gelatinous things extended from the 5 nether gates. The gelatinous things wriggled forward like slime in video games, but they themselves were filled with inauspiciousness. The gelatinous things were already spreading toward Chun Zhao from 5 different angles. Chun Zhao didn't move. The flames on his body suddenly spread outward. Instantly, the gelatinous things were burned to ashes by the flames. Ares glanced at Junfeng. Junfeng's power was undeniable. Out of the 3 helpers that had been created by his magic, only Junfeng was still alive and had actually helped him out quite a bit. But he couldn't understand Junfeng's spell. Chun Zhao also glanced at the surrounding nether gates. Then he turned to Junfeng. Junfeng, you seem to be looking down on me with your spell. Or is there something I don't understand? Junfeng looked at Chun Zhao. He continued maintaining the nether gates. Do you know the origin of spells? Isn't it just a treasure left by an ancient god? I'm not a Taoist, and I don't know much about spells. Are you planning to discuss Tao with me? Mr. Chun, you're not a Taoist. Discussing Tao with you is just playing the lute to a cow. It wasn't that Jun Fong looked down on Chen Zhao, but their fields of knowledge were different, so they couldn't discuss Tao. Chen Zhao guessed that Mr. Jun Fong was talking to him like this because he wanted to stall for time. Or was she trying to distract him? Chapter 2841. Western magic comes from demons in hell. Of course, I'm talking about modern magic, not ancient magic. Eastern Taoism wasn't created by humans in the beginning either. As he spoke, Mr. Jun made a seal with his hands. It said that Taoism was passed down by immortals, but there are no immortals in the world. They're just too embarrassed to say it, so they use the name of immortals to package it and spread it to the world. Chen Zhao looked at Mr. Jun and glanced at the surrounding nether gates. Mr. Jun was clearly stalling for time. Chen Zhao naturally wouldn't let him do as he wished. The primordial chaos chi shot toward the nether gate. The nether gate was instantly destroyed, but the yin chi didn't dissipate. It reformed into a new nether gate. This nether gate is one of the first Taoism, Mr. Jun said. Do you know why the people back then hid the truth? Probably because the image of the person who taught them the Taoism needs to be improved. That's right. Mr. Jun laughed. The preacher's real bodies are hidden behind the nether gate. Do you want to see their real bodies? Can I say no? I'm afraid it's not up to you. Mr. Jun paused his hand seal. A tide of yin chi suddenly rushed out of the 5 nether gates around Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao didn't feel any aura directly, but the yin chi couldn't be faked. But then Chen Zhao laughed. What can you summon? Chen Zhao shrugged and said carelessly. At most, it's as strong as you. Even if there's another opponent like you, it won't change the outcome. Mr. Jun didn't retort. Chen Zhao was telling the truth. If the conditions allowed, a normal person could summon a terrifying creature many times stronger than them. But the stronger the summoner and the stronger the target, the harsher the conditions to summon them. At Mr. Jun's level, he was already a big boss in other people's eyes. If he wanted to summon something stronger than him, it would be as difficult as destroying the world. He didn't even have an offering now. Why would someone come all the way here to be his fighter? Mr. Jun also looked at Chen Zhao calmly. Indeed, even if I summon someone as strong as me, it won't change the current situation. You seem a bit too strong. Jun Bangsan's words were incredibly honest. This surprised Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao had thought that he would argue a little, or he could use other ways to confuse himself. She didn't expect Jun Fong to be so calm. He was so calm that Chen Zhao even wondered if he had other motives. Suddenly, the yin chi wrapped around Chen Zhao's body. Chen Zhao frowned and casually dispersed the yin chi. But just then, the 5 nether gates were a few meters closer to him. Feeling that something was off, Chen Zhao immediately left the range of the nether gate. But the nether gate was actually moving with him. Moreover, it could keep up with his speed. The 5 nether gates spat out more and more dense yin chi. Seal? Chen Zhao guessed as he tried to get rid of the 5 nether gates. No matter how fast Chen Zhao increased his speed, he could not escape from the nether gate's pincer attack. Both Aries and Jun Fong had rather grim expressions on their faces. Chen Zhao was simply too fast. He was so fast that they couldn't even catch his movements with the naked eye. With such speed, they wouldn't even be able to fight back. Finally, the 5 nether gates were right next to Chen Zhao. The next instant, the yin chi completely enveloped Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao could feel a force tearing at him. He was no stranger to this. Now he finally understood. The spell wasn't a summon, but an exile. Chen Zhao suddenly disappeared before everyone's eyes. Aries didn't expect Jun Fong to defeat Chen Zhao. It didn't matter what method Jun Fong had used, but the result was obvious to all. In any case, he won. This was an indisputable fact. Aries looked towards Kunshiro-san. He was a bit hesitant. Should he keep Jun Fong as a servant? However, Mr. Jun Fong was so strong, and he had an endless stream of strange spells. There was a chance that he could turn the tables. Although he had the right to decide Jun Fong's life and death, some masters always had a way to turn the tables. Jun Fong didn't seem like someone who could be easily controlled. Aries had already been betrayed once, so he didn't rush to make a decision. But now, he realized that Jun Fong's expression didn't improve. Instead, it became even more serious. But at this time, he discovered that Mr. Junfang's expression did not improve. Instead, it became even more serious. More accurately, he noticed it, but his attention wasn't on Aries. To be precise, he sensed it, but his attention was not on Aries. More accurately, he noticed it, but his attention wasn't on Aries. Junfang's gaze was focused on the spot where Chun Zhao had disappeared. Aries wanted to communicate with Junfang, but they couldn't speak. He could only stare. Aries could only look at Shilai Wenger and Drexak. Shilai Wenger felt Aries' gaze and looked at Mr. Junfang. He seemed to have sensed Aries' intention. Shilai Wenger glanced at Aries and shook his head. I don't know either. Mr. Junfang glanced at Shilai Wenger and shook his head. I don't know. What did he mean by, we don't know either? Of course, it was the terrifying power that Junfang had displayed earlier. Shilai Wenger didn't dare to yell at Junfang. Shilai Wenger didn't dare to shout at Mr. Junfang. Everyone couldn't help but look up. Everyone couldn't help but raise their heads to look at the sky. A red crack appeared in the sky. That red crack gave off an ominous feeling at first glance. Then, something seeped out of the crack. Blood. It was red blood. Blood was seeping out of the crack. Then, there was another boom. Another crack appeared in the sky. Everyone felt like their scalps were going to explode. What was going on? What happened? Only Junfang's expression grew more and more serious. He clearly knew what had happened. Or rather, he had guessed that this would happen. Boom, boom! Another 2 loud bangs rang out in succession. The sound seemed to be pounding on everyone's heart. Entering someone else's heart wasn't something they wanted to see. They didn't want to accept it either. But the sound and scene were too frightening. The sky seemed to be bleeding. Just then, the crack finally turned into a hole. Then blood gushed out like a flood. A puddle of blood soon formed where everyone was. In this pool of blood, there were some pieces of flesh of unknown locations floating around. It was the flesh of some giant creature. Just then, there was another explosion of blood from the crack in the sky. A giant red object fell from the sky and landed right in the middle of the puddle. It was a head, an incomparably huge head. The head only had one eye, but this eye took up 70 to 80% of the face area of the head. Chapter 2842. There was a terrifying hole on the side of the one-eyed head, as if it had been caused by the impact of a meteorite. The one-eyed head was killed by this blow, and this blow not only opened a hole in its head, but also cut off its connection with its neck. At this time, the one-eyed head's single eye began to fill with blood. Finally, a huge eyeball rolled out. The diameter of this eyeball was probably 800 or 900 meters, not much smaller than the head. The eyeball was covered with a layer of spiritual substance made of yin qi, which protected the eyeball like armor. This thing is still alive. This thought popped up in everyone's mind. Although this thing only had one eyeball left, its aura was still so strong that it made people's hair stand on end. The eyeball moved slowly and swept across everyone present. Aries frowned and clenched his fists quietly. Mr. Junfang also frowned and looked serious. What's going on with it? What is it? Aries asked. Shilai Wenger, on the other hand, translated for Aries in a gentler way after some modification. I don't know, Mr. Junfang said calmly. What do you mean you don't know? Is this the side effect of your spell? The origin of Tao in the East came from a group of unknown beings, which is also the origin of immortals. Many biographies and legends of Taoist priests seeking immortals recorded in ancient books are related to these things. Immortals are the identities given to them by human beings. The most famous story is that King Mu of Zhou went west to Kunlun to find the Queen Mother of the West for the elixir of immortality. There are many such stories in Huaxia, but the truth is far less beautiful than what is described in the stories. Mr. Junfang said, "This is the essence of Tao. Humans are born with Tao bodies and have endless possibilities, so their talent is far beyond that of other species. After they have grasped the essence of Tao, they have usurped the master. The way to seek Tao is controlled by them and eventually sealed. Later generations can only hear the stories of their predecessors but don't know the truth." Shilai Wenger did not translate Mr. Junfang's words to Aries at the same time. Instead, he asked his own question. In other words, this thing is the Tao itself. The immortal world that Taoists speak of is actually a different world. This different world is not composed of a single world, but of countless different worlds. Even the ancients had never truly come into contact with all of them, and what they had come into contact with was only a very small part. After the ancients mastered a part of the Tao, they thought that they had completely mastered the Tao, so they closed the way of contact. However, there was still a small group of ancients who still maintained this way of contact, but they were not accepted by those who claimed to be righteous, so they were called devil. This is also where the way of diabolism came from, and what I inherited is precisely the way of diabolism. The place I exiled that person to was an unknown place among the many different worlds, and I also don't know what exists in that unknown place. Shilai Wenger looked at the huge eyeball in front of him. He's the demon? You can also be an immortal. Immortals and demons are one. Since they are the beginning of Tao, then their strength, I don't know how strong they are. I have communicated with them a few times and discussed Tao with them, so I have a preliminary impression of them. They don't have a clear concept of right and wrong, good and evil, or rather, we humans define good and evil by ourselves, and it has nothing to do with them. Some of them are individually strong, and some are weak, but not all of them are high and mighty. Some are very intelligent, even beyond the scope of human understanding, and some have low intelligence. Although they bear the Tao, I don't know what it is. Mr. Jun Fong continued, I don't know how strong the immortal world that I exiled that person to is. If there is a supreme existence there, then that person will die without a doubt. Even if he doesn't die, it will be difficult for him to escape the cage of the immortal world. If that immortal world is not strong. Mr. Jun Fong said no more, and the result was already presented to everyone. Suddenly, the crack in the sky once again poured down like a flood, and a monstrous wave of blood rushed out. In the wave of blood, a figure descended from the sky. It was a figure bathed in blood, a figure that could not be ignored even in the monstrous wave of blood. When everyone looked at that person, their gazes were filled with horror. Everyone felt that it was difficult to breathe. The person was the exiled Chen Zhao. At the moment, he was completely different from before. Chen Zhao's murderous aura seemed to materialize, painting a horrifying scene behind him. Everyone seemed to receive some kind of message in their minds, and a scene of Azura appeared in their minds. Chen Zhao was massacring wantonly in a barren land. A few powerful creatures were fighting and killing this figure. The original body of the eyeball was one of them. The entire process did not last long, only a few seconds. The eyeball used its single eye to shatter the void, tried to escape into it. However, Chen Zhao, who followed closely behind, smashed its head away. The head smashed through the unstable space and fell into Ares' divine kingdom. At the moment, Chen Zhao was like the messenger of the apocalypse in everyone's eyes. He had destroyed all the powerful existences and almost half of the creatures in that world. In just a few minutes, he had made that strange world disappear. He had come from the unknown, brought disaster, and left in the unknown, leaving behind a remnant of the world. Jun Fong's pupils constricted. He saw a familiar figure in the illusions that appeared in his mind. He had once communicated with that existence through his mind. Mr. Jun Fong had even respected that supreme existence as his master. This was also the first time he had seen the true body of that supreme existence. Although he had seen it through an illusion, that scene was undeniably real. It had really happened just a few minutes ago. It was not just an illusion. It was that world's final wail. Mr. Jun Fong did not expect that he would bring such a disaster to that world. He had destroyed a world. Although it was a very small world, there were countless creatures in it. In just a few minutes, Chen Zhao had truly let go of his destruction and destruction. It was not an exaggeration to say that the world had been plunged into misery and suffering. Although it had only been a few minutes, Chen Zhao had discovered something. It was a small world, a naturally formed small world. However, this naturally formed small world was filled with marks similar to Chen Zhao's small world. The final product of the small world When Chun Zhao had entered the small world, he had already felt that it was unusual. When Chun Zhao had tried to explore deeper mysteries of the small world had launched a counterattack against him, as if it wanted to eliminate an outsider like him. The result was naturally Chun Zhao's massacre. Chapter 2843. Chun Zhao was a bit confused. Why did that world reject him so much? Even Chun Zhao himself could feel the malice from the entire world. As a result, the moment Chun Zhao was banished to that world, he'd been rejected for no reason. Chun Zhao couldn't understand, so when he was attacked, his counterattack was especially fierce and cruel. That world wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. Actually, he wouldn't go so far as to destroy Earth. Chun Zhao really hadn't reached that stage. If Chun Zhao didn't eat or drink for 100 years, he could probably destroy all the disasters on the surface. But Earth was still Earth. It would still spin. However, if the goal was to destroy the entire human race, there was still hope as long as there were no existences at the level of Zhang Tianyi in the way, and humans didn't bring out any technology that defied common sense. As for that small world, it was even simpler. Chun Zhao just used a great collision and destroyed half of the living beings in the small world. Originally, Chun Zhao had to go through hell to return to the modern world. But coincidentally, there was a powerful being proficient in spatial magic in that small world. Chun Zhao hitchhiked and returned to the Divine Kingdom. Slaughtering half of the living beings in the small world filled Chun Zhao with murderous intent. He was like a demon descending into the world. Even a god like Ares, who'd been baptized by countless battles. They were all terrified by Chun Zhao's murderous intent. He and Mr. Jun Fong both knew why Chun Zhao's unusual murderous intent was. But Shilai Wenger and Drexak didn't know. They were affected by Chun Zhao's murderous intent and saw an illusion that wasn't real. All they saw was the most bloody and cruel scene. It wasn't as simple as a charaba. It was blood covering the scorched earth and burning corpses. "Leave here. I'll stop him." Mr. Jun Fong's tone was filled with the generosity of facing death. Of course, Mr. Jun Fong wasn't a righteous person. He just wanted to use this opportunity to compete with Chun Zhao. More accurately, he wanted to test Chun Zhao's level. Whether Ares and the others stayed or not didn't affect the overall situation much. Actually, Mr. Jun Fong didn't expect to defeat Chun Zhao in battle anymore. The victory he wanted now was for Ares to escape. If Ares escaped, he would win. Although this kind of spiritual victory was rather helpless. But at this moment, Jun Fong only had this one kind of hope. However, as Ares and Mr. Jun Fong's translator, Shilai Wenger didn't translate for Mr. Jun Fong. Right now, Shilai Wenger was affected by Chun Zhao's murderous aura. He had fallen into a bloody illusion created by the murderous aura. Jun Fong glanced at Ares. Right now, Ares was in a worse state. Of course, the injuries on his body were an important reason. Another important reason was Chun Zhao's murderous intent. Chun Zhao's murderous aura gave them great pressure. This kind of pressure had already produced a substantial effect. Even Ares and Mr. Jun Fong were unable to unleash their full power. Chun Zhao did not continue attacking, nor did he end the battle immediately. Chun Zhao had gained a lot in the small world. In fact, it could be said that he had gained a lot. Chun Zhao vaguely found the evolution path of his small world. However, this feeling was not very clear. He felt that the Divine Kingdom might be able to give him more inspiration. But Chun Zhao soon discovered the secret of the Divine Kingdom. A Divine Kingdom was not more advanced than a lesser world. More accurately, the two should be of the same level or about the same level of power. The Divine Kingdom and Lesser World should be two completely different forms of power. Moreover, Chun Zhao discovered that there was a power in the Divine Kingdom that he could not understand or analyze. This power was the foundation of the Divine Kingdom. The Divine Kingdom was also supported by this power. Chun Zhao was confused. This power was very unfamiliar. It should be an energy form that was hard to detect, but it was very obvious in the Divine Kingdom. Chun Zhao thought of a power, divine power. Chun Zhao, Zhang Tianyi, Bifla, and the 23rd Blood Mary had discussed this before. This power was too difficult to understand. Even now, Chun Zhao could infiltrate the divine kingdom through the lesser world. Through the lesser world, he could analyze the general structure of the divine kingdom. But Chun Zhao had no clue about the power that supported the divine kingdom. Chun Zhao thought that this power was divine power, but that was just his guess. This should be the secret of the Olympian gods. This made Chun Zhao even more determined to capture Ares alive. If he couldn't analyze it himself, then he would find the most intelligent and powerful people in the world. Chun Zhao didn't believe that they couldn't analyze it together. Chun Zhao glanced at Mr. Junfang. He didn't know if it was an illusion. At the moment, Mr. Junfang's aura seemed much weaker. When he looked at Ares, he was even weaker. Chun Zhao raised his arms above his head. Everyone's hair stood on end. Clearly, Chun Zhao didn't plan on delaying anymore. Chun Zhao stretched out his 10 fingers as if he was pulling an invisible curtain. No one understood what Chun Zhao was doing. He could attack, but why did he use such a strange move? Just as everyone was confused, Chun Zhao suddenly pulled down with force. In an instant, everything in the divine kingdom was torn apart by Chun Zhao. Mountains broke, rivers stopped flowing. Everything was distorted by Chun Zhao's pulling. Ares spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Chun Zhao had torn his divine kingdom apart like a rag. The divine kingdom wouldn't be destroyed just like that. But Ares was suffering from the backlash. The divine kingdom was one with him. If the divine kingdom was attacked, it was the same as him being attacked. Ares' divine kingdom was extremely vast. It was hundreds of times larger than Chun Zhao's small world. Under normal circumstances, Chun Zhao wouldn't be able to cause such earth-shattering damage. But Chun Zhao's small world had seeped into Ares' divine kingdom. It was like a virus invading a program. The virus might only be 1% or 1,000th of the program, or even smaller, but it could control the program. The program didn't need to be large. It just needed to be thoroughly infiltrated. That was why Chun Zhao could flip the entire divine kingdom like he was tearing apart a curtain. Mr. Junfang's figure gradually faded and then disappeared completely. Drexak died on the spot. Faced with such an apocalyptic scene, Drexak wasn't strong enough to protect himself at all. When it happened, Shilai Wenger only glanced at Drexak indifferently. Then he only cared about protecting himself. He couldn't protect Drexak. The only thing he could do was protect himself. Chapter 2844. Chun Zhao mentioned Ares. Glancing at Shilai Wenger, he was about to give him the final blow. Shilai Wenger yelled, "You can't kill me. You can't kill me." "Oh, why? Because you're old? Since you want to study Ares, you can't kill me. Why? You're his grandfather and grandson. He's cursed right now. Only I can remove it. If you kill me, the curse will drain his divine power, and he'll become a normal person. He'll lose his value to you too." Shilai Wenger had foreseen this outcome. Therefore, this excuse was prepared a long time ago. As expected, Chun Zhao retracted his murderous intent. The Holy Kingdom gradually dissipated and returned to the modern world. Chun Zhao took out his phone and dialed. "Old John, I caught a god. It's the Olympian god of war, Ares." "Who?" "Zhang Tianyi, who was having dinner, spat out his food." "Are you kidding me? The god of war, Ares? That's a legendary god. You're not kidding, right?" "No. I'm holding him right now. I found something that might be useful to us." Chun Zhao opened the video call and pointed it at Ares in his hand. "That's him? He looks a bit ordinary. You didn't find someone to fool me, did you? Believe it or not. Anyway, I've already notified you. Are you coming or not?" "Of course, why not?" Chun Zhao's words were too shocking. But Chun Zhao's actions had always been this shocking. Studying a god. Moreover, it was a god with a name. To any cultivator, this was extremely attractive. Zhang Tianyi couldn't resist this temptation either. Then, Chun Zhao contacted Bifla and 23rd Blood Mary. Then, Zhang Tianyi, Bifla, and 23rd Blood Mary contacted Chun Zhao and many others. They confirmed that they would come to Los Angeles tomorrow to find Chun Zhao. In fact, Bifla had already boarded a private plane. When Chun Zhao hung up, the plane had already left. 23rd Blood Mary was ready to leave too. Zhang Tianyi was the only one who couldn't do anything. Although he had a large family business, he really couldn't get a private plane. At most, they would take a charter plane, and it would be a small passenger plane. Shilai Wenger followed Chun Zhao obediently. He had no intention of escaping at all. Shilai Wenger was not stupid at all. Run? Stop joking. Is it not good to be alive? In the past, he still held onto his identity and felt that it was barely enough for him to be ranked among the top. However, after witnessing Chun Zhao's abilities, he didn't know what to do. He gave up on the idea. He didn't know who Chun Zhao was. But Chun Zhao was definitely at the top. If the other top experts were at his level, then he should just wash up and sleep. What peerless peak? It was all an illusion. Squashing him to death was no different from squashing an ant. Shilai Wenger was able to live a long life, not because of how strong he was. It was because he had always been rational. At least most of the time, he wouldn't put himself in danger. Letting Drexak steal Chun Zhao's stuff was probably the stupidest decision he'd ever made in his life. He was so stupid that Shilai Wenger wanted to slap himself. He was so stupid, Chun Zhao didn't kill Shilai Wenger. However, after he left the Divine Kingdom, he casually razed his farm and his house to the ground. Chun Zhao stood on the ruins of the farm, still holding the unconscious Ares in his hand. Chun Zhao hesitated. How would Ares arrange it? Lock him up in the Supernatural Organization's headquarters? Not to mention whether the people of the Supernatural Organization would betray him because of Ares' identity. Even the combined combat power of the Supernatural Organization couldn't defeat Ares with one hand, even if Ares was in an extremely weak state. If he wanted to cause trouble, the Supernatural Organization wouldn't be able to deal with it. So, Ares definitely couldn't be placed in the headquarters. But he definitely couldn't stay at home. It was fine for Chun Zhao to spontaneously combust at home. But the key problem was that Chun Zhao couldn't stay at home all the time. Plus, there were so many kids at home. In the family, he was the only one who could control Ares. If he wasn't here, Ares would have struggled a little. Chun Zhao's entire household probably wouldn't be enough for Ares to tear him apart. So, he couldn't stay at home either. After thinking for a long time, Chun Zhao still couldn't make a decision. Just then, Chun Zhao's phone rang. "Mr. Chun, are you having a headache about how to deal with Ares?" Shilai Wenger asked. Chun Zhao turned his head and glanced at Shilai Wenger. "What suggestions do you have?" "First, find a remote area. Then put a strong seal on him." Find a remote area? The first place he thought of was Mysterious Island. That was his territory. If anything happened, he would be the first to know. Secondly, it was remote enough. There were some construction teams on Mysterious Island. Also, the marine biology lab under his name was on Mysterious Island. It wouldn't be hard for him to give some instructions to cover it up. But how should he do the seal? Chun Zhao was a pure battle type. He wasn't afraid of anyone in terms of combat power. But when it came to seals, he was a Pacific Ocean away from experts. Compared to the best, he was a solar system away. Even if he had the strongest sealing spell in front of him, he wouldn't be able to learn it in a short time. "So you know how to seal?" "I'm proficient," Shilai Wenger said modestly. "Can you seal this guy?" Chun Zhao asked. 3 days, Shilai Wenger said after a moment of hesitation. 3 days? 3 days was enough. The 3 guys would arrive tomorrow. So, Chun Zhao would let them deal with these headache-inducing things. Chun Zhao still decided to accept Shilai Wenger's suggestion. "I'll seal Ares first." 3 days it was then, when Zhang Tianyi, Bifla, and 23rd Gen arrived. Then, he would fish him out and put a new set of seals on him. With their abilities, it wouldn't be a problem for them to seal Ares until the seas ran dry and the rocks crumbled. Of course, no one could guarantee the success of a seal. After all, Chun Zhao had seen many strong opponents. All of them were said to be permanently sealed. In the end, they just spent the winter in a coffin and then came out to cause trouble. After all, most of the people who created these sealing spells hadn't been sealed before. They hadn't been sealed for hundreds or thousands of years. Therefore, those seals were more of a conclusion based on deduction. But these deductions weren't 100% accurate. Deductions were like pi. The longer it took, the more complicated it was, and the more mistakes it would make. So in the final deduced seal, if the person was lucky, would die in the coffin first. If one was unlucky, the seal would fail, and the person who was sealed would come out alive and kicking to show off their skills. Chapter 2845. Isaac, are you on Mystical Island now? Yes, boss. What's up? Isaac immediately perked up. Ever since Chun Zhao recruited him to manage the Marine Biology Research Institute, he didn't bother with him anymore. Apart from giving him funding regularly, there wasn't any other communication. Ezekiel was rather disappointed. He never worked hard to become a researcher. All of his efforts were for the sake of success and recognition. Chun Zhao was clearly someone worthy of his investment. Of course, he didn't invest in money. Instead, he invested in his time and loyalty. Recently, he'd been in charge of researching the creatures and ecosystem on Mystical Island. He'd already achieved some results. Inform the researchers in the Institute that there's a strong earthquake in the nearby sea. It might cause a large tsunami, so tell them to evacuate Mystical Island immediately. Strong earthquake? Tsunami? Isaac was a little surprised. He hadn't received any relevant notification. When did it happen? Most islands and offshore areas were monitored for earthquakes and tsunamis. Once there was an earthquake in the nearby sea, a regional notification would be sent immediately. But now, the Earthquake Bureau hadn't notified him. Instead, it was Chun Zhao. Isaac hesitated. He didn't know if he should listen to Chun Zhao. What if the earthquake didn't come? It might be the Marine Biology Research Institute. It seemed like 1 or 2 days of delay was fine. In fact, it was more important. Some equipment couldn't be stopped. And for some ongoing experiments, if the people left, it might cause the experiment to fail. Normally, it would cost tens of thousands of dollars a day to maintain. But if the people left, it would be a loss of tens of millions of dollars a day. I'm planning to increase the Institute's funding. Also, I'll increase your pay. Chun Zhao quite liked Isaac's style of doing things. He put profit above everything else. Some things didn't need to be said clearly. He just had to say it clearly. Isaac heard Chun Zhao's words. He immediately reacted. It didn't matter if there was a tsunami. Chun Zhao wanted him and the researchers to evacuate Mystical Island. It didn't matter what Chun Zhao's goal was. Anyway, he just had to do it. Boss, we have enough funding now. It's fine. We'll do the research and buy the equipment. The rest of the money will be used to subsidize your living expenses. Isaac was speechless. Chun Zhao almost said, I'll give you the money directly if you cooperate. Boss, I'll inform them immediately. By the way, do you need me to inform the construction team on the island? Since Chun Zhao wanted to clear the place, it couldn't just be people from the Research Institute. I know the boss of the construction team, Chun Zhao said. I'll inform him myself. The construction team and the Research Institute were not the same company. How could the construction team listen to Isaac? So, Chun Zhao contacted Felwood directly. Felwood Scott's reply was more decisive than Isaac's. Felwood Scott served Chun Zhao wholeheartedly. He was Chun Zhao's breadwinner. Plus, he wasn't an idiot. Chun Zhao had told him that there would be a tsunami. Regardless of whether Chun Zhao was telling the truth or not, he couldn't ignore it. In 3 hours, the thousands of people on the Mystical Island had all been evacuated. This efficiency could not be said to be slow. It was probably even more efficient than the American army. After confirming that everyone on the island had left, Chun Zhao landed on the island with Ares. Shilai Wenger naturally followed behind Chun Zhao. What materials do you need? Chun Zhao asked. Blood. A lot, Shilai Wenger said. Shilai Wenger said, at the very least, we need human blood. If it's the blood of a magical beast, the higher the better. Is dragon blood okay? Yes, Shilai Wenger was speechless. But thinking carefully, it was not strange that Chun Zhao could kill a few dragons. After all, in the Holy Kingdom, Chun Zhao had killed a terrifying dragon with one move. Chun Zhao placed the bucket of dragon blood before Shilai Wenger. It was a bucket. Apart from being a bit bigger, there was nothing strange about it. Is it enough? Yes. Shilai Wenger found a relatively large empty space and started making a seal. It was different from the magic formation in Chun Zhao's memory. Shilai Wenger's seal was to punch symbols into the ground. They were arranged neatly, completely different from a magic formation. This is your sealing spell? It's not magic. It's primitive language. What's the difference? Chen Zhao asked. Primitive language is the origin of Western supernatural civilization, Shilai Wenger said. Shilai Wenger said, for example, the gods of Olympus can be traced back to primitive writing. Oh, what's the relationship between the two? Primitive language involves some deeper mysteries, such as rules. Shilai Wenger did not hide anything. Or rather, he did not have the right to hide anything from Chen Zhao. Of course, with Chen Zhao's knowledge, he might not be able to understand no matter how much Shilai Wenger said. First of all, the primitive language is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the beginner stage. This stage is the entry stage. What you come into contact with are some ordinary characters and symbols. As long as you have enough time, most people can learn it. Shilai Wenger continued, the difficulty is about the same as the most mainstream languages in the world. The second stage is the decipherment. I and a few people in this world who have mastered the primitive language are all at this stage. These learned characters begin to form new meanings through permutation and combination. This stage has already involved the supernatural level. Different permutations will also bring different effects. However, the permutation of some characters requires powerful magic to fuse. The third stage is the stage of transcendence and holiness. Although I haven't reached it yet, there are records of it in the ancient texts. Holy prophets mean that they possess extraordinary knowledge. Every divine prophet will create a unique rune that belongs only to them. Shilai Wenger glanced at Ares. The creator of the Olympian gods was a holy person. He created a mythical era. Chen Zhao was speechless. This thing could create an Olympian god? He looked at Shilai Wenger seriously. His gaze had changed. It was as if he was more important than Ares. The reason why Shilai Wenger said that was actually to bet on himself. Only by showing his value would he not be killed. It was helpless and realistic. His life was in Chen Zhao's hands now. His life depended on Chen Zhao's thought. If Chen Zhao thought that he was useless, then he should prepare for his death. Even now, Shilai Wenger was still scared when he faced Chen Zhao. Chapter 2846. Tell me more about the divine prophet. Chen Zhao was truly shocked. His combat ability was unparalleled right now. However, it was basically impossible for him to create a race of gods. But Shilai Wenger said that the creator of Olympus was actually a divine prophet who had mastered the third stage of primitive writing. If it was just power, Chen Zhao wouldn't care. If he used his full power, he could commit crimes against humanity in a matter of minutes. But he didn't have the right to say anything about creation. As I said before, every character has a special meaning. When you reach the third stage, you will be able to create a character that belongs to you. This character is not made public, and only the owner knows about it. Mastering this character is equivalent to mastering a rule. With that, Shilai Wenger typed out a rune. It started burning before Chen Zhao. This rune represents fire. For example, if the divine prophet mastered the fire rune, he can control all the flames in the world. Even the enemy's flames can't hurt the divine prophet. So, it's a problem of authority, right? It's like a computer. I'm the owner, and I have the highest authority. If others want to play with the computer, they can only have the lowest authority? Something like that, Shilai Wenger said. Shilai Wenger said, theocracy is actually this kind of high-level authority, while ordinary cultivators have ordinary authority. Putting aside the difference in personal cultivation levels, in a confrontation of the same attribute, whoever has the theocracy will have the initiative. But the divine prophet should only master one rune, right? It's just a rule. But there are hundreds of gods in Olympus. Most of them have their own authority. This doesn't seem to fit with what you said. I'm not a divine prophet. I don't know either. Shilai Wenger was helpless. If he was a divine prophet, he wouldn't waste time talking to you. He might not be able to beat you, but he should be able to exchange a few blows. Shilai Wenger hurriedly set up the seal. When the sky was slightly bright, Shilai Wenger finally finished setting up the seal. Chen Zhao kept asking questions on the side. He couldn't help anyway. As for whether he would disturb Shilai Wenger, that wasn't within Chen Zhao's consideration. Anyway, Shilai Wenger didn't complain. In fact, Shilai Wenger answered Chen Zhao's question while setting up the seal. It still brought him quite a bit of trouble. But what could he do? He could overcome his troubles, but he couldn't overcome his past. Therefore, he could only overcome his troubles. This primitive language must be very difficult to learn, right? I've said it before. The first stage isn't difficult, and it doesn't require a very high talent in languages. A normal person can basically master it in a few months, but the second stage is a problem that needs to be considered. Do you think I have the talent? Who knows if you have the talent or not? Talent was not something that could be identified with the naked eye. Of course, he couldn't answer like that in front of Chun Zhao, especially when Chun Zhao put on a fake smile. Shilai Wenger suspected that if he gave a negative answer, he would not be able to accept it. Would Chun Zhao let him experience hemiplegia first? I can sort out the primitive language, but how much Mr. Chun can learn is not something I can predict. Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. What else did you discover when you looked at the primitive text I copied? Actually, what I said before is almost close to the truth. Almost. That means you're still holding back, right? Shilai Wenger glanced at Chun Zhao. There are many characters on it that I've never seen before. Some are very advanced. The primitive language formed by those characters will be very terrifying, so I suspect that what you have is a divine artifact. This is also why I want to get it. Divine artifact? Xin Zhao wasn't surprised by this answer. After all, that thing was a gift from old Zhang. It was a reward for him. Regular artifacts were not useful to Qin Zhao. It was understandable that Zhang wanted to give him a divine artifact. However, Chun Zhao guessed that even Zhang didn't know how to use the round plate and spearhead. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given them to Chun Zhao. Anyway, Chun Zhao thought that he had a good grasp of Zhang Tiany's personality. If the old man could really use them, if they were really useful, he definitely wouldn't give them to Chun Zhao. Only the round plate and spearhead seemed of unknown origin, but they were vaguely elegant. In reality, they were just decorations that had no use at all. Also, your divine artifact should still be incomplete, Shilai Wenger said. You can see that too. If my guess is correct, that divine artifact should have 5 parts in total. That's all I can guess now. If I can see the original, I might be able to give more information. Shilai Wenger seemed indifferent, but in reality, he still wanted to see the original. The primitive language had been passed down until now and was already incomplete. Therefore, even as a professional in the field of primitive language, he didn't have a complete understanding of it. As a result, it was very difficult for a third stage saint to appear in their field. If he could touch the divine artifact in Chun Zhao's hands, he might be able to give him more inspiration and fill in the missing parts of the primitive language. Chun Zhao didn't answer Shilai Wenger immediately. Shilai Wenger wasn't a good person. Who knew what he was thinking? At 9 in the morning, Shilai Wenger still hadn't finished sealing it. Just then, Chun Zhao's phone rang. It was Felwood Scott on the phone. Hey, Mr. Chun, I asked the Coastal Warning Center and the Earthquake Bureau. I don't think there were any deep-sea earthquakes or tsunamis last night. Did you receive some wrong information? Felwood Scott didn't care if Chun Zhao had really received wrong information. He actually wanted to ask if Chun Zhao was done and if the construction team could go back to work. Oh, no earthquakes or tsunamis. I'll ask. Chun Zhao couldn't drag it out anymore. It seemed that he could only create man-made earthquakes and tsunamis. Chun Zhao flew into the air and took out the Black Trident. With his current strength and the Black Trident, it wasn't a problem to create a tsunami. Of course, it wasn't a catastrophic tsunami or a small-scale one. It was mainly used to scare people. Soon, Chun Zhao created a tsunami close to 10 meters high near Mystical Island and rushed toward the LA coastline. At this scale, it wouldn't cause much damage. At most, it looked scary. It could temporarily stop the ships from coming out. Chapter 28:47. Chun Zhao's control of his strength was quite good. It wouldn't cause damage, but it was still dangerous. As expected, in less than 10 minutes. Felwood Sko called again. He was also very confused about this tsunami. It was too much of a coincidence. Of course, he didn't make too many guesses. He just thought it was a coincidence. How much longer? Chun Zhao asked. Soon, Shilai Wendy answered. He also wanted to be fast, but he wasn't sealing a person or a magical beast now. This was a god, a true god. The difficulty of this seal was far beyond that of other sealing targets, even if it was only for 3 days. Shilai Windy had to use all his knowledge in these 3 days. Moreover, he was only good at sealing. At the moment, hundreds of bright red runes had been carved on the ground. Shilai Windy had imprinted these runes with magic. Shilai Windy had expended a lot for these primitive runes, but he had to finish the last part. Otherwise, Chun Zhao would kill him. Mr. Chun, put this god on the ground. Shilai Windy still maintained an appropriate amount of respect for Ares. No matter what, Ares was still a god. This was a human's respect for a god. Chun Zhao clearly didn't have much respect for this loser. He casually tossed Ares onto the ground. Ares snorted softly. He'd already regained consciousness, but he didn't communicate with Chun Zhao at all. He didn't beg or threaten. Losing was an unforgivable crime for him. He'd always existed as a victor. He was the god of war, the beacon of victory. But now he'd lost. To him, this was undoubtedly the greatest irony. He'd once been able to give victory to war. But now, the god of war couldn't obtain the final victory. He waited calmly and accepted his fate. Of course, he also knew that resistance was useless. Shilai Windy's expression became extremely serious. Under his control, the runes on the ground began to wrap around Ares like a piece of cloth. Every rune wrapped around Ares' body brought him unspeakable pain. His divine power was being stripped away. Ares tried to resist this power, but he was too weak now. His divine power had already been stolen. Then, Chun Zhao beat him up. He had never been so weak before, even when he was asleep. Expressionlessly, Chun Zhao stood before Ares. Were you the one who instigated the gang riots in Los Angeles recently? Ares looked at Chun Zhao. There was confusion in his eyes, but also a flash of realization. I know where your troubles come from, but as an enemy, I will not tell you the truth. All right, I'll remember what you said. I'll add a biopsy project to your research project. Ares silently closed his eyes. The primitive words were seeping into his body. Soon, Ares' entire body was covered in red runes. Chun Zhao glanced at Ares, who was completely naked. The seal is complete, Shilai Windy said. It's done? That's it. Wasn't he supposed to be sent somewhere out of sight? For example, a different dimension. I can't do it. My seal can only seal his power, and only for 3 days. Shilai Windy looked at Chun Zhao helplessly. If he was given sufficient preparation, it was actually possible. But the preparation time was far more than 3 days. Chun Zhao's face twitched. How was this different from not being sealed? Chun Zhao's headache had been not knowing what to do with Ares. Instead of worrying about Ares' power, whether he was sealed or not, Chun Zhao couldn't bring him to the supernatural organization's headquarters or home. This was the biggest problem. It wasn't power, but Ares himself. Shilai Windy's seal didn't alleviate this problem. Instead, it made it even more troublesome. Right now, Ares' entire body was covered in red runes. Anyone who saw him would know that he was in trouble. Chun Zhao didn't dare to let Ares leave his sight at all. I don't want this kind of seal. I thought you understood. Shilai Windy looked at Chun Zhao. Just then, Chun Zhao's phone rang. Chun Zhao, where are you now? Bifla's voice came from the phone. Chun Zhao couldn't help but smile. You're in Los Angeles? Yes, I just got off the plane, Bifla said. Bifla said, I felt a force on the surface of the sea. It seemed to be coming from you. Did you fight with Ares on the sea? I'm on Mystical Island now. Where are you? I'll go find you. I told you, I just got off the plane. Okay, where should we meet? You're a local. You're asking me where to meet? Forget it. Wait for me at a farm in the suburbs to the west. It's in ruins. You should be able to recognize it easily. Chun Zhao mentioned Ares and Shilai Windy. Shilai Windy really wanted to tell Chun Zhao. He didn't like flying, especially being carried. And being carried by Chun Zhao. Resisting the wind pressure from high speed was even more tiring than fighting an evenly matched opponent. But he clearly didn't have a choice. When Chun Zhao returned to Shilai Windy's farm, Bifla had already arrived first. Bifla glanced at Shilai Windy and Ares, who Chun Zhao was carrying. Which one of them is the god of war, Ares? With your eyesight, can't you tell? Chun Zhao was rather proud. He had recognized Ares' background at first glance. Bifla actually didn't recognize him. Bifla shook his head. Their powers are very strange. He seems to have been sealed by him, but his power isn't at the level I think a god should be. Just then, Ares lifted his head and glanced at Bifla. Human, what level do you think a god should be? How can you set standards for a god? Bifla looked at Ares. Obviously, Ares had admitted his identity on his own. Bifla shrugged. I feel that I've already reached the standard of a god, so I believe that I could be a god. As a standard, I believe that everyone below me is a mortal, and everyone above me is a god. Chen Zhao tossed Ares before Bifla. I'll leave him to you. I don't want to watch him. Before old Zhang and 23rd arrive, you have absolute control over him. Chapter 2848. What rune is this? Which faction is it from? Bifla clearly didn't know the primitive language. Chen Zhao glanced at Shi Lai Wenger. His masterpiece. He gave it to you too. Is he your trophy too? Old Zhang gave me 2 things last time. I asked him to praise them, but he wanted them. Hearing Chen Zhao's words, Bifla couldn't help but look at Shi Lai Wenger playfully. After a long while, he said, Your courage is commendable. You even dare to touch something that Celestial Master Zhang gave you. Shi Lai Wenger's expression was ashen. He was still a distance away from the top. At least, he couldn't do what Chen Zhao and Zhang Tianyi had done and return the divine artifact. Chen Zhao left after giving his instructions. He threw Ares and Shi Lai Wenger to Bifla. With Bifla present, he didn't need to worry at all. Bifla might not be as strong as Chen Zhao, but his knowledge, his wisdom, even 100 Chen Zhaos couldn't compare to him. Maybe Ares and Shi Lai Wenger would do something under Chen Zhao's nose, but they definitely couldn't do that in front of Bifla. As for whether Bifla would be able to come up with something, Chen Zhao knew that Bifla wouldn't hide anything. The reason why the few of them could get together was because they understood each other's temperaments better. Even though they belonged to different forces, they were still the same. But they all pursued higher realms. This wouldn't change. Therefore, sharing knowledge would bring more feedback. The leader among them would also be able to show them the way. Take Chen Zhao, for example. He was the leader now. Every step he took was difficult and obscure. Every step was like a blind man groping an elephant. Every step Chen Zhao gave them was a guiding light. On the other hand, if everyone kept their knowledge to themselves, then the strong would get stronger and the weak would get weaker. In the end, they would distance themselves. This was a choice that would benefit both parties if they worked together, but it would be detrimental if they were divided. If everyone had the thought that he might be stronger than them, and it would be troublesome if they became enemies in the future, then they wouldn't be able to work together. All 4 of them had an unspoken rule. They didn't need to tell each other their core secrets. But on the path of cultivation, any enlightenment and feeling had to be shared. In the past 2 days, they had been preparing to move. He moved from Mirror Lake Manor to Mingyue Villa. Of course, there was nothing much to move. He didn't plan to move any furniture. They were mainly transporting summer clothes. As for daily necessities, he could prepare another set. The main thing was to send a few underlings over to clean up the place. When the inferior demons were almost ready, the whole family could move in with their bags. Zhang Tianyi and the 23rd generation arrived the day after Chen Zhao notified them. With the addition of Bifla and the other 2, they had already become dead otakus. They hid in the lab Chen Zhao had prepared for them all day. The lab was the underground base of a mysterious organization that Chen Zhao had destroyed before. However, that mysterious organization had vanished without a trace long ago. The underground base had been empty for a year or 2. Now it was time to make use of the waste. That place was well hidden enough, and there were no disturbances. Chen Zhao, on the other hand, spent his days outside. If there were any discoveries, just wait for me to inform you. Moreover, Chen Zhao had things to do. The 2nd episode of Lost Civilization was broadcasted. The secrets on Gongdu Island gradually surfaced. At the same time, all kinds of strange things began to happen. This episode caused quite a commotion when it was broadcasted. The ratings also set a record for SC broadcast television. At its peak, more than 6 million people watched. If it was on a national TV station, this number naturally wouldn't be a record. But SC broadcast television only had coverage in California. The total population was only around 40 million. 6 million viewers meant that 1/7 of California's population had watched the show. Earthquakes, tsunamis, startled birds, ring clouds, giant python, mysterious trident. They all became the center of attention, especially the mysterious trident. It also caused heated discussions among the public. For most people, the trident was the trident of Poseidon. The show never said that the ancient Greek civilization had appeared on Gyeongdu Island. The show never said that the ancient Greek civilization had appeared on Gyeongdu Island. However, from the traces and some ruins, it could be seen that it wasn't an ancient American civilization. After all, the difference in style was too obvious. Then, all kinds of mysterious things happened one after another. Lane Viola's performance in the show was extremely eye-catching. After editing, she was portrayed as a female warrior who didn't fear danger. She was like Lara in Tomb Raider. He was knowledgeable and had extraordinary skills. Most of the time, she was eloquent. She could deal with danger calmly. When she was in front of the pond with the mysterious trident, she was also the first to rush up. She didn't retreat when she faced the threat of the giant python. It was also when the mysterious trident appeared that the show reached its climax. There was also the appearance of the mysterious black shadow. All of this showed how special the show was. It also made the show the biggest hit of the year. The governor of SC Corporation, Sheckley, called. He said that all 5 broadcasting companies in North America had contacted him. He hoped to get the broadcasting rights of Lost Civilization. The price was easy to negotiate. Also, their prices were all surprisingly high. It had already exceeded the production cost. This meant that Chun Zhao had originally thought that he would lose money. In the end, he didn't lose money. Instead, he made a lot of money, although this money didn't mean much to Chun Zhao. As for whether he should broadcast it to other TV stations, Chun Zhao didn't care. He let Sheckley be in charge of contacting and discussing the price. Anyway, Chun Zhao had achieved his goal. In a high-rise apartment, 6 people were sitting in front of the television, watching the second episode of Lost Civilization on SCTV station. Boss, is that trident the thing you're looking for? Milo Tanzik Williams watched the show expressionlessly. His eyes flashed. No one knew what he was thinking. When the show ended, Milo Tanzik Williams said, "Go check the location of Gyeongdu Island." Boss, that trident must be Poseidon's weapon, right? That must be what we're looking for. I don't know, but it's definitely not simple, Milo Tanzik Williams said in a low voice. Milo Tanzik Williams said in a deep voice, "Also, invite Miss Ryan Wiles from this show. Also, the director of this show should have a lot of content that hasn't been aired yet." Okay, I'll go now. Wait, if possible, bring the 3rd episode of Lost Civilization too. Maybe we can find more information from it. Chapter 2849. Lane Vilas got up from the bed in a daze. But all of a sudden, Ryan Vilas saw a black figure sitting by the bed. Ah! Lane Vilas screamed in fear. The black shadow sat there calmly and spoke in a cold voice. "If I were you, I wouldn't scream." Lane Vilas quickly calmed down and looked at the black shadow in front of her in shock. "Who are you? What do you want?" Lane Vilas sneakily reached under the pillow. Lane Vilas had a very bad habit. She liked to hide a gun under the pillow. This stemmed from the fact that she had almost been raped. Since then, she needed a gun to calm her emotions. Lane Vilas suddenly pulled out her gun and fired at the black shadow without hesitation. She had broken the fortress agreement and barged into someone else's house without permission. She deserved to be shot. Lane Vilas wasn't that kind of weak girl either. When she was filming a show in Colombia, they happened to meet a drug dealer, and the film crew started a gun battle with the drug dealer. Lane Vilas had killed 2 people with her own hands. She was also a member of the Shooting Hobby Association. Every year, she would shoot more than 1,000 times. Bang! Just then, sparks splashed on the black shadow's face. Then the bullets bounced around the room. "I don't like this." The black shadow stood up, sounding very dissatisfied. Lane Vilas was so scared that she trembled slightly. But she quickly came back to her senses. She flipped over on the bed, rolled to the side, and fired a few more shots at the black shadow. But no matter where the bullets hit, they only created sparks. Lane Vilas felt it too. No matter who the other party was, she, and a gun in her hand, definitely couldn't kill the other party. The black shadow grinned, although the room was pitch black at the moment. But the white teeth were especially eye-catching. It seemed that even the night couldn't hide the white teeth. Then, Lane Viola suddenly felt her body being bound. She had nothing on her, but she couldn't open her arms. An invisible force pulled her down. The fear of the unknown also made Lane Viola's mind go blank. What was going on? Who was this person? Why did he attack me? Ryan Wylist was dragged out of the house and into a black MPV. After getting into the car, Ryan Vilest suddenly realized that Fallowy Lysander was also in the car. But in the next moment, she discovered that Fallowy Lysander had been captured just like her. Fallowy, this isn't your doing, is it? What kind of parody show is this? Ryan Velast was still hoping for a fluke. Fallowy Lysander glanced at Ryan Velast silently. He didn't say anything, and he didn't want to say anything. When he returned home, he found a stranger in his house. Then, thinking that he was skilled, he wanted to exchange a few moves with his opponent. In the end, he was pressed against the ground and rubbed against again and again. The last person to be dragged into the car still had injuries on his face. He really did not want to explain anything to Ryan Velast. He even felt a little lucky when he saw Ryan Wylist. He was not the only one who was unlucky. Then the man who had dragged Ryan Wylist out got into the car and sat next to them in the back seat. Ryan Velast saw it clearly as well. He was a Negro, not very tall, thin, and small. He looked a little malnourished. Fallowy Lysander glanced at the black man. Ryan, you can't beat him? Ryan Velast almost laughed out of anger at Fallowy Lysander's words. He snorted coldly. Fight him if you dare. If you win, I'll be your mistress for 3 months. Fallowy Lysander glanced at the black man. He was a little eager. But the person sitting in the front seat had just made him physically and mentally exhausted not long ago. They didn't know where the two of them would be taken to. It couldn't be a good place. When they reached their destination, they were a little surprised. Originally, he thought that it would be some remote wilderness. They didn't expect it to be a high-end apartment building. They had thought about finding a chance to ask the security and butler for help. But when they entered the apartment building's lobby, they found that everyone in the lobby was wearing black suits, and everyone had sharp eyes and gun holsters at their waists. The people who caught the two of them swaggered in and didn't even bother to conceal themselves. Ryan Vilest and Fallowy Lysander looked left and right. They hoped to distinguish the origin of these people from certain characteristics. But after glancing at a few people, they couldn't recognize them. Ding! The two of them were pushed into the elevator. But they suddenly realized that they weren't the only ones in the elevator. There was also an unbelievably tall giant standing in the elevator. The giant was at least 5 meters tall, and his limbs were ridiculously thick. Fallowy Lysander looked at the giant in disbelief, even though this elevator was wider and taller than normal elevators. But the giant still had to lower his head. Otherwise, his head would hit the ceiling. Ryan Velast furrowed his brows. Earlier, she had felt that these people might not be ordinary people. Now she was even more certain. She had never heard of humans who could look like this. Ding! The elevator reached the top floor. The giant pushed the two of them with one hand. When the two of them got out of the elevator, the giant followed them out. In front of them was a luxuriously decorated living room. In the middle of the living room, there was a main seat and 8 secondary seats. And in the entire living room, only the man sitting in the main seat was normal. The other 8 secondary seats were either empty or filled with people who didn't look normal. Sitting on the lowest seat was a person who was dripping wet. However, this person had a strange fish head. Opposite him was a woman with blue skin. Fallowy Lysander suspected that he had really been pranked. This might be a prank. It looked like a costume party. Ryan Velast's expression was solemn. This definitely wasn't a costume party. He might have entered a place where supernatural gathered. Just then, the fish head spoke first. Fallowy Lysander, where's the island where you filmed Lost Civilization? Who are you? I don't like this kind of prank. If you don't stop, I'll sue you for illegal detention. I don't care who you are. Just then, Milo Tanzik Williams, who was sitting in the middle, stood up. Can the laws of humans control the gods? Chapter 2850. Fallowy Lysander looked at Milo Tanzik Williams, dumbfounded. It was the first time he faced such a situation and question. God? He never thought that one day someone would run up to him and ask him such a question. This man claimed to be a god? Was this the territory of some evil cult? Were these brainless cultists planning to make him a member? Falui Lysander's mind kept filling in the blanks. Falui Lysander clearly did not believe Milo Tanzik Williams's words. But at this moment, Falui Lysander's body floated uncontrollably. Milo Tanzik Williams gently raised his arm. Don't use your ignorance to question me. Falui Lysander immediately panicked. He did not understand, nor did he understand. Why was his body floating? In the next instant, an invisible pressure made his body tense up. Then came the pain. The bones in his body were crying out in pain. Then came the difficulty of breathing. He felt as if he was in a vacuum zone, unable to take in any air through his mouth or nose. In just a few seconds, he felt as if he had experienced a few centuries. Finally, all the restraints were gone. Falui Lysander fell to the ground, gasping for air. Shock and disbelief were written all over his face. He did not understand, nor could he understand what had happened. But he knew one thing. This must be a supernatural power. Lane Velas did not make a sound. She was also frightened. She had been wondering if the man in front of her was really as he said, a god. Very soon, Falui Lysander and Ryan Velas entered a state where they would not hide anything from each other. It did not matter if the other was a real god or not. They did not have any choice in the face of Milo Tanzik Williams. It didn't matter if it was because of the other party's identity or his martial prowess. They could only cooperate obediently. A day later, Falui Lysander and Lane Velas boarded the ship to Gongdu Island. Both of them were deeply worried, and the people around them didn't seem to be human beings. Of course, most of them maintained their human form, but a few were not in human form. Just looking at them was enough to make one's hair stand on end, and so was their food. Hey, beauty, do you have time for a drink? Ryan Wylist was enjoying the sea breeze at the bow when a man walked over. Ryan Velas looked at the man. He was handsome and stylish. He was tall, handsome, well-dressed, and very elegant. If he didn't have a long, thin tail, he would be a perfect male. Of course, compared to the other people on the ship, Ryan Velas was more willing to communicate with this man. Don't be afraid. I don't eat people, the man said with a smile. His smile had the power to dissolve the fear in the heart. Ryan Velas relaxed a little. She didn't know why, but this man just made her feel at ease. My name is Bader, said the man. So you're a god too? Hee. There's only one god, and that's my boss, Mr. Moreau. Bader laughed. What about you guys? Believer? Servant? Or are they his creations? I was originally an ordinary person. He gave me power, and I obeyed him. So, is he really a god? In the eyes of ordinary people like you, existences that are stronger than you, existences that you can't understand, can be called gods. Since ancient times, the definition of a god has always been vague. For example, the supreme god of JD School is the only god. His definition is omnipotent, incomprehensible, and infinitely merciful. So, whether my boss is a god or not depends on which religion you use to define the concept of a god. What if it's the JD School standard? If that's the standard, then he's just a slightly stronger human. You don't seem to have much respect for your boss. Ryan Velas keenly noticed that Bader's tone was light, without the slightest respect for his boss. Bader laughed softly and didn't answer Ryan Velas' question. However, the look in his eyes already answered the question. I thought he should be loyal to your team and serve your master wholeheartedly. Bader laughed. Ryan Velas was still a little wary of Balder, but Balder wasn't a match for him. But at least Bader didn't show any malice, nor was he dangerous. The two chatted a lot, and Ryan Velas also got a lot of information from Bader. Of course, maybe she didn't get the information, but Bader deliberately leaked it to her. Anyway, Ryan Velas could feel that Bader's attitude was very ambiguous. He didn't show much respect to his master. Ryan Velas also suspected that it might be Bader's facade. Maybe it was just a facade he deliberately showed to make him misunderstand. But what was the purpose of misleading him? Could it produce any benefits? At least, Ryan Velast couldn't think of any benefits he could bring to Bader. After a day and a night, Milo Tanzik Williams and his men arrived at Gongdu Island. Milo Tanzik Williams looked into the distance, his divine power sweeping across the entire island. As expected, he felt an unusual aura on the island. It was very subtle, but it couldn't hide from him. Over there, Milo Tanzik Williams pointed to the south side of the island. There was a familiar yet strange aura there. Bader stood at the back of the team. There was some doubt in his eyes. Bader looked at Milo Tanzik Williams. At this moment, Ryan Velast happened to look at him. After everyone landed, the team made some adjustments and continued forward. "Boss, I feel a huge aura ahead. It's huge." Attila, the little giant in the team, said. Milo Tanzik Williams also felt it, and he sensed it more than the others. He also sensed it more comprehensively. The owner of this aura was powerful, but it was unfamiliar. Not long after, Falui Lysander and Ryan Velast found themselves in front of the pool. However, the stone platform was no longer in the pool. The surrounding plants were still knocked down into a circle. Milo Tanzik Williams stopped in his tracks. The powerful aura was here, but there was nothing here. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded. The voice was very loud, but it was hard to tell where it came from. "This is not a place you can set foot in. Leave, otherwise you will be punished." Chapter 28:51. The roar made everyone's hair stand on end. The sound was clearly nearby, but they couldn't see anyone. It was the same for Milo Tanzik Williams. The aura clearly felt very close to him, but he couldn't see anyone. So he couldn't help but wonder if the other party's concealment skills were especially high. Based on his concealment skills, the other party's strength might not be weak either. Milo Tanzik Williams stood where he was, maintaining his composure on the surface. In fact, he was panicking inside. Milo Tanzik Williams was ambitious, premeditated, and powerful, but he didn't have enough experience. Milo Tanzik Williams was originally a normal person, a gang that couldn't be any more normal. He had come into contact with the supernatural world for less than 2 years. In the past 3 years, he had fought less than 10 times. Most of the time, his subordinates could solve the problem. So, no matter how sacred and inviolable he seemed on the surface. In fact, he was still a mortal with extraordinary power, although he had been studying this power for the past 2 years. But in terms of mentality, he hadn't really transformed. It was like a beggar who had obtained a huge fortune, but he didn't know how to use it. Maybe he could use simple things like eating, drinking, and playing, but he didn't know how to use this money to invest and gain greater returns. Of course, he couldn't say that he didn't know anything. At the very least, Milo Tanzik Williams was currently working hard to obtain greater power. His power came from Ares, the god of war. He had stolen Ares' divine power. He had power close to that of a god. This power was indeed extremely powerful. It was so powerful that he had a strange idea. That was to make himself a god. He had divine power, but he didn't have authority. So, while Milo Tanzik Williams was studying divine power, he was also studying how to obtain divine authority. Fortunately, he found a helper, an expert in the Olympian mythological system, Bader. After Milo Tanzik Williams showed his power, they hit off. Bader also received a gift from Milo Tanzik Williams. Milo Tanzik Williams said that after he became a true god, he would think of a way to make Bader and his trusted followers become lower gods. Bader, on the other hand, expressed that he was willing to kneel down. With this method, Milo Tanzik Williams managed to win over a large group of like-minded subordinates. But in terms of actual combat experience, he might not even be as good as his subordinates. Therefore, when faced with some incomprehensible things, he was still panicking. Bang! After that, the stone mountain next to the pool shook. Gravel fell from the rocky mountain. It set off wave after wave of waves. Then, the silhouette of a huge creature gradually appeared in front of the Chinese. Everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. As the stone mountain collapsed, the huge creature stood up from the bottom of the mountain. Dragon. It was a real dragon. The legendary giant dragon. That imposing figure, that powerful and suffocating aura, caused everyone to stagnate. Even Milo Tanzik Williams couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He had never thought that he would face a giant dragon. He had never met a dragon before. This was the first time in his life. Mortals, you have set foot on an inviolable holy land. The giant dragon looked down at the crowd. Both Fallowy Lysander and Ryan Velast were scared silly. They were different from the others. The two of them were truly ordinary people. God, dragon, it had nothing to do with them. But they didn't just have to face God now. They also had to face the giant dragon. The two of them hid behind the rock. They were afraid that the giant dragon would see them. Ryan Velast thought was that it was a pity that there were no cameras. If only they could record the scene in front of them. It might cause an even more shocking effect than lost civilization. At that moment, Ryan Wylis noticed that Balder was slowly retreating. His expression was different from the others. He was looking at the situation in front of him with surprise, confusion, and a meaningful smile. Ryan Velast looked at Milo Tanzik Williams. Milo Tanzik Williams also had a horrified expression. It made it seem like Bader should be the boss of the team. At least Bader was calmer than the others, even Milo Tanzik Williams. It's me, Milo Tanzik Williams, the descendant of Ares, the god of war, and the heir of the god of war. Milo Tanzik Williams said loudly, I'm here to look for the divine artifact of the Olympian gods that has been lost here. Now, I order you to step back in the name of the god of war. The descendant of the god of war? The giant dragon still raised its proud head and looked down at Milo Tanzik Williams. I don't see how you look like a god of war. Milo Tanzik Williams raised his right arm and clenched his fist. A white light containing divine power bloomed from his fist. It was like the flash of a star. This power also gave Milo Tanzik Williams confidence and courage. With this divine power, what did he have to be afraid of? So what if he was facing a legendary giant dragon? Even if it was a giant dragon, it was only a mount or a pet of God. I guess you're also a member of the Olympian race. I allow you to be my mount. Milo Tanzik Williams said confidently. Boom! The giant dragon suddenly slammed its claws on the ground. In an instant, a huge pit appeared in the ground, and cracks spread across the entire area. Mortal, you have a death wish. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Milo Tanzik Williams's raised arm suddenly opened and pressed down. In an instant, pillars of light fell from the sky. Warriors in golden armor walked out of the pillars of light. Giant dragon, I'll give you one last chance. Submit to me. In the name of the god of war, I will grant you glory. Milo Tanzik Williams still could not bear to kill the giant dragon in front of him. He was only one step away from becoming a god. When he became a god, he would naturally need servants and mounts. He already had servants, but he did not have mounts, especially a cool mount like the giant dragon in front of him. If he rode this thing out, people would definitely turn their heads. As for whether he could subdue this dragon, after spreading his divine power throughout his body, Milo Tanzik Williams' senses became clearer. The giant dragon in front of him was indeed powerful, but it was not enough to shake him. Chapter 2852. It could be said that divine power gave him more than just confidence. It also gave him unimaginable knowledge. This kind of knowledge did not belong to Milo Tanzik Williams. Instead, it came from Ares, from the power he had stolen. Ever since Milo Tanzik Williams stole Ares' divine power, Ares' divine power had been stolen. He had also been conducting research on divine power. He had also developed many moves to use divine power. But no matter how much he studied, it was not as good as this moment of enlightenment. In any case, Milo Tanzik Williams felt that he had wasted more than 2 years of his life. He also felt that he had been so stupid in the past. Of course, he was suddenly receiving enlightenment from divine power. It was mainly because of the stimulation of the giant dragon in front of him. If not for the giant dragon in front of him, he was probably still immersed in the pleasure brought by divine power and could not extricate himself. He thought that the divine power he had mastered was all he had, until now, when he received the infusion of divine power knowledge. Only now did he truly understand that this was how divine power was used. Although he had received enlightenment, he was still very young. But compared to him a moment ago, he was many times more brilliant. Ares' knowledge also allowed him to recognize the strength of the giant dragon in front of him. It was very powerful, but there was still a world of difference between him and himself. Then, he summoned the 12 sacred armors. His battle with the giant dragon began. Milo Tanzik Williams crossed his arms and watched the battle with a relaxed expression. At this moment, he was no longer as panicked and surprised as before. It was as if everything was under his control. The dragon slapped away his sacred armor divine weapon with a single slap. The sacred armor was almost deformed by the slap, but under the influence of divine power, all the damage was restored in an instant. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the sacred armor divine weapon slashed at the dragon's neck. The giant dragon tilted its head slightly. A few dragon scales on its neck were cut off, and a little blood seeped out. Under the pain, the giant dragon immediately revealed a furious expression. The giant dragon opened its mouth with all its might and bit the sacred armor a few times. In the end, it bit it into scrap metal and spat it out. This time, the sacred armor did not recover. It seemed that the sacred armor was not completely indestructible. Roar! The giant dragon roared. Arrogant fool, it will be your turn soon. Milo Tanzik Williams did not think much of it, as he said lightly, "Do you think that by destroying a holy armor divine weapon, you've already defeated me? You don't understand how powerful the gods are." Milo Tanzik Williams raised his right arm again and waved it gently. More beams of light descended from the sky. One by one, the sacred armors walked out from the light beams. Each of the divine armors was filled with holy radiance. At the same time, it exuded an irresistible aura. It was an oppressive feeling brought about by the divine power they possessed, and it had an absolute suppressive effect on lower-level existences. The draconic aura of the giant dragon had no effect on them. Instead, it was the divine aura they exuded that made the giant dragon very uncomfortable. He didn't like this kind of fight. It seemed that the outcome of the battle had yet to be determined. But the situation was very disadvantageous to him. The individual strength of these sacred armors was actually not very strong. The dragon could deal with a dozen of them. If he had enough time, he could send all the sacred armors to the garbage collection bin. But if there were more of them, he wouldn't be able to deal with them. He wasn't an elephant, and these sacred armors weren't ants. An astronomical number was not needed to defeat or even kill the giant dragon. When Milo Tanzik Williams summoned the second wave of sacred armors, the number was already enough. Every time the sacred armors attacked, they could slightly injure the giant dragon. Although they weren't very heavy, the fact that they could break through his defense meant that the giant dragon was already at a disadvantage in this battle. Each of the sacred armors and divine weapons could give him a slight injury. When added together, it would become a serious injury. The more the giant dragon fought, the angrier he became. Enough! The giant dragon slammed his forelimbs on the ground. In an instant, stone pillars exploded from the ground. These stone pillars instantly sealed the sacred armors. The sacred armors were still in the same position for a moment. "Human, your toys are useless. Now it's your turn." The others' expressions were somewhat solemn. Bader, on the other hand, looked surprised. At the same time, Bader turned to look at Ryan Velast. He had already noticed that Ryan Velast had been secretly observing him. No, Ryan Velast didn't avoid his gaze at all. Bader smiled at Ryan Velast. It was as if he was saying, "I know you're observing me." Milo Tanzik Williams looked at the giant dragon with a smile. "Your strength surprised me a little." "Well, that's about it." Milo Tanzik Williams stretched out 2 fingers, his tone filled with disdain for the giant dragon. "However, this degree of surprise doesn't seem to be enough for you to defeat me." Milo Tanzik Williams pointed at the giant dragon. The giant dragon felt an unfamiliar power sweep through his body. But the feeling was fleeting. It was over before he could resist or resist at all. But this power didn't seem to be attacking him. At least he didn't feel hurt. Milo Tanzik Williams lowered his arm, the smile on his face even wider. "What did you do?" "Nothing. I just used God's authority." "Playing tricks," the giant dragon snorted coldly. The giant dragon slammed his claws on the ground again. A huge stone pillar rushed out of the ground in front of him and shot towards Milo Tanzik Williams. Just then, Milo Tanzik Williams stepped on the ground with his foot. Similarly, a huge stone pillar rushed out of the ground in front of Milo Tanzik Williams. The two stone pillars collided. They were evenly matched, but the giant dragon was no longer calm. How? How is this possible? This is God's authority. Do you see it? Well, you know, so do I. And I'm stronger than you. Milo Tanzik Williams stepped onto the ground again, only to see a huge stone palm appear beside the dragon and grab it. Now, tell me, are you willing to submit to me? The giant dragon felt uncomfortable being grabbed by the stone palm, but he grinned. Do you think you've won? Let me see what other tricks you have to turn the tables. There doesn't seem to be any. I know all your abilities, but none of them can get you out of this situation. The giant dragon stretched out his claws with difficulty and lifted a dragon scale on his lower jaw. Milo Tanzik Williams didn't understand the giant dragon's intentions. He didn't stop the giant dragon. He wanted to see what other tricks the giant dragon could play. Do you see this contract imprint? Chapter 2853. Balder's eyes were filled with bewilderment. A slave contract. This was not a beautiful magical contract. Be it humans or dragons, they didn't like being enslaved. This was especially true for powerful dragons. It was difficult to accept such a slave contract without being beaten. Moreover, the contract imprint exuded an abundant aura. This meant that the person who imposed the contract on him was still alive. Moreover, he was living very stably. This also meant that the owner of this contract was not only powerful. Moreover, he was young and vigorous, not the kind of old god that had lost his teeth. Balder searched his mind for candidates who met these conditions. However, he did not find anyone who met these conditions. It was very likely that the person who could beat a dragon and force it to sign a slave contract was a god. As far as he knew, none of the people he knew would do this. They usually acted like cowards and kept a low profile. It was unlikely that they would force a dragon to be their slave and servant. After all, an ordinary adult dragon was not a necessity for a god, making them do housework. Apart from being able to make some achievements in demolishing houses, their other housework skills were just passable. Moreover, they were active by nature, which would always be accompanied by trouble. They were the opposite of keeping a low profile. As for transportation and the like, with their huge bodies, they were perfect targets for surface-to-air missiles. As for their battle prowess, to those who could enslave them, their battle prowess was not necessary. Those people might even prefer to enslave weak servant spirits instead of giant dragons. As for Milo Tanzik Williams and his pitiful subordinates, there was nothing they could do. They were basically in a state of confusion. There was no relevant content in Ares' knowledge, and the power he borrowed from the dragon also did not have relevant information. So he did not understand the purpose of the dragon showing this contract imprint at all. Could it be that this contract imprint represented some force? Do you want to use this imprint to scare away a god? Are you mistaken? Milo Tanzik Williams looked at the dragon disapprovingly. Boss, maybe we really should leave, Balder said. Why? Just because of that imprint? That imprint represents trouble, big trouble, Balder replied. At this time, the dragon said, I never thought of defeating you. What do you mean? Don't you think you're a god? Unfortunately, I think my master is also a deity, so a fight between the two of you should be very exciting. You have a master? Milo Tanzik Williams was very dissatisfied with this. A dragon could only have one master. That was him. Only he was qualified to do so. The giant dragon grinned. You better be careful. My master is very powerful. Don't try to fool me with this reason. No matter who your master is, I'll let him know that I'm not to be trifled with. Milo Tanzik Williams was still as arrogant as ever. Not only did divine power give him confidence, it also gave him arrogance. He seemed to think that just because he was stupid, he should look down on all living beings from above. At this moment, Bader turned to look at Ryan Velast. We better get out of here. Ryan Velast was startled when he suddenly heard the voice in his head. Finally, she focused her gaze on Bader. He asked with his eyes, Are you talking? We'd better hurry up. Why? Ryan Velast responded with his eyes. That dragon's master isn't someone that a dabbler like Milo can deal with. Ryan Velast still didn't understand. Wasn't the power that Milo Tanzik Williams displayed powerful enough? He still had overwhelming power when facing the giant dragon. The giant dragon was as powerless as a child before him. Ryan Velast felt that this was terrifying enough. But from what Bader said, it didn't seem to be enough. Such great power wasn't enough. Bader smiled bitterly. It was really troublesome to explain to ordinary people. The level that Milo Tanzik Williams had displayed was nowhere near that level. Bader carefully moved backward. Fortunately, everyone's attention was on the giant dragon at this moment. No one noticed Bader's actions. The giant dragon, or rather, Sabonis, was also very anxious. He had already stalled for so long, a full 10 minutes. Why wasn't his boss here yet? With his speed, he should have arrived long ago. The scene fell into silence. Milo Tanzik Williams didn't act immediately. He wanted to wait for Sabonis' master to arrive. Then, he would defeat him with his own hands, to prove his strength. But the other party didn't seem to be here yet. Is your master afraid? Milo Tanzik Williams said disdainfully. That. Sabonis was a little embarrassed. Can I make a call? Obviously, this sentence was very inappropriate in this situation. However, what was even more unexpected was that Milo Tanzik Williams actually agreed to it. Of course, it's good to let you give up. Then, Sabonis took out a very old-fashioned phone, a brick brand. Before he transformed into a human, he could only use this kind of durable phone. But even so, making the call was still a difficult task for him. Without destroying the phone, successfully making the call was far more difficult than a fierce battle. Fortunately, he was fully focused and still completed the task of making the call. Hello, Sabonis? Boss, didn't you receive the message I sent you? The fish took the bait. The fish took the bait. The person you asked me to wait for is here. Why aren't you here yet? If you don't come, I'll be killed by him. Oh, I see. I'm playing games with my daughter. I'll go when she falls asleep. Hold on a little longer. I can't. He's too strong. No, Chun Zhao said nonchalantly. You lasted 3 minutes and didn't get killed. You can do it. I believe in you. Sabonis wailed. Just then, Milo Tanzik Williams walked up and picked up the phone from the ground. Coward, if you don't dare to come, your pet is mine. Coward? Kid, do you know what you're saying? On the other end of the phone, Chun Zhao laughed disdainfully. With the power you stole from Ares? Chapter 28:54. What do you know? Milo's face was covered in a layer of frost. Huh, how much do you think I know? Chun Zhao chuckled. Do you dare to show yourself and fight me? Milo Tanzik Williams was still full of confidence in his combat ability. As long as he killed the person who knew about it, no one would know about it. Sure, Milo Tanzik Williams heard an unfamiliar voice behind him. He couldn't help but turn around and see a strange Asian standing behind the crowd. Ryan Velast and Fairway Lysander also looked at the newcomer. However, when they saw who it was, their faces were filled with astonishment. How could it be him? Why was it him? The two couldn't help but look at each other and see the shock in each other's eyes. Bader looked at Chun Zhao. When did this man appear behind him? Chun Zhao's gaze swept across everyone present. What a surprise. My luck seems to be pretty good recently. I actually met another god. Meeting a god doesn't mean you're lucky. Milo sneered at Chun Zhao. Huh? Chun Zhao chuckled. You think I'm talking about you? Chun Zhao turned his head and looked at Bader. You, which myth are you from? You're not an Olympian god. Your aura is different from theirs, but you're still similar to them. Bader looked at Chun Zhao. Have you seen a real god? Yes, I've killed a demigod and seen the corpse of a god. I even defeated a god recently. After a moment of silence, Bader said, I don't have any grudges with you, so you don't mind if I leave, right? I've been studying gods and how to become one, so I don't mind having another research subject. Chun Zhao looked at Bader, his eyes shining. You still need to become a god? Bader said seriously. Your power is already greater than most gods. Becoming a god is to obtain greater power. The path I'm taking is very different from that of gods, so I want to see if I can use the divine right to obtain greater power. If you just want to know the relevant information, I can provide it to you, but I don't plan on being your test subject. Are you blind? You actually think he's a god? There is only one god here, and that is me. He's just one of my dogs. Chen Zhao looked at Milo Tanzik Williams and then at Bader. I seem to have ruined your plan. What do you want to do by lurking around him? What does he have that you covet? Smiling, Bader looked at Chen Zhao. Actually, I'm not trying to get anything from him. I just want to see if he can really succeed. Succeed in what? Godhood. Bader, what are you talking about? Have you forgotten that I was the one who found you? Milo Tanzik Williams said with a frown. Vader glanced at Milo Tanzik Williams nonchalantly. Are you sure it was you who found me? Milo Tanzik Williams frowned and recalled how he had met Bader. He wasn't sure if he had found Bader himself, or had someone purposely led him to find Bader in the end. Don't give me that suspicious look. You're right. Everything was just my plan, including your stealing of the divine power of Ares, the god of war. I arranged it. Otherwise, why would you think that you could steal the power of a god so easily? Vader said with a smile. There's only one possibility, and that is the help of another god. Milo Tanzik Williams was a little tense. He had thought that he had done it flawlessly. No one knew what he had done. But now, he felt like the whole world knew what he had done. On the other hand, he had been kept in the dark all along. Nonsense. You lied to me. I'm going to kill all of you. Golden light suddenly bloomed from Milo Tanzik Williams's body. Then, beams of light descended from the sky. Dozens, hundreds of holy armors walked out of the light beams. Scrap metal, Chen Zhao said calmly. In an instant, all the holy armors were squeezed and deformed by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, they were squeezed into iron balls. In the end, they were kneaded into a ball by brute force. Clang. The iron ball was thrown in front of Milo Tanzik Williams. Milo Tanzik Williams's face turned green and red. Milo Tanzik Williams shouted. In an instant, his divine power swept across Chen Zhao's body. Then, a proud smile appeared on Milo Tanzik Williams's face again. Now, I know everything you know. What a wonderful power. Milo Tanzik Williams felt the power flowing through his body. It was too wonderful. The power of this man before him had reached such an unbelievable level. Chen Zhao had indeed felt the divine power sweep through his body. But he didn't seem to be hurt. What was he doing? Boss, he seems to be able to copy other people's powers. Oh, in other words, he copied me? I think so. Be careful, boss. Chen Zhao chuckled. When he looked at Milo Tanzik Williams, there was a hint of longing in his eyes. Come on. Attack me with the power you stole from me. Let's see how well you use it. Milo Tanzik Williams looked at Chen Zhao. His eyes were filled with fury as he roared, Die! A huge palm descended from the sky, as if it was going to slap the entire island into the Pacific Ocean. This is your skill, and I can increase its power by 10 times. Die at the hands of your own pride. Even Milo Tanzik Williams found it unbelievable. This power even surpassed the divine power he had stolen from Ares. Chen Zhao looked at the huge palm formed by the power of the world. Chen Zhao rarely used this move because it was just for show. It looked good, but it was useless. In a battle of the same level, the damage of this move was close to 0. It would be the same even if the power was increased by 10 times. Only when he attached the power of the world to his physical attack could he increase its power. Therefore, the power of the world was only suitable for buffs, not direct attacks. It was just like how the real function of gasoline was to start a machine, not to pour it on others. Just as Milo Tanzik Williams was feeling proud, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. Then a strong feeling of weakness surged through his body. This caused him to kneel on the ground and gasp for breath. I just fought with Ares 2 days ago, Chen Zhao said softly. He didn't use this move even when I knocked him down. Do you know why? Milo Tanzik Williams raised his head unwillingly and looked at Chen Zhao. There was unwillingness and doubt in his eyes. Chapter 2855. Your copy and paste ability is indeed good, Chen Zhao said with a shrug. But under normal circumstances, it's not that valuable. Why? Milo Tanzik Williams could not understand the reason behind it. Stupid, Bader said mockingly. Mr. Milo, Copying other people's abilities doesn't mean you don't need to consume energy. You use the God of War authority to copy other people's abilities, but you still need to consume a huge amount of divine power. You'll never be more skilled than the user. I can instantly release 10 times more power than the user, Milo Tanzik Williams interrupted. That's not an advantage at all. This can't even be considered an advantage. The user always understands the power and consumption of their skills. They know what level of skill is most suitable for them. On the other hand, a thief like you actually thinks you can increase the power of your skills by 10 times? This is simply putting the cart before the horse. In a battle of the same level, you need to have your own skills. You need to use the skills you are most familiar with, not the opponent's. Your actions will only put you in a passive position. Vader's analysis was on point, just like how Ares knew this too. That was why he had never tried to copy Chen Zhao's skills. Moreover, although Milo Tanzik Williams had replicated his abilities, he was still able to do so. But he did not copy his bloodline and constitution. Could bloodline and constitution be copied? His skills were set with bloodline and constitution. His skills were developed based on bloodline and constitution. Without a matching constitution and bloodline, how could he unleash the full power of his skills? Moreover, Milo Tanzik Williams could copy other people's abilities, but he could not directly understand what skills were useful and what weren't. For example, just now, if he had used Chen Zhao's primordial regression technique level 4, he might have been able to exchange a few blows with Chen Zhao. But he had actually chosen the completely useless force of nature. It was like throwing money at someone's face. It was indeed satisfying to watch, but no one could count on RMB to kill someone, and he had used 10 times the amount. In the end, before the huge palm formed by the force of nature slammed down, Milo Tanzik Williams could not take it anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Chen Zhao still felt that this guy was here to be funny. The only one who could compete with him was Hobart Timur Haber. He also had great power, but did not know how to use it. Of course, relatively speaking, Hobart Timur Haber was much better. Hobart Timur Haber was just unskilled. On the other hand, Hobart Timur Haber was a complete newbie. He really didn't understand anything at all. He just relied on his fist to smash people casually. In the end, he met someone with a bigger fist than him, and he was directly crippled. It was like Chen Zhao risking his life in the stock market with all his money. She could make Chen Zhao jump into the Pacific Ocean naked in minutes. Protect the boss. Milo Tanzik Williams still had a few loyal subordinates. Seeing that Milo Williams was lying on the ground, he immediately stood in front of Chen Zhao. Pa pa pa. Chen Zhao glared at them, and they all exploded. Who else wants to exchange a few moves with me? Come out at once. I'll send you back to your hometown. The scene was silent. Both Falui Lysander and Ryan Velast were dumbfounded. They had thought that Milo Tanzik Williams was terrifying enough. Only now did they realize that the truly terrifying guy had been lurking around them all along. As for Milo Tanzik Williams' remaining subordinates, they really did not have the courage to fight Chen Zhao head-on, not even from the side. In fact, apart from a few, they were the core members of the English gang. Most of them had joined later on. Thus, they were not really loyal to Milo Tanzik Williams. Most of them worked together based on benefits. That was why they were willing to give up their lives to fight Chen Zhao. Forget it. This guy doesn't look like a good person. He's not like those superheroes in movies who don't kill. Chen Zhao clapped his hands and turned to look at Bader. Okay, the clowns are dealt with. Now it's our turn. I really want to see how powerful a god at his peak is. Bader looked at Chen Zhao helplessly. He did not want to fight. He really did not want to. This guy was even more dangerous than Ares. He was an existence that specialized in killing. Bader had used his divine power to check Chen Zhao. In the end, he saw a hair-raising scene. Although he could not see everything, it was enough to make him go crazy. If he had the authority of war or battle, he might be able to exchange a few blows with Chen Zhao. But his authority had nothing to do with war. He had a high status in the divine realm and was not weak either. But his power depended on who he was fighting against. Sir, I think you should stop wasting your energy. I'm almost immortal. You can't kill me, and I can't beat you. So our battle is destined to be fruitless. I've never believed in immortality. As a god, you should also understand that there is no true immortality in this world. Even gods can die. Of course, I completely agree with your point of view. That's why I'm only saying that I'm almost immortal. Even if you throw me into the sun and roast me, you can't kill me. My immortality is related to my background. I still want to try. This place is only a few hundred kilometers inland. If we fight here, it'll have a huge impact. I'll be in trouble, and so will you. Chun Zhao suddenly missed Ares' divine kingdom. With a single thought, he could transport people into the divine kingdom. No matter how they fought in the divine kingdom, it would not affect the real world. Vader raised an eyebrow. He could feel Chun Zhao's aura growing stronger. The speed made his scalp go numb. Chun Zhao did not release his aura on purpose, but the others already found it difficult to breathe. Chun Zhao had already activated the 4th tier of the primordial regression technique. He stared at Vader with burning eyes. I still want to try. Vader shrugged helplessly. Fine, attack me with all your strength. If you can't kill me, our battle will end here. How about that? Okay, I'll do my best. Chun Zhao silently accumulated his power. The surrounding air currents also started gathering rapidly toward Chun Zhao's fist. Chun Zhao planned to blast Vader into pieces with one blow. Chun Zhao wanted to see if Vader could really not die. If Vader could really take a full power attack and not die, Chun Zhao would have nothing to say. Chapter 2856. Chun Zhao's right fist had turned pitch black. This was because Chun Zhao's right fist had attracted air to it. When any color was darkened to the extreme, it would turn black. Chun Zhao suddenly took a step forward and punched at Vader. Boom! In an instant, with Balder as the starting point. Behind Balder, half of the island had disappeared. The terrifying shockwave lifted the seawater dozens of meters high and kept pushing forward. They had been in the center of Gondo Island. But the next moment, there was only a cliff before them. There was also a huge swamp. The seawater had been scattered by the attack, leaving only a muddy basin. A few minutes later, the seawater finally flowed back into the swamp. The place was silent. Milo Tanzik Williams' eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He suddenly realized how stupid and ignorant he had been. Falyu Lysander and Ryan Velast couldn't calm down for a long time. One attack to turn half the island into ashes? This was true annihilation in the truest sense. Was this something a human could do? Falyu Lysander started to understand. Why had Chun Zhao's attitude been so strange? He even thought about why Chun Zhao had invested in the Lost Civilization. And when the first episode of the Lost Civilization had aired, why had Chun Zhao been so angry? Chun Zhao was the one behind all of this. As for Milo Tanzik Williams' subordinates, they had almost exploded on the spot. Fuck, they had almost fought such a dangerous person head-on. Right now, they were only at the level of smashing rocks on their chests. If they had to fight a demon king who could vaporize half the island with one punch, they might as well find a corner to bury themselves. Sabonis was speechless. He really doubted how he had withstood Chun Zhao's 5-minute beating back then. As for Balder, he had completely vanished from the world. Chun Zhao was very sure that Balder's aura had completely disappeared. Chun Zhao was somewhat disappointed and even regretful. He was a real god after all. In the end, he had been too careless. Balder's aura and power weren't below Ares at all. Chun Zhao had thought that Balder would at least resist. He didn't think that he wouldn't resist at all. What did it feel like to be hit by a force of tens of billions of tons? Basically, it was a disintegration of molecular structure. Chun Zhao didn't believe that Balder could be revived. And then, Chun Zhao believed it. Countless specks of light appeared in the surroundings. The specks of light were converging in one place. Chun Zhao's eyes almost popped out. Could this guy really reassemble his molecular structure? Does this guy really have an immortal body? In less than 10 seconds, Balder stood before Chun Zhao, completely unharmed. Damn it, he didn't even change his clothes. Smiling, Vader shrugged. Sir, look, you can't kill me. Go, go. Chun Zhao was helpless. However, Vader was not going to leave yet. Chun Zhao looked at Vader. Why aren't you leaving? Do you plan to continue exchanging a few blows with me? Do you think I can't kill you? Or do you want to see if I can find your weakness? No, I just want to give you some information. What message? Don't you want to know what Mr. Moreau is going to do? He's in my hands. Do I need you to meddle? Fine. Since you don't need me, I'll leave. Don't. I'm just joking. You just don't know humor. Chen Zhao chuckled. By the way, which deity are you? How about I ask Mr. Falui Lysander and the beautiful Ms. Ryan Wireless to answer for me? I think they've already guessed my identity. Can I really say it? Ryan Wireless asked. She was now sure that Bader was really a deity. She didn't want to offend a real deity. Of course, there's nothing to hide. He's the god of light, Bader, Ryan Wireless said. Asgard in Norse mythology. He's the son of Frigg and Odin. He's blessed by everything in the world and is immune to all damage. Only mistletoe isn't blessed. Only mistletoe can kill him. Chen Zhao looked Bader up and down and couldn't help but exclaim. Norse mythology was as famous as Olympus mythology. It was also a popular theme for movies and TV series. However, Chen Zhao's understanding of Norse mythology was limited to Odin, Thor, and Loki. His understanding of Norse mythology had all come from a certain sorority movie. As for Bader, Chen Zhao really didn't know much about him. So, the mistletoe can kill you? Chen Zhao asked, confused. Yes, but it's not a normal mistletoe. Bader didn't avoid the topic. It's the mistletoe of nothingness. Only special weapons made from it can hurt and kill me. Chen Zhao was silent. He didn't have the mistletoe of nothingness. Even if he did, it probably wouldn't be effective against Bader. Bader could tell Chen Zhao his weakness so calmly. It probably wouldn't be as simple as turning the mistletoe of nothingness into a weapon. There should be many deities like you in the world, right? Bader thought for a moment and answered, not many, less than 5. But in the next 100 years, more deities will awaken. Why? Don't you know? The spiritual power tide era is coming, and this time it'll be a big one. In return for letting you go, shouldn't you provide some information about sleeping deities? Bader sneered. Let him go. You're the one who can't do anything to me, okay? No comment. I don't want to start a war between deities. That was the rule of deities, unless the other party was a loner and very weak at that. Otherwise, especially if the other party was a member of a divine race, then he would try his best to avoid conflict. Being able to develop into a divine race meant that the divine race was definitely not weak. So, if it developed into a war between deities, the consequences would be unimaginable. As a member of the Asgard divine race, Bader had faced a war between deities before. The legendary Dusk of the Gods had actually happened. Chen Zhao didn't expect Bader to speak. After all, he really didn't have the ability to threaten him. If he couldn't kill Bader, Bader naturally wouldn't be threatened. He has the potential to become a god. You can use him as a research subject. With that, Bader's body started disintegrating, just like how he'd reassembled earlier. Chen Zhao looked at Milo Tanzik Williams. At the moment, Milo Tanzik Williams only felt his scalp go numb. He wanted to become a god, not a god to be researched. Bader added, not like that. After saying this, Bader disappeared irresponsibly. Then, Milo Tanzik Williams faced the terrifying Chen Zhao alone.